A little girl wanders alone through the desolate streets of Old Ping in town. She is the biological daughter of the female lead in a romance novel. She calmly recalls how fate brought her to this world. My name is Choo. I was once a genius hacker. A year ago, I transmigrated into the world of a melodramatic novel and became the 5-year-old daughter of the female lead, Meng Shi. Suddenly, she stops, noticing a luxury car worth millions parked in front of her house. Having anticipated this moment, she approaches the car, thinking it's finally time for the Xiao family to come and pick up Meng Shi, just like in the story. She peeks inside and sees her mother with an older woman. The woman says, "Meng Shi, I truly am your biological mother. This is the DNA test report. It was all my fault. Years ago, when you were only 5, I was careless and you were taken away." This beautiful, kind, and gentle woman is Meng Shi, the female lead of the romance novel. She looks embarrassed, while the older woman holds her hand tightly and pleads, "Please give me a chance to make amends." The older woman, dressed in luxurious and elegant attire, is Tang Chuanxi, Meng Shi's biological mother. She sincerely implores, "Come home with me. Your father and siblings miss you very much." Meng Shi looks flustered. Choo begin to recall the story I transmigrated into. In the original plot, Meng Shi was trafficked and, by coincidence, adopted by a poor family. "Mom, don't worry. I'll earn enough money for your treatment." Her adoptive mother was very good to her. But to pay for her adoptive mother's medical treatment, Meng Shi had to enter the entertainment industry. Just then, a top executive appeared and saved her life. "This money is for you. From now on, you're my contract lover." He did this because he noticed that Meng Shi bore a striking resemblance to his first love. He wanted to use her as a substitute for the woman he idealized. So he gave her a large sum of money and asked her to be his contract lover. Unexpectedly, Meng Shi was grateful for this, and during their brief time together, she fell in love with this dangerous man. Just when she thought everything would be all right, Song Sen's first love returned, and her adoptive mother passed away. Meng Shi decided to leave Song's son, conceal her identity, and flee while pregnant. And so, she gave birth to her daughter, Choo alone. After recalling these events, Choo enters the house and politely says, "Mom, Choo is back." Like any other child, she hugs her mother affectionately. Choo is hungry. "I want cake." Inwardly, she feels awkward. Her soul is that of an adult, yet she has to act cute. It's incredibly embarrassing. Choo pretends to be innocent and asks Meng Shi, "Mom, who is this grandma?" Her mother replies, "Choo, this is your grandmother." She reminds her daughter to be polite. "Be good and greet grandma." Grandmother Tang Chuanxi asks, bewildered, "TT, who is this?" Meng Shi looks at her daughter with pride. "Choo is my biological daughter. She's 5 years old." Hearing this, Tang Chuanxi can no longer hold back her tears. "My dear child, you've suffered all these years. Tomorrow, I'll have someone come and take you and Choo back to the Xiao family. No one will ever bully you again." She truly moves Meng Shi to tears. "Mom," she says, then hurriedly leaves. "Be good. I'll go make arrangements. We'll pack our things tonight and leave tomorrow. I'll go back now. Take care of yourself." "Dan Junsi Dipat Zeluten." "Mom, I'll see you out." Only Choo watches her departing figure with wary, sharp eyes. Mother and daughter see Tang Chuanxi to her car. "Be careful on the road," Meng Shi says. Tang Chuanxi waves cheerfully. "Okay." As soon as she turns around, her face takes on a grim expression, and she says to the driver, "Let's go home." Choo, still full of suspicion, asks her mother, "Mom, are we really going to Grandma's house?" Not wanting her mother to be deceived again, she cautions, "I think Grandma seems a little fierce." Meng Shi speaks to her daughter with gentle filial piety. "Choo, that's my mother. I want to go back and take care of her and my family." Choo asks curiously, "Mom, is Grandma's family rich?" Based on her limited knowledge, Meng Shi replies, "Very rich. They're quite prominent in the capital." Choo asks doubtfully, "If Grandma's family is so rich, why did they take so long to find us?" She's trying to warn her mother to prevent her from falling into her grandmother's trap. Choo is already 5 years old. If her grandmother has only found her mother now, she should have found her much earlier. Meng Shi remains unconvinced and comforts her daughter. "Choo, I'm her biological daughter. What mother would harm her own child?" She gently strokes Choo's head as if to reassure her. Don't worry. Okay. Inwardly, she's extremely distressed, blaming herself. Mom, it's because you're too kind that you always fall into traps. No wonder you suffered so much in the original story. Continuing to recall the story, Choo remembered that Tang Chuanxi, while ostensibly bringing Mengshi back to the Xiao family, actually intended to marry her off to a rich old man. Just like that, the mother and daughter's fates took a sharp turn for the worse. Mengshi, naively believing her, was forced to marry a man in his 40s and was quickly tormented to death. At the same time, the innocent child, her little daughter, Choo, was also implicated and ultimately starved to death. I absolutely cannot let such a tragedy happen. She clearly remembered Choo's tragic ending in the original story. The little girl was determined to save her mother and herself from the abyss. She had already formulated a plan in her heart, just waiting for the opportunity. Mom, it seems that only I can save you. Tomorrow, Choo put on a determined air. I must take action. The car carrying Mengshi and her daughter was heading straight for Beijing. The chubby driver said to Choo, "Little miss, you can sleep for a while in the car. We still have several hours to go before we reach Beijing." Choo immediately interjected, "Uncle Driver, will Grandma like Choo?" Choo and Mom. The driver replied smoothly, "Of course, little Mississippi. You are Madam's biological daughter. Madam will be overjoyed to have found her lost child. The entire Xiao family welcomes little Miss back." Choo thought to herself, she really isn't a simple child. If Grandma really liked Mom and Choo that much, why didn't she send a plane to pick us up? Choo saw on TV that it only takes 2 hours to fly to Beijing. The driver was choked, stammering with sweat, and maybe there were no tickets. Plane tickets to Beijing are hard to come by. But Mengshi quickly smoothed things over. Choo, Grandma probably wanted to bring us back to Beijing discreetly, without attracting attention or gossip. Choo replied with surprise. Is that so? In her heart, she felt helpless and sad. Sigh, I've hinted so much. How come Mom hasn't noticed anything at all? Several hours later, the car finally stopped in front of the Xiao family's luxurious villa. Inside the villa, a servant led the mother and daughter into the dining room. Little miss, please come with me. Master and Madam are this way. Seeing them, Tang Chuanxi immediately got up to greet them. You're here, Mengshi. She put on a loving expression, pulling her daughter's hand and drawing her close. Sit down. Choo and her mother felt a little neglected. Choo just sighed and shook her head. Since she wants to put on an act, I'll give her a chance to show her motherly love. This exceptionally bright child began to think who would be best to win over first. She looked around, her gaze landing on an elderly man. That was Xiao Jing, the father in the novel. She frowned, unable to stand this old man. His face drooped so much. Was he trying to scare people to death? The next target was a handsome man, Xiao Yin, the female lead's older brother. She remembered that the only good person in the Xiao family in the novel was Xiao Yin, and he would later become a billionaire CEO, super rich. She had to get on his good side. The little girl immediately ran over, waving her small hands, gesturing for a hug. Choo was just too cute, calling out brother, hug. Xiao Yin was captivated by the little girl's cuteness, but also felt a bit strange. These round eyes seemed familiar. He lifted her onto his lap and started chatting. What's your name? My name is Choo, like first love. You can call me Choo. This older brother was overjoyed to have such a sweet little niece. You're so young, and you already know about first love. Of course. Choo learned it from TV. Of course I know what first love means, the little girl replied innocently. First love is the first person you like. Brother, do you have a first love? He didn't answer, just smiled and replied, what do you think? The little girl was smug. Let me guess. Of course I know he has a first love. His first love is that popular blogger kid, but soon his parents will object to them being together. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from the floor, making a thud. Just after entering the door, a voice called out, Dad, Mom, is older sister Mengshi back? This woman was Xiao Mengshi, the female lead's younger sister. Tang Chuanxi quickly introduced them. Mengshi, come, let me introduce you. This is your younger sister. Although it was their first meeting, Xiao Mengshi unceremoniously pinched her older sister's chin. Wow, older sister is so beautiful. I thought you'd be living miserably in the countryside. So mean. She immediately asked, Sis, why didn't your husband come today? I only see my little niece. Mengshi could only lie. Choo's father passed away a long time ago. Xiao Mengshi continued to provoke. Oh, really? Then you've really had it rough. Mengshi felt a little uncomfortable, thinking to herself, am I being paranoid? I keep feeling like my younger sister is a little hostile towards me. Suddenly, Xiao Mengshi, as if prepared, said, oh right, my niece is 5 years old this year, just the right age to start school. Mom, when she's in Beijing, could you help my sister choose a good kindergarten? Grandma immediately replied, I've already chosen one. It's in the suburbs, called Royal Kindergarten. At the same time, Choo-Choo's grandmother added, Mengshi, Choo-Choo is 5 years old now. Education is very important. I carefully selected this kindergarten. The teachers are very responsible, so don't worry. These two acted so quickly, Mengshi didn't even have a chance to refuse. Mengshi still wanted to say something, but was constantly interrupted. Sister, Mengshi, don't say anything. Choo-Choo is still young and needs to make more friends. Children her age are already starting to learn English. Choo-Choo can't just be playing in the mud all the time. Her mother chimed in, Mengshi, listen to your mother. You're still young. Besides taking care of the little one, you also need to take care of yourself. You're so thin. It makes my heart ache. Mengshi fell silent, unable to say anything. Indeed, although Choo-Choo was smart, she needed to interact more with children her own age. She suddenly felt that she hadn't been doing a good enough job and shouldn't always let her daughter stay in her room, playing on the computer. Choo-Choo sat to the side, silently observing everything. Here it comes, here it comes. Finally, the kindergarten plot. Like a veteran, she began to analyze the plot. In the novel, the Xiao family pretended to be kind and found a high-class kindergarten for Choo-Choo, but their real purpose was to separate Mengshi and her daughter. Tang Chuanxi's true colors were completely exposed. She pretended to love her daughter and granddaughter, but secretly arranged for Xiao Yin to meet with the old chairman, Li. What's even worse, these people were heartless enough to send their granddaughter to a kindergarten that wasn't a prestigious school at all. It was practically hell. An innocent child was harmed like this. In just a few days, Choo-Choo was starved until her skin turned yellow. And that wasn't all. Even towards her own daughter, she showed no mercy. Tang Chuanxi coerced and tempted, saying that only if Mengshi married Chairman Li would she let Choo-Choo leave the kindergarten. In short, this was a life or death moment for the mother and daughter, and the kindergarten was the beginning of the tragedy. Her fighting spirit ignited. She was determined to stop all of this before it happened. The clever child turned to Xiao Yin for help. Uncle, Choo-Choo doesn't want to go to kindergarten. The little girl hugged him tightly, pleading, Choo-Choo wants to play with Uncle. In her heart, she silently prayed, Uncle, for the sake of your cute niece, please save me. Xiao Yin frowned, lost in thought as he held his aggrieved little niece. My parents are both business people. Profit comes first. Mother doesn't like that vulgar woman either. Watching his mother act affectionately with her long-lost daughter, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Mengshi was missing for 28 years, and Mother never mentioned looking for her. Now she's so concerned, it's really strange. He had already made up his mind to protect the mother and daughter. I never interfere in family matters, but it seems I have to investigate this time. Xiao Mengshi, feeling sorry for her niece, wanted to take her back to her room. Sister, why don't you and Mom take Choo-Choo to her new room? You can chat there. Seeing the new room, Choo-Choo cried out happily, wow, is this Choo-Choo's room? The little girl couldn't sit still, running around everywhere. So pretty dolls, so many pretty dolls. Xiao Mengshi felt smug, thinking she had it all figured out. This little bumpkin is so easy to fool. A few dolls are all it takes. Choo-Choo hugged a teddy bear tightly, grinning from ear to ear. In reality, her mind was that of an adult, utterly bored. Ugh, Pink, is this really for a 5-year-old? Then she began to fantasize about the thing she truly desired. A new racing car, an unlimited black card, a high-end computer. These were the things she loved. Her aunt came over to check on her niece. Choo-Choo, do you know who your father is? Choo-Choo feigen gon fu xin. Huh. Continuing to play dumb, the little girl even put on a tired expression. Annie, I'll tell you a secret, but don't tell anyone else, okay? My mom said my dad is a... The little girl whispered in Xiao Mengshi's ear, scuba diver. Xiao Mengshi frowned, thinking, so the child's father actually has a decent job. I thought he was some thug or drunkard. Her purpose was simply to inquire about Mengshi's family situation, so she continued to ask, good girl, Choo-Choo, tell Annie, where's your daddy? Choo-Choo immediately played along. The little girl said to Xiao Mengshi, My daddy is in the sea. Mommy says daddy is the best scuba diver in the world. Other scuba divers come up after a while, but my daddy, she chattered innocently and cheerfully. He's been diving in the sea for 5 years now, and he hasn't come up yet. Xiao Mengshe was furious, but Choo maintained an innocent expression. Hee hee. Xiao Mengshe was like an ant on a hot pan, her mind in a mess. Scuba diver, clearly a lie to deceive a child. Mengshe simply doesn't want to reveal the child's father's information. That cunning woman. Unable to bear it any longer, Xiao Mengshe made an excuse to leave. Annie has something to do. Choo, you play by yourself. The little girl obediently replied, Okay, Annie. As soon as Xiao Mengshe left, Choo immediately sprang into action. It was time to warn Mengshe that the royal kindergarten wasn't a good place. Who knew what Xiao Mengshe was up to? The sound of Choo furiously typing away filled the air. After a while, she finished her task. She had found dirt on the kindergarten. The news headlines read, Reporter's undercover investigation of Royal Kindergarten reveals shocking truth. Dilapidated facilities, irresponsible teachers, and a terrible environment. Royal Kindergarten, a private kindergarten located in Beijing, was well known. Mission accomplished. She hopped off the chair to continue with her plan. Next, she needed to ask her younger brother if he had found Song Sin's secret files. She opened her laptop, ready to get to work, thinking that she would soon meet that bad daddy. This would be a safeguard for both her and her mother. The laptop screen displayed the chat history between Choo and her brother. Boss, I found Song Sin's files. He's definitely a top celebrity in the entertainment industry with a ton of secrets. I've organized everything and sent it to your email. Remember to check it. Good job. Her brother didn't forget to show concern for Choo. By the way, boss, what have you been busy with lately? You haven't been online for a while. Remember to reply to my messages. Getting ready for kindergarten. Her brother was dumbfounded. Kindergarten? Isn't that for little kids? Boss, don't mess with me with your computer skills. How could you not have gone to kindergarten? Facing her silly brother, who could only shake his head and sigh, Choo laughed inwardly. I'm telling the truth, but unfortunately, my subordinates don't believe me. While she was carrying out her mission, her mother's voice suddenly came. Choo, it's almost 9 o'clock. Time for bed. Choo quickly jumped onto a chair. Mommy, this computer is so fun. Choo wants to play tomorrow too. Mengshe gently picked Choo up. Okay, we'll play tomorrow. As Mengshe turned around while holding her, Choo lightly nudged the internet switch with her foot. Click! Just like that, the files Choo had prepared were all sent. Mengshe put her daughter on the bed and gently instructed, Choo, go to sleep first. Mommy will turn off the computer, okay? Seeing Choo's happy expression, the fatigue on her face vanished. The little one had a lot of fun today. She walked to the computer desk and couldn't believe her eyes. The screen was filled with reports about the kindergarten, dilapidated facilities, irresponsible teachers. She couldn't believe that this information was about Royal Kindergarten. The conditions were so poor. She remembered her mother saying, Mengshe, this kindergarten has excellent teaching quality. The Xiao family has also invested in it. The tuition is over 500,000 yuan a year. She had wanted to check it out before, but she was actually stopped. I want to go and see the school. Don't worry. Wait until Mom takes you to see our relatives. Don't worry. Choo is Mom's granddaughter. Grandmothers always love their granddaughters. She really didn't want to doubt her family, but her mother had always praised this kindergarten. Just then, Choo, who hadn't fallen asleep yet, suddenly asked her mother, Mommy, do adults also like to play computer games? This afternoon, Aunt Xiao Mengshe was also playing on the computer, and she asked who Choo's daddy is. She froze, instantly understanding everything. So it was Xiao Mengshe who had used the computer. No wonder there was a browsing history about the kindergarten. But why did she ask who Choo's father was? She turned her head, trying to get information from her daughter. Choo, what else did Aunt Xiao Mengshe say? Tell Mommy. Choo secretly rejoiced. Mommy's IQ is finally online. Time to put on a show. Choo pretended to be sad and said, Choo has to think. Auntie also said that Choo is a bastard and that Choo's existence will ruin the Xiao family's plans. She innocently asked Mengshe, Mommy, what's a bastard? Can you eat it? Hearing this, Mengshe's face turned pale. She couldn't believe her ears, and her daughter was extremely pleased. Ha! Choo thought she was so cool. Exaggerating and embellishing was her forte. What bad intentions could a 5-year-old have? In Choo's room, her mother gently stroked her face. Choo, be a good girl and go to sleep, okay? Mommy won't let anyone hurt you. Hearing these gentle words, Choo hugged her mother. Mommy, You should rest early too. Mengshi softly replied, mm. On the other side, Tang Chuanxi was making a phone call. Director Li, my eldest daughter, Mengshi, just returned to the country. I just sent you a picture. The other party laughed heartily. I like her very much. Ha, Director Tang. I want to marry your eldest daughter. Don't worry, we'll be family soon. I'll definitely take care of your family's business. She saw this message and couldn't help but think. The Li family is very prominent in Tokyo. If we can connect with them, the Xiao family's business will definitely reach new heights. Director Tang, eager to move forward, decided to strike while the iron was hot. Then I'll arrange for you to meet tomorrow. We'll soon be family. Good, Director Li. See you tomorrow. Qinshi also agreed to the idea. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Mengshi sat down and said while drinking tea with her mother, "That's more like it. Liao Duty is old, ugly, fat, and lecherous. She's already a used woman, a perfect match for him." Hearing this, Mengshi's mother reminded her, "Mengshi, you're also at the age to consider marriage. I've been observing recently, and the Zhong family in Tokyo seems quite good." Mengshi pouted, seemingly having someone else in mind. "Mom, I don't want to marry into the Zhong family." In fact, she had other plans. "If I had to choose, I'd choose Song's senator. He's a big shot in the entertainment industry, worth hundreds of millions." Mengshi's expression changed instantly, her face full of longing and admiration. Most importantly, he's single and handsome. He is everything I like. Tang Chuanxi gently stroked her beloved daughter's hair. Song's son is indeed a very worthy marriage prospect. I'll find a way to arrange for you two to meet and get to know each other. Seeing this, Mengshi obediently replied, "Thank you, Mom." At dinner, Tang Chuanxi hinted to Mengshi, "Take Choo to the kindergarten today to try it out. You and your father go to the company to learn about our Xiao family business." Mengshi replied with some concern, "Mom, but I also want to go to kindergarten with Choo." She was stopped. "However, you don't need to go. Taking Choo to kindergarten is just a small matter. Familiarizing yourself with the company is the important thing. Go and have a look first. After a while, I'll give you some shares in the Xiao family business." At this moment, Zhao Yin suddenly appeared. "I can also accompany Choo to kindergarten." Mengshi felt that this was exactly what she wanted and said, "I happen to be free today." As soon as she finished speaking, several thoughts flashed through her mind. Ever since she came back last night, she felt uneasy, as if things weren't that simple. Tang Chuanxi also seemed to have something on her mind, repeatedly refusing the children's request to take Ji Yuchu to school. "You're already busy with work. No need to go." Suddenly, a loud crash rang out, bang, accompanied by crying, "Wah!" Mengshi anxiously called out the child's name, Choo. She quickly opened the door and shouted frantically, "Choo." Mengshi's face instantly turned pale, filled with panic and fear. At this moment, her daughter was sitting amidst shards of glass, a cut on her calf. "Cry her heart out, Wah." Zhao Mengshi frantically explained, It wasn't." The little girl continued to cry incessantly. "Wah, Yuhu." Worried, Mengshi pushed Zhao Mengshi aside and rushed forward to comfort her daughter. Choo, don't be afraid. Mommy will take you to the hospital." Zhao Yin approached Zhao Mengshi and asked what happened. She looked bewildered. I don't know. Feeling wronged. She tried to explain, "I was just waking Choo up. She kept asking for her doll." Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my arm and accidentally let go. The vase by the bed fell too. Ji Yuchu, tears in her eyes, sobbed, Uncle, don't blame Annie. Choo was careless. Perhaps Mengshi didn't want to complicate matters, so she took the blame. It was probably Choo's carelessness. I didn't take good care of her. Jian Mengshi was too flustered to speak and could only utter, Her brother thoughtfully took the mother and daughter to the hospital. The glass might have cut Choo's foot. "I'll take you to the nearest hospital." Mengshi finished speaking and turned to him, "Thank you." After the three left, Tang Chuanxi turned to scold Zhao Mengshi. "Even if you don't like that little girl, there will be other opportunities to deal with her later. Mengshi doesn't fully trust us yet. Doing this will only make her suspicious and upset your brother and father." Zhao Mengshi kept explaining, "Mom, how could I? It was really an accident. I wouldn't hurt a child." Tang Chuanxi sighed. "All right, when your sister comes back, I'll have someone clean the room. You need to apologize to her properly, with a sincere attitude." Zhao Mengshi couldn't help but shout, "I already said it wasn't me." On the road, the car sped towards the hospital. "Mommy, Choo's foot hurts." Hearing her daughter's complaint, Mengshi anxiously comforted her. "Be good, Choo. We're almost at the hospital." The driver, while driving, gently asked his niece, Choo, tell Uncle, did you really hurt yourself accidentally? Ji Yuchu hesitated for a moment and replied, "Yes, Yes, Choo hurt herself accidentally. The little girl's tears seemed about to fall again. Wah, it really has nothing to do with Annie. Looking pitiful on the outside, she had other plans in mind. If Uncle asks a few more questions, I can act a little longer. Xiao, worried that something had really happened to his niece, asked again, Choo, tell Uncle the truth. Don't be afraid. Uncle will stand up for you. Thinking it was her daughter's fault, Mengshi asked Choo again if she had been careless. Seeing her mother didn't suspect Xiao Mengshi, Choo worried about being harmed by that woman. In the original story, the naive Gu Mengshi had been repeatedly victimized by Xiao Mengshi, who was a master at feigning innocence and gaining sympathy, always deceiving Gu Mengshi completely, even to the point of being sold and helping count the money. Choo frowned, thinking, now that I'm here, I'll never let her succeed. Suddenly, the little girl started crying and hugged her mother tightly. Wah, Choo doesn't dare to say. If I do, Mommy won't like Choo anymore. Then, calming down, the little girl told her mother everything. Mommy, Choo isn't a wild child. Oh, Choo doesn't want to leave Mommy. Choo doesn't want a new daddy. At this point, 8 tears rolled down each of Choo's cheeks. Annie said I was dirty, and pushed Choo to the ground. Hearing this bad news, Mengshi was shocked and frightened, her eyes wide with disbelief. To Choo, it looked like the adult was lying down, exhausted, about to faint. In this life, this old woman had never cried, but today she cried all the tears of 2 lifetimes. Mommy, if you don't wake up, I'm really hopeless. The little girl felt helpless, not knowing what else to do. Mengshi was extremely irritated, frowning as she thought, sigh, what a mess. With the appearance of this new daddy, it seems the Xiao family isn't as welcoming as they appear on the surface. They definitely have ulterior motives. It's all an act. Holding Choo, she hesitantly asked Xiao, are you and Tang Chunxi in cahoots? Xiao replied casually, don't worry, I won't hurt you. Soon after, they arrived at the hospital. After the initial treatment, the doctor warned parents need to pay more attention to their children. Such a beautiful little girl. If the glass had pierced her eye and disfigured her, it would be a lifelong issue. Mengshi looked at the doctor gratefully. Thank you, doctor. I'll be more careful in the future. The doctor added, let the child rest well and call me if there are any problems. Mengshi still looked at the child with worry. Xiao, Tang Chunxi, said the royal kindergarten is the best in the capital, but the information I found says it's the worst. Looking at Choo lying in the hospital bed, Mengshi felt utterly disappointed. If Choo hadn't been injured today, Tang Chunxi would have sent her to that kindergarten. Mengshi's eyes filled with tears of anger. The Xiao family doesn't care about me at all, so why did they bring me back? She didn't dare to think further. She had thought there were still people in this world she could rely on. Seeing this, Xiao quickly comforted her, don't go back to the Xiao family for now. My apartment has plenty of spare rooms. You and Choo can stay there. Mengshi reluctantly agreed, thinking, once Choo's leg is better, I'll take her back to my hometown. It's peaceful there, without all the scheming of the big city. Suddenly, the phone rang, startling her. She looked at Xiao, panic in her eyes. It's Tang Chunxi. Xiao reminded her, Mengshi, don't fall out with her. The Xiao family is very powerful in the capital. It won't be easy for you and Choo to leave unscathed. She nodded. Okay. Mengshi quickly answered the phone. Hello. A voice came from the other end. Mengshi, how is Choo? Oh, it's all my fault. I've already had the servants clean the entire house and lay down carpets. I definitely won't let Choo get hurt again. Choo, lying nearby, thought sarcastically, what a gentle and caring mother. But I'm not so easily fooled. Mengshi said, Choo got glass in her leg. The doctor said she won't be able to walk for a while, so I plan to have her stay in hospital tonight. Chunxi's reply softened her heart a little. Okay, take good care of her, and don't tire yourself out. Also, your uncles and aunts are all very happy to hear you're back. I'll take you to see them tomorrow. Mengshi didn't want to delay any longer and hung up directly, leaving the other party staring blankly at the phone. We'll talk about it tomorrow. I need to take care of Choo now. Anxious, she thought, I need to arrange a meeting between Gu Mengshi and Director Li quickly. It seems she's already sent something. The next day, in front of a neo-classical and minimalist-style house. Wow, your house is beautiful. The 3 of them entered the house together, and Xiao enthusiastically introduced, Mengshi, you and Choo can stay on the 2nd floor. I've already had it cleaned. You can stay as long as you like. Choo looked curiously into the rooms. She smiled and asked Xiao, Uncle, does that room have Ultraman? Ultraman. You like Ultraman? He looked at the child and smiled, explaining, that's my friend's room. He comes to stay occasionally. Choo Zitka meets Tievo Fen. Choo knows it must be your auntie. But in her heart, she thought, that must be the room he prepared for Kid. It's just that later their secret relationship was discovered by the Xiao family, and that's why Kid died. The two adults awkwardly avoided each other's gaze. Xiaoyan coughed uneasily. Ahem. Mengshi also awkwardly reminded the child, Choo, don't talk nonsense. There were things to handle. So Xiaoyan made an excuse to leave, leaving only the mother and daughter. I have some business at the company. You two rest well here. The mother and daughter responded, okay. Choo wave good be happy Li. Bye, uncle. He smiled and waved back. Goodbye. The scene changed to a computer screen displaying the word victory, and the child cheered. Yay! Mengshi walked over and patted her head. Choo, be good at home. Mommy is going to the Royal Kindergarten, and we'll be back soon. The child obediently agreed. Okay, Mommy, be careful. As she turned, her expression changed completely, the gentleness replaced by determination. Tang Chuanxi in those documents, which are real and which are fake. I have to find out. On the way to the appointed place, a black car suddenly stopped behind her and flashed its lights. Seeing this, Mengshi turned to look at the car. Her mother got out of the car and rushed towards her with an anxious look. Mengshi, I've been looking for you. I didn't expect to run into you here. Do you remember your second uncle? He loved you the most when you were little. She hurriedly grabbed her hand and continued to fabricate. He knows you're back and was so moved he cried, saying it was our ancestors blessing the Xiao family. Your second uncle and everyone will be there tonight. Come with me to see them. Mengshi uncomfortably refused. Mom, I still have to go to the hospital to get medicine for Choo. Her leg hasn't healed yet. Her mother continued to feign concern, crying with a guilty face. It's all my fault. I didn't take good care of her and let Choo get hurt. Mengshi, don't blame me. I just want to make it up to you. You're my own daughter. Don't you believe me? She hesitated, not wanting to go, but unable to refuse. Not giving her a chance to refuse, her mother pulled her hand and pushed her into the car, urging, let's go, Mengshi. Just for a little while. It'll be quick. As if afraid of being discovered, the black car sped away. The sun slowly set, and everything outside the window was dyed in the orange-red twilight. Choo didn't know how long she had been playing at the computer. She yawned and stretched. Finally finished. It was getting dark, and her mother hadn't returned yet. She looked at the clock, her face full of worry. Mengshi went to the suburbs to inspect the kindergarten herself. She should have been back by now. Intuition told her something was wrong. Oh no. She immediately grabbed her phone and called her mother, but the phone only repeated, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Choo was so anxious that she was sweating, her hands and feet in a mess. Oh no. She stared at the contact number on the screen, her face pale, her small mouth murmuring. According to the original plot, Mengshi is probably being set up by the Xiao family now, about to be given to that greasy old man. Mr. Li, with no other choice, Choo could only turn to her mother's brother, Xiao Yin, for help. He was in his office when his phone suddenly rang. She described the situation with a crying voice. Uncle, I can't find Mommy. Mommy said she was going to see the kindergarten this afternoon, but she hasn't come back yet. Unso, Choo miss Mommy. Hearing the child's cries, his heart softened, and he comforted her. Choo, don't be afraid. Uncle will be right there. The little girl politely replied, Okay. But as soon as she hung up the phone, Choo wanted to crush the phone to vent the anger in her heart. Why did I have to be reborn as a 5-year-old child? I can't do anything but cry and act cute. She tidied her hair as she recalled the plot. According to the original plot, Tang Chuanxi will bring a group of people to burst into the room, pretending to catch Mengshi and Mr. Li together. Mengshi's reputation will be completely ruined, and in the end, under pressure from all sides, she will have to marry Mr. Li. Her emerald green eyes were full of determination. I hope I can save her in time. Xiao Yin quickly came to pick up Choo to find her mother. They were now standing in front of a hotel. According to the information the assistant investigated, Mr. Xiao, we've found Tang Chuanxi's whereabouts. She's at the Emperor Hotel. He turned to the little girl and instructed, Choo, Uncle is going to find your mother. You stay in the car and don't run around, okay? She poked her head out the window and nodded vigorously. Xiao Yin strode into the Emperor Hotel, his expression tense. What is Tang Chuanxi up to, bringing Mengshi to a hotel? After the tall figure disappeared, Choo, of course, wouldn't obediently stay in the car. She opened the car door herself. Don't think you can trap a kid in a car. She put on an innocent expression to justify herself. It's not safe like this. With the mind of an adult, she quickly noticed the elevator that had just stopped. On the first floor, Choo dashed into the elevator. She understood the situation perfectly. Tang Chuanxi was on the 30th floor, and she had to find Meng Shi before her, no matter what. Her brow furrowed, her expression tense. But from the perspective of a 5-year-old, she looked up at the distant numbered buttons and complained, "How can I reach it? I can't reach the 30th floor." Choo slumped dejectedly against the wall beneath the buttons, looking around for help. Her gaze suddenly landed on a certain CEO. Choo was inwardly stunned. Oh my God, this little one's jaw is about to hit the floor, sweating nervously. Isn't this Song Shan, the blind male lead from the original story, My Silly Daddy? Song Shan's assistant noticed her gaze and asked, "Little girl, why are you here alone?" Choo was startled, quickly turning around, thinking, "I'll deal with whatever comes my way." She immediately decided to help this dad find the female lead, going all out. Her expression changed dramatically, tears welling up as she choked out. Choo wants to go to the 30th floor to find mommy, but Choo can't reach the button. As if that wasn't dramatic enough, Choo tugged on Song Shan's shirt. "Long-legged uncle, have you seen my mommy?" The assistant, breaking out in a cold sweat, quickly pulled Choo away. Hey, little girl, our CEO has OCD. Don't touch him. He offered his help, 30th floor, right? I'll press it for you. It's no trouble. He pressed the button, a ding confirming the selection. Choo's eyes curved into a smile. "Thank you, uncle. Thank you, long-legged uncle." The assistant managed a strained smile. Haha. Song Shan, however, didn't even blink. Seeing his reaction, she cursed inwardly. "Blind daddy. I'm your daughter, and you don't even recognize me." This guy must have been blind since childhood. A brief summary of the original story with Song Shan. Song Shan fell into the water as a child. After being rescued, he always believed the antagonist, Cheng Qingyun, was his savior and doted on her, even at the expense of hurting the female lead. Ironically, he thanked the wrong person. The one who actually saved him was Meng Shi. Choo quickly reviewed the plot in her mind, unable to help but complain, "What a blind daddy." The elevator opened on the 20th floor, and Song Shan and his assistant stepped out. Before the doors closed, she heard Song Shan instruct his subordinate, "Get me a new suit." The assistant, as always, replied, "Yes, Mr. Song." Choo was so angry she wanted to punch her dad. "Just you wait, dog daddy. I'll deal with you later. You're cold to me now. Just wait until you have to look up to me." Finally, she arrived on the 30th floor. Choo cautiously stepped out of the elevator, afraid of being discovered. She looked around, worried about Xiao Yan. "I wonder how he's doing. Did he save mommy?" Suddenly, a tall figure appeared behind her. Choo turned around happily, thinking it was Xiao. Before she could finish, she recoiled in fright. It was Cheng Qi, the only son of the Cheng family. He tilted his head and asked, "Little one, where's your mommy?" Seeing someone who might be able to save her mommy, the little girl burst into tears. "Mommy, I'm looking for mommy. Oh, I can't find her." A thought flashed through Cheng Qi's mind. He hated crying children the most, cursing inwardly, "Not this again." Instead of comforting the little girl, he immediately sent someone to check Tang Chuanxi's booking information. The result came back quickly. "Young master, we checked. Mrs. Xiao booked room 3019. She has a business meeting today with Mr. Li from the Li family." Choo narrowed her eyes, filled with suspicion. It was Choo who accurately guessed his identity and background. This should be the only son of the Cheng family from the original story. Cheng Qi, the original story, didn't mention much about him, only that he was involved in the Cheng family's power struggle and was ultimately killed by his father's illegitimate son, dying young. After learning Mrs. Zhao's location, Cheng Qi immediately rushed out, leaving only one sentence: "Keep an eye on this child. Don't let her run around." The subordinate replied blankly, "Don't worry, young master." The Cheng family's young master, who wasn't mentioned much in the original story, suddenly appearing here made Choo suspicious. It seemed like this young master wanted to save Meng Shi, but what was the relationship between Cheng Qi and Meng Shi? They were completely unrelated. She didn't remember this part of the original story. Could there be a hidden plot? Cheng Qi quickened his pace, muttering, "Meng Shi is such an idiot." At the door of room 3019, he impatiently swiped his card. How could she let Tang Chuanxi lead her around by the nose? Did her IQ drop after giving birth? He flung the door open and rushed in, yelling Meng Shi. Meng Shi was being pinned down on the bed by Mr. Li, who had a lewd grin on his face as she cried, "No, let me go, no." Tears streamed down her cheeks. Mr. Lee retorted, with such a beauty in my arms, how could I let go? How could I let go? Seeing this, Chung-Chi's face darkened with anger. He coldly kicked Mr. Lee. You bastard, get out. The sudden attack sent Mr. Lee tumbling to the other side of the bed. Chung-Chi quickly draped his coat over Meng Shi, comforting her. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Nothing happened yet. Behind them, Mr. Lee jumped up, cursing, damn it, who dares to ruin my fun? His eyes, sharp as blue blades, swept towards the source of the sound. You're dead. Mr. Lee recognized him and immediately shut his mouth. Young Master Chung. How is it young Master Chung? I can't afford to offend him. Suddenly, Meng Shi grabbed Song Shun's sleeve and screamed, Song Shun, Choo has been kidnapped. She's only 5 years old. Who would kidnap her? Tears streamed down her face. Hearing the news about her daughter, Meng Shi immediately let go of Chung-Chi and ran toward the little girl, shouting, Choo. Chung-Chi stood there, staring at Mr. Lee, making him tremble with fear. Young Master Chung. Mother and daughter embraced tightly, tears still streaming down their cheeks. Choo reached out and gently stroked her mother's shoulder. Mommy, I miss you so much. While comforting her, she discreetly checked that Meng Shi's clothes were still intact and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Mr. Lee hadn't succeeded. She hugged her little daughter tightly. Choo is such a good girl. Mommy misses you too. Inwardly, she berated herself for being so naive. She hadn't expected Tang Chuanxi to use family affection to set a trap and even drug her. How could she do such a thing? The little girl peeked out from her embrace and reached out to touch her mother's face. Mommy, why are you crying? Are you hungry? I'll get you some milk and bread later. Don't cry. Actually, this transmigration wasn't a bad thing for Choo. Meng Shi was truly a good mother. In her past life, she was just an orphan drifting through life. Only now did she understand what maternal love was. Mr. Lee angrily pointed at Choo and demanded, you have a child. In his mind, he was already cursing Director Tang. Director Tang had clearly said her daughter was naive and innocent, raised abroad and ignorant of the world. Ching-Chi didn't want to see her bullied, so he stepped forward and separated them. Got a problem. Mr. Lee's face paled, and he retreated repeatedly. No. Meng Shi cautiously said to him, thank you. I'll repay you if I have the chance. Chung-Chi froze, tilting his head in confusion. You really don't remember me. Before she could answer, a woman's voice from outside attracted everyone's attention. Xiao, I told you Meng Shi was blinded by money, deliberately colluding with Mr. Lee. She came from some backwater place, and the moment she saw a rich man, she wanted to climb the social ladder. How could I stop her? At this moment, Tang Chuanxi entered the room with Xiao Yan and several others, continuously slandering Meng Shi. Look, Mr. Lee and Meng Shi are still on a date. She turned her head and immediately shrieked, Meng Shi. The room was crowded, and everyone's minds were filled with question marks. Why was that little brat Choo also here? Why was young Master Ching here? Xiao Yan ignored all the rumors and went directly to see his sister. Meng Shi, it's good that you're all right. I was so scared. Choo playfully teased him. You're late. Choo found mommy before you. Aren't I amazing? Speaking of the child, Xiao Yan was also helpless. Choo, didn't I tell you to wait in the car? Chung-Chi, who was standing to the side, was about to call the police. Director Wang, go call the police. There's a case of female assault here, with both witnesses and evidence. The man nodded. Yes, young Master Chung, I'll go right away. Mr. Lee panicked instantly. He quickly threw the book on the ground and chased after the two as they ran out. Wait, I'll help too. Before the adults could react, Choo spoke first. Mommy, are you going to marry this fat and ugly uncle? Choo doesn't like him. He looks. The little girl thought for a moment, then blurted out like a lump of lard. Choo doesn't like fat people. Mr. Lee roared angrily. Who are you calling a greasy piglet, you little brat? Meng Shi hugged Choo tightly to comfort her. Mommy won't find you a new daddy anymore. Choo be good. Go home and wait for mommy, okay? With that, Meng Shi quickly handed her daughter over to Xiao Yan. Big brother, please take Choo home first. She's still young, and I don't want her to see this. Xiao Yan gently agreed. Okay, I'll be back soon. Don't worry, Big brother will definitely stand up for you. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Tang Chunchi anxiously said, "Now that we've found Mengshi, let's go." Mr. Li awkwardly echoed, let's go, let's go." Cheng-Chi, who had been standing there, finally spoke. "Wait, you want to leave before things are cleared up? Do you think you can cause trouble in my hotel without consequences?" He pointed at Mr. Li threateningly. "Today, I was inspecting the hotel facilities and happened to pass by this room. I heard someone crying for help inside, and when I pushed the door open, I discovered this heinous crime." Cheng-Chi approached Mr. Li. "Mr. Li, just wait here. Explain yourself to the police when they arrive." Mr. Li was stunned and panicked. Then he turned to Mengshi, asking with concern, "Mengshi, I suggest you get a blood test. You may have ingested something you shouldn't have." She protested, "I'll cooperate with the test because I was forced." Hearing this, Tang Chunchi's face paled, and she threatened, "Forced? You were clearly willing. Mengshi, you told me you wanted to marry a rich man." Her voice grew louder and louder. "Don't call the police. This is a private family matter." But inside, she panicked. The Xiao family's reputation absolutely cannot be ruined here. Hearing these words from her mother, Cheng-Chi felt a pang of pain. He questioned repeatedly, "Mom, do you really see me as your daughter? Was the water you gave me really okay? Why did I feel dizzy and weak after drinking it?" 2 clear tears slid down her cheeks. "You said you were taking me to see relatives, but you sent me to a strange man's bed." She pushed Tang Chunchi away, as if trying to escape this cruel reality. "You brought me back just to use me." Mr. Li quickly defended himself. "This isn't my fault. I was also tricked by this woman. Cheng-Chi, she said her eldest daughter liked men like me. And when I entered the room, that person was already lying on the bed." An elder from the Xiao family stepped forward and pleaded, "Young Master Cheng, please don't call the police. This is just a misunderstanding." The elder immediately changed to a conciliatory tone, persuading, "Mengshi, you are still a member of the Xiao family. We share honor and disgrace. Making a big deal out of this won't be good for either the Xiao or Li families. Why don't we let this go? Look, you had a child out of wedlock, and our Xiao family was able to accept that gossip. Please understand our difficulties." Mengshi immediately retorted, "Since you value the interests of the Xiao and Li families so much, why don't you marry your granddaughter to Mr. Li?" He was speechless, stunned, cursing inwardly. "That fat slob is over 40. You want me to marry my granddaughter to him?" But in their eyes, Mengshi, having given birth out of wedlock, was now worthless, so marrying her to Mr. Li wasn't considered a loss. Seeing her intense reaction, Cheng-Chi felt doubtful. Is she acting too well, or did I find the wrong person? He suddenly remembered what the housekeeper had said. "Young master, Miss Xiao went to the central hospital today." He had only replied, "Did she cripple Xiao Manchi?" The reply he received was, "No, it was Choo-Choo's leg that was injured. It seems Xiao Manchi did it." The more Cheng-Chi thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. She can't even protect her own child. He tried to remember, but he had no clue. The IP address tracking pointed to Mengshi's home. As far as Cheng-Chi knew, only that person in the world possessed such advanced hacking skills. After analyzing for a long time, he found no anomalies. But Mengshi was too weak, not clever, not cunning, completely unlike the person he was looking for. Mengshi said, without hesitation, "Call the police." "Please." Cheng-Chi, he replied. "Okay." Hearing this, Tang Chunchi shouted, "I'm a member of the Xiao family. I have Xiao blood running through my veins. Can't you consider the Xiao and Li families a little more?" Mengshi finally saw her true colors. People say a mother and daughter are connected by the heart, but Tang Chunchi only had coldness and vanity. She didn't deserve to be her mother. Seeing her lack of response, Cheng-Chi decisively ordered, "Call the police immediately." Someone replied, "Yes, young master." Tang Chunchi screamed in despair. The lights were still on upstairs in Xiao Yan's private apartment. This time, the Xiao family had colluded with the Li family, using some underhanded methods. There was no official news yet, but given the power of the two families, he could predict that Mr. Li's punishment would be at most 1 month in jail. Mengshi held the sleeping Choo-Choo in her arms. She didn't want to make a big fuss. "It's okay. I am powerless. I can't fight them. At least this time, I've seen the Xiao family for what they are. Once Choo-Choo's leg is healed, I plan to take her back to town. It's too dangerous here. I don't want her to get hurt again. Regarding the house, Xiao Yin said directly, "Make sure your house in town has already been dealt with by the Xiao family." The news hit her like a bolt from the blue. What? That's our home. How could they bully us like this? He seemed prepared, suggesting, "Make sure you and Choo-Choo can stay at my place for the next few days. I'll arrange for people to protect you. Once things have calmed down, I'll find a way to get you out of here." The matter temporarily settled, she asked, "Big brother, why is your relationship with the Xiao family so bad?" Mingshi found it strange. Xiao Yin was clearly the eldest son of the Xiao family, but he always sided with her. He placed the porcelain cup on the table, his voice low, as if confiding the Xiao family. He finally said coldly, "Too poor. I don't like it." Xiao Yin knew the darkness behind the scenes, but he didn't want someone as pure as Mengshi know. His father only cared about profit. His mother had a secret lover, and his sister, Xiao Monsi, was good at scheming and playing the victim. Was Choo-Choo really asleep in her mother's arms? She was just pretending she heard everything. The Xiao family secretly sold our house, and Mr. Li will only be penalized for a month. Well, I won't let you get away with this. The Xiao family mansion. It was late at night, but Mr. and Mrs. Xiao were still arguing. Xiao Jing angrily blamed everything on his wife. "We shouldn't have brought her back in the first place." Tang Chuanxi slammed the table and shouted, "In that case, why didn't you object when I proposed to find her? Now that the plan has failed, you're blaming me now." She calmed down, a plan forming in her mind. However, the Li family isn't the ideal marriage partner. We could try the Song family. It just so happens that Song Shun, the CEO of Song Group, is interested in Armanzi. Mr. Zhao found his wife's words far-fetched. The CEO of Song Group. How is that possible? Before she could explain, the assistant rushed in, nervously reporting, "Madam, sir, something terrible has happened." A large amount of scandalous news about the Li Group has suddenly exploded online. Mr. Li is suspected of bribery, embezzlement, abuse of power, and molesting minors. He's been arrested. Mr. and Mrs. Xiao were stunned, both exclaiming what? They both understood the extremely high risk of involvement. The Xiao and Li families had a lot of business dealings. If something happened to the Li family, the Xiao family's business would definitely be affected. Tang Chuanxi furiously yelled at the assistant, "Why can't you delete the news?" The poor assistant could only shrug helplessly. "There's too much. We can't delete it all." Driven nearly mad by this mess, she snapped at the assistant, "Have you found out who's behind this?" Zhao Jing put his arm around her, trying to calm her down. "It's meaningless to investigate who leaked it now. Even the TV stations dare to broadcast it, which means there's someone powerful behind it." At this moment, Chairman Zhao called. Old Zhao immediately convened the company's major shareholders and cut ties with the Li family. The sooner the better. The assistant reacted quickly. "Yes, sir." Tang Chuanxi went over the case in her mind again. It's too coincidental. Mr. Li just offended Meng Shi, and then something happened to the Li family. Is someone helping Meng Shi? Impossible. Meng Shi doesn't have that kind of background. At most, it's Xiao Yin. It must be a coincidence. Mr. Li is too arrogant. He must have offended someone else. That same night, at the Chung family villa, the villa was brightly lit. The computer screen was filled with code and numbers, with the words "searching IP" prominently displayed in the middle. Chung-Chi held a teacup in his hand and sat in front of the computer. That anonymous whistleblower has appeared again. I want to see who has the ability to dig up so much dirt. They released the Li family scandal and then disappeared. The computer only found a little information. The IP has been scrubbed, showing it's in northwest Beijing. Chung-Chi narrowed his eyes at the screen, suspicion rising in his heart again. Northwest Beijing. Meng Shi is in the Northwest District. Could it be her? Many details flashed through his mind, starting to connect. Last time, the IP address pointed to Pingintown, the small town where Meng Shi used to live. But Meng Shi didn't seem like that kind of person. Could her acting be this good? This person was not only a top hacker, but also good at disguising and acting. I thought it was a man. Ching-Chi suddenly realized that this hacker style was very similar to someone he knew. That person was Ji Yu Chu, whom he knew before he transmigrated. He woke up in bed with her. Only now did he realize that she had always been a woman, dressed as a man. He picked up his teacup, a playful smile appearing on his lips. "Where are you, little hacker? This game of cat and mouse is quite interesting." The assistant walked in, interrupting his train of thought. "Young master, Chung Kaiwan has been making moves recently, possibly targeting you." That's right, he said indifferently. Find someone to beat him up and send him to the hospital. Ching-Chi had long had his eye on these restless minor characters. These illegitimate children were useless and loved to cause trouble. Breaking a few bones and having them hospitalized for 6 months to a year would save him the trouble. The assistant's eyes lit up. Yes, sir. The assistant admired Ching-Chi's recent behavior, his eyes shining as he looked at his young master. Since being arrested that year, Ching-Chi seemed like a changed person. Ching-Chi seemed to have his own aura, bringing all the disobedient people in the family to heel, a true boss. Meanwhile, in northwest Beijing, a small hand was rapidly typing on a keyboard. The firewalls in this world are really tough. Almost got caught. The mastermind behind it all was Choo. She collapsed onto the bed, gleeful. The Li family was ruined, and the Xiao family wouldn't dare show their faces again. Hugging herself, she boasted, "Finally, I can relax a bit." Not bad. But then, this cool hacker girl was forced into a kindergarten uniform. Yohu froze. A young teacher was energizing the class. "All right, children, let's invite our cutest friend to answer a question. What's 3 plus 2? It turned out this was a primary school in Beijing. At Zhao Yan's insistence, Mengsher had decided to stay in Beijing for the time being. The teacher's voice echoed in the classroom. "If you answer correctly, you'll get a little red flower." Choo felt a little dejected. After all, she was almost 30, a junior employee at Jiwan's company, and now she was trapped in this proper kindergarten. Teacher Lee held up a cute little red flower, and all the children clamored for it. Teacher Lee said, "I choose you. You're the cutest." But 3 plus 2 was too hard. "I only know 1 plus 1, but I really want that flower." Choo just sat there, forcing a super awkward smile. Kindergarten, ugh. She just wanted to bang her head against a wall and escape this place. So boring. And then the teacher called on her. "All right, let's have our cutest friend, Choo, answer this question. What's 3 plus 2? She stood up in a daze. Her desk mate, Yi-chun, cheered her on. "Go, Choo. You can do it." She tilted her head and answered clearly. 3 plus 2 equals 5, right? The whole class erupted, as lively as a circus. Everyone was shouting, "Correct. Choo is so smart. Here's a little red flower for you." Everyone clapped for Choo. "You got amazing, Choo." Choo squeezed her eyes shut, not wanting to see or hear. "When will I finally grow up?" Choo's inner cry echoed through the school. "I don't want to stay in this childish kindergarten." Finally, school was over. But early the next morning, it was as noisy outside as a battlefield, keeping her awake. Isn't it the weekend? Why is it so noisy? There was a note on the bedside table. Rubbing her eyes, she read, "Mom has a meeting. The nanny will come to cook lunch. Don't run around." Choo grumbled. "Only little kids run around." She walked down the hallway and heard a commotion coming from a room. A boy's voice called out, "Huh, it's this room." Choo peeked in curiously. "Who is inside?" "Is that you?" Looking at the back of the boy sitting at the computer, she blurted out, "Is that you, Lin Xiaojio?" Lin Xiaojio, who was eating instant noodles, turned around abruptly. "This must be the roommate," Zhao Yan mentioned. Seeing the child, he slid off his chair and crouched in front of Choo. "Wait, are you old Zhao's granddaughter?" He hadn't lied. "You're so cute, like a little kitten." He cupped his chin, studying her like a rare animal. "If I'd known you were this cute, I wouldn't have gone to that blogger's event. I should have come to see you." Lin Xiaojio excitedly pinched Choo's round cheeks, talking nonstop, not giving her a chance to interrupt. Choo, my name is Lin Xiaojio, nicknamed Kid. I'm 18 years old and a streamer on the Cam app. Choo, have you had breakfast? Do you like playing games? I can teach you. Choo looked at him with scrutinizing eyes. This guy was too noisy. The little girl put on an innocent expression and said, "Annie, Choo is hungry." The guy just stared at her round face. "Wow, this little bun is so cute." Hearing her stomach rumble, Lin Xiaojio immediately jumped up with a smile. "Little cutie, we have instant noodles here. Want some? And I'm not your auntie, I'm your uncle's friend. Besides, Annies are girls, and I'm a guy. Please." He handed Choo a cookie. "Call me Brother Xiaojio. Remember." Choo munched on the cookie and asked then, "Brother Xiaojio, do you like my uncle?" Somehow, he blurted out, "Of course I like him. Old Xiao is my bro, of course I like my bro." Choo smoothly followed up, "Brother Xiaojio likes my uncle, so why can't you be my auntie?" Our kindergarten teacher said that if two people like each other, She suddenly dropped the bombshell. They can get married. Lin Xiaojio choked on his own saliva, completely stunned. He was quite shaken by this misunderstanding. What was going on in this kid's head? That's brotherly love, pure brotherly love, understand. Choo tilted her head, looking bewildered. Choo, there are many kinds of liking. My liking for your uncle is brotherly love, not romantic love. Don't ever tell your uncle about this. I'm straight. What if old Xiao misunderstands me? Chu looked at him thoughtfully. She clearly remembered that in the original story, Xiao Yin was a very pitiful and tragic character. His feelings for Lin Xiaojio buried deep in his heart, never expressed. Lin Xiaojio suddenly picked Choo up. He hoisted Choo onto his shoulders. Choo, want to play? Choo excitedly raised her hands. Yes. Xiaojia walked over to the computer desk and sat down. I'll teach you. The two sat in front of the game screen, and he patiently explained, this is return to base. This is equipment. Choo, understand. Choo, who already understood, replied with a smile. Understood. Choo wants to try. Xiaojia was happy to have someone to play with. Okay, I'll start a game against the computer for you, an easy one. He used the keyboard and mouse to navigate to the main interface, clicking away. League of Legends is an online game that can be played on computers and mobile phones. It's developed by Tencent and is very famous worldwide, with many players. After a while, Xiaojia reminded Choo we lost. Don't let your uncle know about this. Choo responded softly, as if understanding. Just then, a hand appeared on the doorknob behind her. The door opened, and speak of the devil, Xiao Yin appeared. What are you two doing? Lin Xiaojio and Choo froze like statues. He quickly jumped up to explain, smoothly changing the subject. Nothing. Old Xiao, you're finally back. I'm going to the streamer's annual meeting next Saturday. Come with me to buy new clothes. He turned and invited Choo. Choo, you come too. I don't feel comfortable leaving a child like you home alone. Choo politely declined. I won't go. Mom said the nanny will be back soon to cook for Choo. In reality, there was a second reason. Going would just be a hindrance. Xiao Yin seemed to have forgotten the previous incident and rubbed the little girl's head. Then be good at home by yourself and listen to the nanny. Xiaojia breathed a sigh of relief. The two quickly prepared to leave, and he waved to Choo from the hall. We're going, little cutie. Choo stood upstairs, watching them through the railing. The little girl suddenly noticed a flash of light. Someone was secretly taking pictures of Xiao Yin and Lin Xiaojio. Sure enough, a camera was hidden in the bushes. It seemed Xiao Yan's feelings were about to be discovered by the Xiao family. The conservative Xiao family would never allow Xiao Yin to fall for a young man and would definitely try to stop it. Chu recalled the original plot. In the novel, to prevent Xiao Yin from liking Lin Xiaojio, the Xiao family hired a female streamer to cry on her live stream. This boy isn't as sunny as everyone thinks. Look at these chat logs. His words are vulgar and disgusting. Even worse, they arranged for a female singer and streamer to fabricate rumors, saying Lin Xiaojio had harassed her, and released their chat logs with messages like, "You're so beautiful. I want you. What size do you wear? I'll buy it for you. I've already booked a room waiting for you," and so on. Lin Xiaojio couldn't defend himself. His phone had been stolen, and those obscene, harassing messages weren't sent by him. This scandal caused an uproar online. Countless fans turned away, and haters took the opportunity to boycott him. Wherever Lin Xiaojio went, people cursed him behind his back, holding signs that read pervert, get out of the entertainment industry, and scumbag. He had explained that his phone was stolen, but no one believed him. The boy's career was completely ruined, and the streaming company he was signed with was quicker than anyone to terminate his contract. Endorsements were canceled one after another. Most fatally, one day he was attacked on the street. It was a former fan, now an extreme hater, who lay in wait and viciously broke his arm. Lin Xiaojio could no longer play games. For someone who loved gaming, this was a fatal blow. He was hospitalized, having lost everything except Xiao Yin. But during that time, Xiao Yin was sent abroad by his company and couldn't come back to help him. It was truly a stroke of bad luck. Lying in a hospital bed, all he could hear in his mind was Xiao Yan's voice. Xiaojio, Xiaojio, Xiaojio. The blow of reality, the broken arm, the bleak future completely crushed Lin Xiaojio. In the end, he committed suicide in despair, calling out old Xiao repeatedly before his death. So tragic. Choo frowned, watching them. It was the streamer's annual meeting, and she and the boy had just gone out to buy clothes. She lifted her chin proudly, thinking that since Lin Xiaojie was a good person, this time she had to help him. Her uncle couldn't stay single forever, and she was still thinking about his inheritance. Back at the Xiao residence, Zhao Jing slammed a stack of photos on the table. Look, Zhao Yin hasn't come home for so many years. Isn't it because of that boy? Lin Xiaojie. The two elders flipped through the photos of Zhao Yin and Lin Xiaojie one by one. Tang Chuanxi shrieked. No wonder he's not interested in any of the beautiful girls we introduced him to. He's been bewitched by this little vixen. Shou Jing's face darkened, clearly agreeing. Could it really be true? He frowned angrily. Whether it's true or not, I don't want that kind of person near Zhao Yin. The Xiao family lineage cannot be broken. Tang Chuanxi, seeing the tense atmosphere, quickly tried to mediate. Calm down. She covered her mouth sadly, never imagining that one day they would target Zhao Yin. A week later, at the airport, it was the day Zhao Yin and Tang Chuanxi were leaving on a business trip. Lin Xiaojie and Choo came to see them off. The little girl sat obediently in Lin Xiaojie's arms, listening to her mother's instructions. Choo, Mommy and your uncle are going abroad for a few days. Tang Chuanxi ruffled her daughter's hair. You have to listen to Lin Xiaojie these next few days. Don't run around, okay? Choo giggled and obediently agreed. I know, Mommy. Come back soon. Remember to eat on time. She happily agreed with the little girl. Okay, Mommy will be good. Her change made Choo sigh inwardly. Tang Chuanxi was really getting better and better now, shining brightly at Zhao Yan's company, a true businesswoman. She was no longer the tragically abused female lead from the original story. Zhao Yan also carefully instructed Lin Xiaojie, if anything happens, contact Assistant Zhang. He didn't catch the underlying meaning, just smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm not a child. I'll definitely take good care of your niece. He closed his eyes, helplessly saying nothing, but thinking, I'm worried you won't take good care of yourself. This overseas business trip was too sudden. He felt uneasy. Juju understo imeditan. She said crisply, Don't worry, I'll take good care of Lin Xiaojie. This sentence immediately eased the atmosphere. Zhao Yan smiled and ruffled her hair. Then I'll leave it to you, Choo. Lin Xiaojie also happily chimed in. It's all up to Choo. The little girl's eyes crinkled with delight. No problem. Everyone said goodbye lightheartedly. Tang Chuanxi waved. You guys go back now. We're leaving. Choo also waved goodbye to her mother. Mommy, Uncle, have a safe trip. She looked at the smile on Zhao Yan's face, then at Lin Xiaojie, her eyes full of light. Choo silently made a promise to them and to herself. Don't worry, I won't let the tragedy from the novel happen. Leaving the airport, the two were like children just freed from parental supervision. Lin Xiaojie took Choo's hand. Let's go, Choo, let's go home and eat. I have a streamer's annual meeting tomorrow. Do you want to go? Choo immediately agreed excitedly. Of course. The little girl smiled innocently, but she had already made plans in her heart, not only to go, but also to personally direct a big show. Soon it was the day of the streamer's annual meeting. Fans gathered in front of the red carpet early in the morning. I wonder if I'll see Choo tonight. I hope to see Zhao Yan. He's so cute when he plays games with Choo sometimes. Lin Xiaojie and Choo sat in the car, getting closer and closer to the venue, the voices outside growing louder and louder. Choo, I love you. The little girl peeked outside, thinking, this kid is quite popular. The car stopped at the entrance, and Lin Xiaojie got out like an idol. Choo was still thinking, but once a shocking scandal breaks out, how long can this love from the fans last? He received countless cheers from the audience, everyone constantly shouting his name. Choo. Choo clearly saw this temporary halo, but these fans would eventually become the straw that broke his back. Inside the venue, the surroundings were decorated gorgeously and brightly. Luxurious banquet tables were neatly arranged. The little girl sat eating small cookies, and Lin Xiaojie bent down and carefully instructed, I'm going to be interviewed in a while. You stay here and wait for me, okay? She still had cookie crumbs on her lips and mumbled in agreement. Suddenly, a female voice came from behind, attracting their attention. Kid, long time no see. And you brought a cute little girl. Choo, my sweetie. She immediately recognized her. Tonight's target had arrived. This was the popular female streamer Who Pushed the Kid into the Abyss in the Novel by E. She had falsely accused Lin Xiaojio of sexual harassment, gaining countless attention and traffic by playing the victim, becoming a super internet celebrity, and finally successfully marrying into a wealthy family. She asked about Choo-Choo's identity. Who is this little girl? Lin Xiaojio took a step back, letting Bai Yi see the little girl clearly. She's my brother's granddaughter, Choo-Choo. I've been taking care of her lately. Isn't she cute? She smiled at Choo-Choo. This little girl is so cute. Has Choo-Choo gone to kindergarten yet? Choo-Choo maintained an innocent and polite demeanor. I've been to kindergarten, but he didn't know what to say for a moment, so she could only praise her. Choo-Choo is so amazing. The little girl looked up, ready to counterattack. What's so great about going to kindergarten? Didn't you go to kindergarten, Annie? These words were like an arrow, hitting Bai Yi right in the heart. She froze. Lin Xiaojio quickly covered her mouth, laughing heartily to ease the awkwardness. Ha ha ha. Kids say the darndest things, don't mind her. Bai Yi's face flushed red with anger, but she forced herself to endure it. Xiao Fong, the child assistant, came over to remind Lin Xiaojio. The interview is about to start. Come over here. After the interview, you still have to meet with Chung Xiao. After all, this year's annual meeting is hosted by the Chung family of KY Motors. Xiao Fong suddenly made a request. Give me your phone, I'll hold it for you. Due to their close relationship, Lin Xiaojio unsuspectingly took out his phone. Sure. Choo-Choo glanced at the phone. The crucial prop had appeared. Putting on a cute expression, the little girl pleaded with sparkling eyes. Xiaojio Gij, Choo-Choo wants to play League of Legends. Can Choo-Choo hold your phone? Lin Xiaojio immediately agreed to the little girl's request. Okay, here you go. Seeing their plan about to fall apart, Xiao Fong awkwardly said, this child loses things easily. Lin Xiaojio, however, completely trusted her and waved his assistant away. It's fine, let her play. Choo-Choo, wait here for me, okay? Choo-Choo, having already gotten the phone, replied, okay, Xiaojio Gij. Bai Yi and Xiao Fong exchanged anxious glances. What do we do now? I'll go and steal the phone since that was my task. You figure something out. Bai Yi agreed to the arrangement. Understood. Ji Yuchu saw right through their intentions. Did these two think she was blind? Lin Xiaojio's assistant had long been bought by the Xiao family. The little girl looked at the treasure in her hand. The plan was set. They were going to take this opportunity to steal Lin Xiaojio's phone and send harassing messages. I will definitely give them the phone, but not now. Bai Yi quickly walked over and sat next to the little girl. Choo-Choo. She couldn't help but reach out, trying to snatch the phone from Choo-Choo's hand. Suddenly, Ji Yuchu's pupils constricted, as if she had seen someone. It was Song Shun, the man she had met last time. Seeing his face, Choo-Choo instinctively wanted to curse. It's this guy again. Bai Yi, thinking the little girl was distracted, reached for the phone, but Choo-Choo was still a step faster. The little girl had slipped off the chair at some point and run toward Song Shun, hugging his leg, deliberately, making him uncomfortable. Long-legged uncle, Choo-Choo sees you again. The little girl excitedly recounted their last encounter. Last time, Choo-Choo found Mommy. Mommy was being bullied by a bad guy, and then the bad guy went to jail. Song Shun wanted to shake her off, but the little girl held on tight, finding it amusing, and shouted, haha, so fun. Song Shun's assistant stood by helplessly, thinking, it's this little devil again. Bai Yi had no choice but to pull the little girl back to her side. I'm so sorry, Mr. Song. This is the little girl Mr. Lin brought. I'll take her away now. Ji Yuchu wore an extremely smug expression, having successfully disgusted the man. Song Shun's assistant earnestly reminded Bai Yi and Ji Yuchu, there are a lot of people here and children like to run around. Don't be careless. She didn't dare to offend him. In truth, she was already extremely annoyed. If it weren't for the phone, she would have ignored the child long ago. Kids were such a hassle. She had to trick the phone out of her quickly. Just as she was at a loss for what to do, Choo-Choo suddenly said, Sister, can you hold my phone for me? Bai Yi stared intently at the phone. She was actually offering it to me. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly took it. Okay. The little girl made up a very reasonable excuse. Choo-Choo needs to go to the bathroom. The task was too easy. She said smugly, Go ahead. I'll wait for you here. The little girl handed the phone over and then turned to leave. Thank you, sister. Ji Yuchu had everything planned out. Lin Xiaojio should be finished with his interview and resting in the lounge by now. She had to find an excuse to leave. In a novel, his stomach pains acted up again, and he fainted from the pain, left unattended all night. When he woke up in the morning, he had already posted the so-called harassing messages on Weibo. Choo ran through the banquet hall, the entire game in her control. Don't worry, Xiao, I'll go find someone to help you right now. An adult noticed the little girl's urgency. Oh dear, whose child is this? Slow down. The little girl ran off, her eyes determined, her smile innocent. I will definitely clear your name. Inside Cheng Zhao's private room, a man lay in a pool of blood. The assistant said angrily, "This bastard really doesn't know his place. He dared to attack Mr. Xiao. Does he have a death wish? With his skills, he still wants to replace Mr. Xiao." He gritted his teeth and kicked the man on the ground a few more times. Mr. Xiao, same as usual, send him to the ICU. Cheng-Chi looked at the man coldly and replied, "Yes." Suddenly, Ji Yuchu's cries came from outside as she pounded on the door. "Is there a doctor? Well, my brother is dying. Get a doctor." A rapid knock echoed on the door. Cheng Xiao instructed, "Bring him inside and clean up the blood." The assistant nodded, "Yes, sir." Then Cheng-Chi went to open the door and see what was happening. Choo, what's wrong? Choo grabbed his hand, sobbing. Xiaojiu fainted from a stomach ache. I couldn't find anyone to help sob. As the door opened, she smelled a strange odor, a heavy scent of blood from within the room. "But I'm only 5. I don't understand anything. I just came to ask for help." Cheng-Chi reached out to wipe her tears, comforting her. "Don't worry, I'll call an ambulance and have him sent to my family's hospital." Choo calmed down slightly. "Thank you." She led him to where Lin Xiaojiu had collapsed. Choo kept calling his name, Xiaojiu. Cheng Xiao stood outside the door, directing the ambulance to send someone quickly. No sirens. Come through the back entrance and avoid the crowd. Cheng Xiao's assistant seemed to understand. "Yes, Xiao." The private ambulance arrived shortly after. Lin Xiaojiu was carried into the ambulance, still unconscious. Choo asked worriedly, "Nurse Annie, when will Xiaojiu wake up?" The nurse looked at the documents in her hand and replied, "Preliminary diagnosis is a stomach ulcer. The patient fainted from the pain. The doctor has already given him a painkiller. He'll probably wake up tomorrow." She noticed a camera on the headboard and asked, "Nurse Annie, is this on? If the company camera isn't on, Xiao will think he ran away and they'll deduct his pay." The nurse followed her gaze and explained, "It's off. This is a private ambulance. Without Cheng Zhao's permission, all cameras are off." Hearing the name, Choo sniffled, her bright green eyes looking up. Cheng Xiao couldn't refuse the little one's expression. "Turn it on." His commanding voice made Choo's heart bloom. "Thank you, Cheng Xiao." She was secretly pleased with herself. Plan successful. Even if you didn't agree, I had a backup plan. I would have found an excuse to go to an internet cafe and hack all your cameras. He looked at her closely. This child seems innocent, but she's clearly calculating. Suddenly, she looked familiar. Asterisk, could this 5-year-old be her? Elsewhere, Yi and Xiao Fong were exchanging information. "Did you send the messages from Lin Xiaojiu's phone to her account?" Bai held up the phone with good news. "Done. How are your arrangements?" "Will our little boy find out?" Xiao Fong didn't think Lin Xiaojiu was a concern. That kid is always careless. Even if he can't find his phone, he won't care. You, on the other hand, need to perform well tomorrow. It seems this game is tilting in our favor. Bai replied, "Don't worry, I'll do as you've arranged." The biggest beneficiary of this news was undoubtedly Bai. She smiled triumphantly. "The internet storm is coming. I'll become a top streamer step by step and even marry into a wealthy family. Lin Xiaojiu, this is all because you offended the Cheng family. Don't blame me." The next day, at the hospital where Lin Xiaojiu was receiving treatment, Choo sat looking at her phone, commenting as she scrolled. TSK, the plot is developing exactly like the original. Countless sensational articles were skyrocketing in views. Exposed. Popular streamer Lin Xiaojiu is a pervert sexually harassed. The truth revealed. Attached were screenshots of the chat logs between the two. Netizens were in an uproar. "My eyes, he looks so cute. How can he be so awful? He's a scumbag. Get him out of esports, our most handsome boy. Bai's had so much plastic surgery. Would he even look at her? I've been a fan for 2 years. I believe in his character. Most handsome boy, come out and clarify." Choo munched on cookies while browsing the audience's reactions. The whole internet was in chaos over Lin Xiaojiu, while he remained unconscious. Lost in thought as she tapped on her phone, She jumped when Xiao suddenly pushed the door open, calling out, "Choo Choo." Startled, she dropped her phone and turned towards the wall, trembling as she tried to think of a plan. Xiao's voice sounded, "Lin Xiaojio's condition has stabilized. You don't need to worry." Choo Choo feigned crying, making up a story. Xiao Gij, Mom and Dad aren't answering my calls, and Xiaojio Gij is in the hospital. Sob, I'm so scared. He was still suspicious of her identity. Her expressions, actions, and voice. Her acting was flawless. It was entirely possible. He walked over and patted her head, comforting her. Don't be afraid. They're abroad. They're probably busy. We'll tell them when Lin Xiaojio wakes up. Xiao sat beside Choo Choo and suddenly asked a strange question. By the way, what does your mother like to eat? She answered honestly, then asked with confusion, my mom likes light dishes. Xiao Gij, why do you ask? He turned his head, avoiding Choo Choo's gaze, coughing to cover up his reaction. Cough, nothing. In truth, it was just that hearing her call him Xiao Gij. She tried to peek at his expression. Oh, what's this? Jiyocho was shocked to discover he was blushing. No wonder he'd been so anxious to rescue Ji Yumengsi when she was tricked into going to that hotel last time. Choo Choo's expression changed, her eyes looking at him in a completely different way. This kid, this 15-year-old kid, actually likes Ji Yumengsi. Wait a minute. Choo Choo felt something wasn't right. Ji Yumengsi had just arrived in the capital. How could Shi, that little guy, know her? Too suspicious. His face practically screamed worried. Suddenly he turned around, a bright smile on his face, and changed the subject. Right, Lin Xiaojio is being maliciously slandered online right now. We have to help him. Where's Lin Xiaojio's phone? The chat logs BAE posted online don't look like they've been tampered with. If only we could get Lin Xiaojio's phone. Ji Yochio glared at him fiercely. This kid was getting more and more suspicious. Choo Choo recounted everything that happened yesterday. Yesterday, Choo Choo needed to use the restroom and asked Andy to hold her phone. She also started piecing together the clues. Anybody. But at the streamer's meet and greet, to protect everyone's privacy, there were no surveillance cameras at the scene. We have no way to prove she took the phone. Choo Choo nodded to herself, muttering, right, how could there be surveillance cameras? I've had enough. Shi, hurry up and figure it out. Hey, Choo Choo. Chi suddenly called out. Choo Choo, lost in thought, was startled. What's wrong? Then she immediately switched to well-behaved child mode. Chi, what should we do now? He was practically dying of laughter inside. Just imagining her acting cute made him want to laugh. Chi bit his lip to stop himself from laughing out loud. If Ji Yochio really was that person, someone as proud as her having to act like a child and play cute, it was hilarious. He quickly composed himself and reached out to pat her head. Don't worry, I have a way to help Lin Xiaojio. I'll have a good talk with him when he wakes up. If she really is who I think she is, she'll definitely love this. Chi played along with her thoughts. I have other things to take care of. If you're bored, I'll have someone bring you a laptop to play with, okay? Choo Choo's eyes lit up. Wow, I want to play. She hugged the laptop, her face beaming with happiness. A computer. I love computers the most. Chi, you understand me so well. Ji Yochio had a fierce look on her face. Finally found a replacement. Time to kick that jerk of a father, Song Shun, to the curb. Let him be my stepfather. I'd be more than happy. Elsewhere, Song Shun suddenly sneezed. She expertly turned on the computer, her small hands flying across the keyboard. Ji Yochio sent a message to a mysterious person, probably another hacker. I have a job for you. Help me hack into a live streaming platform called Cam Live. I need their recent transaction reports. The mysterious person quickly replied, consider it done. One of her subordinates then reminded her, right, boss, the World Hacker Competition is being held in the U.S. in the second half of the year. The prize money is $300,000. Are you going to participate? Choo Choo stared at the string of zeros, shocked. $300,000. Seeing the opportunity to make a fortune, she smirked. Of course I'm going to participate. I have to make money and achieve financial independence early. Lin Xiaojio on the bed woke up, sat up, and clutched his head. My head hurts. Hearing the sound, Choo Choo immediately rushed over happily. Xiaojio, you're awake. She immediately shoved her phone in front of him, showing him the news. Xiaojio, it's bad. The internet is saying you sexually harassed someone. Lin Xiaojio's eyes widened, and he shouted in disbelief. What? The phone screen was filled with comments. Trending. Minor accused of sexual harassment. Cam Live. Kid speaks out. I support Xiaojio. He's the most handsome kid. Come out and explain. The rest were all insults. Don't even dream of it. You little brat are trash, scumbag. There was even an account, Ohio, that provoked. If this trash can clear his name, I'll live stream myself eating shit. Lin Xiaojiu broke down. I didn't send those messages. I never did any of this. There's nothing between me and Annie Bai. Why would she frame me? He threw off the covers and tried to get out of bed. Choo, lend me your phone. I need to call the person in charge of Cam Live. Afraid he was too agitated and would hurt himself, Choo quickly urged him. Xiaojiu, don't rush. She anxiously dialed the company's number. Mr. Wong, it's Kid. Before she could finish, the person on the other end roared. Mr. Wong's voice was so loud that even Choo could hear him clearly. You have a nerve to call. Do you know how much trouble you've caused? Do you know how much the company's stock price has fallen? Do you know how much money we've lost? Lin Xiaojiu hurriedly explained. I didn't send those messages to Annie Bai. My phone was stolen last night. The company representative said coldly. Shaolin, don't blame us for being heartless. To tell you the truth, you've messed with the wrong person. Just wait for the lawyer's letter. Cam Live has zero tolerance for streamers without moral integrity. Before he could finish, Mr. Wong hung up. The dial tone felt like a death sentence for half of Kid's life. Choo asked softly with concern. Xiaojiu, are you okay? Kid stared blankly ahead, his face full of despair. I hid my return to the country from my parents. I've dedicated myself to game streaming for 2 years, and now it's come to this. He weakly said to Choo, I want to leave the hospital. I'll take you home. Of course, she immediately objected, but Brother Xiaojiu, you're not better yet. Just then, Cheng-Chi appeared, stopping him in time. He has a bleeding stomach ulcer. He can't be discharged. Cheng-Chi seemed to have grasped the situation. Don't worry, I plan to sign you. If you agree, you'll become a top game streamer on the Chung Group's Peach Blossom platform. But Lin Xiaojiu knew his reputation had hit rock bottom. Mr. Cheng-Chi, don't joke. I'm a pariah now. There's no way to clear my name. Cheng-Chi understood, clearly having a solution to clarify the rumors. You don't have to worry about that. Choo, completely trusting him, jumped up excitedly. Brother Xiaojiu. The crisis was resolved at Cam Live headquarters. Yay, you're shooting a new video today, calling for women's rights. It turned out the boss was handing Annie Bai a script. Right now, topics about the conflict between men and women are attracting a lot of attention on Weibo. Use your experience of being sexually harassed by Lin Xiaojiu to call on women to stand up and resist. Just read the script. She took the boss's document. Okay, boss. Suddenly, a staff member rushed in with an urgent report. Boss, something's happened. Peach Blossom Live just released an official statement on Weibo saying they're signing Kid and will compensate him for all breach of contract penalties. The boss couldn't believe it. Which streamer? Auntie Bai was also stunned. Everyone said the Chung family had good judgment. How could they sign a streamer with such a notorious reputation? Actually, she was jealous of Kid. Peach Blossom was the best platform in the industry, and she couldn't get in before, always being politely rejected. Now this washed-up Kid had actually been signed. The staff member handed the boss a tablet. Peach Blossom Live also released surveillance video showing Kid collapsing from a severe stomach ulcer and being taken away by ambulance. The timing of the surveillance footage coincides exactly with the time Annie Bai received the harassment messages. Annie Bai was completely shocked, sweat streaming down her face. Surveillance. She had been blinded by fame and fortune. I can't let Lin Xiaojiu tell the truth. I finally gained this fame and traffic. I can't lose this. At the villa in America, Zhao Yin had just finished a meeting, tiredly taking off his glasses and complaining. What a stupid meeting, dragging on for so long. I'm exhausted. Ji Yumengxi rushed over to her brother in a panic. Brother, something happened to Xiaojiu. Look at the news. Zhao Yin sat up abruptly. Yumengxi handed him her phone. Xiaojiu is being cyber-bullied, accused of sexual harassment, and he's in the hospital. Zhao Yin scrolled through the news, his face contorted. He thought to himself, just as I suspected, this trip before I went abroad fell off. It seems Mom and Dad deliberately sent me away. That Xiao couple is capable of anything. He guessed correctly. They immediately focused their fire on Xiaojiu. Suddenly, his legs tensed, filled with urgency. Calling out to his sister, he was already on his feet. Manchi. Yumengxi hadn't even reacted when he declared solemnly, "We're going back to China right now." The two bought tickets and flew back to China. The sky was particularly beautiful today. Zhao Yin and Yumengxi's first stop after getting off the plane was the hospital. All their luggage was neatly piled in the corner of the hospital room. Lin Xiaojiu smiled and said, "Old Xiao, why didn't you tell me you were coming back? I would have picked you up." Xiao Yin supported Xiaojiu's back, his face full of worry. "Are you all right?" "Let me see." But Xiaojiu just grinned. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm eating well, feeling great." Choo yawned, nestled in her mother's arms. "Sister Manchi, brother, it's late. I'll take Choo home." Xiao Yin, seeing her sleepy, nodded. "Okay, the little one is tired. Go back quickly." Yumengsi suddenly remembered something. "Right? Choo has school tomorrow." The little girl suddenly woke up. Kindergarten. Yumengsi gently reminded her daughter, "You haven't been to kindergarten for several days now. You have to go back tomorrow." Choo's soul left her body, wailing, "Help. I'd rather stay in the hospital." After the mother and daughter left, Lin Xiaojiu leaned on Xiao Yan's shoulder. "Old Xiao, help me go for a walk." Xiaojiu chuckled inwardly, a few beads of sweat on his forehead. "I'm about to suffocate being cooped up in this room." Xiao Yan carefully helped him up. "Okay." Late at night, the two strolled in the hospital garden. Xiao Yan's face was tense. Xiaojiu comforted him. "Old Xiao, don't worry." Lin Xiaojiu stretched as he walked, sharing the good news from the past few days. "I signed with another streaming platform, and a surveillance video has been released. Public opinion is calming down. As for Anti-Buy, the company is already handling the legal issues." He tilted his head, proudly showing off to Xiao Yan. "I'll be discharged in a few days. Everything will be all right." Xiao Yan only cared about his health. "As long as you're okay, nothing else matters." They strolled along, carefree, completely unaware that someone was following them. That person was Wang Chong, Anti-Buy's obsessed fan, clutching a knife in his hand. "That punk, he dared to harass my goddess by E and then deny it. Worthless streamer, I won't let you hurt my beloved by E." He suddenly lunged at Lin Xiaojiu. "You dare bully my goddess. I'll cripple your hands today." Xiao Yin immediately shielded him. "Get out of the way." The sharp knife grazed his arm. Lin Xiaojiu, held back by Xiao Yin, anxiously shouted Xiao Yin. Wang Chong glared, his voice trembling slightly. "So you're just a small fry too? Get lost, or I'll cut you down as well. You damn streamer, apologize to my by E right now, in public." Xiao Yin clutched his bleeding arm and whispered, "Xiaojiu, run." Seeing him injured, Lin Xiaojiu was terrified. "Xiao Yin, your arm." Lin Xiaojiu gritted his teeth, burning with rage. "You." He furiously grabbed a nearby broom and raised it high. He prepared to teach Wang Chong a severe lesson. "Bastard." The man, cowardly to begin with, paled instantly upon being counterattacked. Lin Xiaojiu yelled as he swung the broom, raining blows down on him. "You dare hurt Xiao Yan. Are you crazy? I won't stop until you're down. I swear on my name." Xiao Yin stood to the side, his arm hurting, but he couldn't help but give a thumbs up, secretly pleased. After a while, Wang Chong's face was bruised and swollen. "Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me," he pleaded. "It was Anti-Buy who said on her stream that you used fake surveillance footage to frame her. She cried and said you bullied her. That's why I got so worked up." Lin Xiaojiu put one hand on his hip, still holding the broom in the other. "I bullied her. Does she have any shame?" He ordered Wang Chong, "Kneel down and wait for the police." Xiao Yin stood beside him, thoughtfully recalling the name Anti-Buy. Her again. Sometime later, the news began reporting. Cam Live had recently gone bankrupt, its streamers fleeing. The controversial streamer Anti-Buy had been confirmed to be involved in fabrication and defamation, her reputation plummeting as she faced legal action. Lin Xiaojiu felt immensely satisfied. Serve her right. Anti-Buy not only failed to frame me, but she also incited her fans to attack me, causing Xiao Yin to get hurt. Yumengsi commented, "Fortunately, Big Brother's injury isn't serious, and he's almost recovered." Choo immediately understood the situation and gave Xiao Yin a meaningful look. "So, you've been leaving early and coming home late recently because you were dealing with Cam Live and Anti-Buy." Lin Xiaojiu mentioned his plans for the day. "By the way, Xiao Yin, Yumengsi, I'm going to shoot a game commercial for Peach Blossom Live today. It's a rare opportunity. Why don't we take Choo to experience the set?" The little girl, who was munching on bread, only reacted after hearing the invitation. "So, I don't have to go to kindergarten." At the thought of skipping kindergarten, Choo immediately became excited. "I want to go. I want to go." Yumengsi had no reason to refuse. "Then I'll go too, and look after Choo. This child is too playful. I need to keep an eye on her." The bus stopped at the studio entrance, and the little girl looked around, cheering. "We're at the studio." "Wow." Choo, wearing a cute frog raincoat, turned and asked, "Lin Xiaojiu, are you filming here? It's so big." The little girl walked excitedly at the front. "Mommy, come on, let's go take a look." Yumengsi chased after her while holding an umbrella. Choo, Why? Suddenly, Choo saw someone and froze. Standing before her was Chung-Chi, who had just entered the studio. She thought to herself, Chung-Chi, the Chung family's young master is here too. Could it be? Choo-Choo's face stiffened as she thought about the reason for his arrival. It must be because of my mommy. At this moment, Yumengsi ran over with an umbrella. Choo, don't run around. Chung-Chi recognized them and turned to greet the mother and daughter. Miss Gu, long time no see. How have you been? He was surprised to see her, and she politely replied, I'm fine. Thank you for your help at the hotel last time. He didn't think it was a big deal. It was nothing. Choo was still lost in her own thoughts. This guy definitely likes my mommy too. Too bad. If he wants to be my daddy, he'll have to get in line. After all, in novels, they're just the second male lead, third male lead, fourth male lead. You're at most the fifth male lead. In reality, he had only been paying attention to Choo the whole time. He gave the little girl a sly look and handed her a box of delicious cream puffs. Choo, do you like cream puffs? I bought these especially for you. The little girl immediately took them with both hands. Cream puffs. I love them. Thank you. Inwardly, she was secretly delighted, pretending to be reserved as she ate. Just cream puffs. Do you think you can bribe me with a box of cream puffs? As a 20-year-old hacker soul, would I like such a boring dessert? A while later, in Xiao's dressing room. Xiao, you look so handsome in ancient costume. If Director Liu saw you, he would definitely invite you to play a role in his movie. Do you know him? Director Liu. Are you talking about Liu Xuanhe, the one who won the Best New Director award at 20 and swept 3 major international awards with his film at 25? He asked while touching up his makeup. Exactly. We originally invited him to direct this commercial, but unfortunately his schedule was too full, so we had to change to another director. Choo also knew this person, but from a different perspective. Liu Shanhai, isn't he the affectionate and pitiful second male lead in the original novel? It seemed that Yumengsi and Liu Shanhai were originally 2 parallel lines. But in the year Yumengsi, also known as Roxy, entered the entertainment industry, her appearance and temperament made her impossible for any director to ignore, and she immediately attracted Liu Shanhai's attention. Liu Shanhai even regarded Yumengsi as his muse and tailored the movie Fleeting Time for her. She easily won the audience's recognition. Yumengsi reached her peak as soon as she debuted. The industry also recognized this newcomer's great potential. Famous directors praised her highly. Her debut work was stunning, and her appearance was pure and refined. As long as she progressed steadily, she was bound to become a new generation of Best Actress. Unfortunately, she met the male lead, Song Shun. At this moment, the commercial director suddenly walked in, interrupting her thoughts. Little friend, I have some bad news. The female lead, Xiao Yueji, who was supposed to act with you today, had something come up and stood us up. Xiaoju was also unhappy. How could this happen? The crew members were all very dissatisfied with her arrogant attitude. The reason Xiao Yueji accepted this endorsement was because she heard that Director Liu was going to direct it. Now that it's Director Wang, she doesn't want to act anymore. Xiao Yueji has a good relationship with Miss Cheng's family, and with the Chung family backing her, there's nothing we can do. The director carefully explained, Little friend, I'm really sorry. The female lead ran off today. Speaking of this, he suddenly realized something. His gaze fell on Yumengsi's face, and he immediately exclaimed, Oh my God, this lady's aura is so strong. Director Wang's expression instantly did a 180. Miss, would you be willing to try the female lead's look for this online shopping commercial? My master is Liu Shanhai, and he always says I'm good at recognizing people. I guarantee, I stake my reputation on it, you will definitely shine. Yumengsi shyly waved her hand in refusal. I'm sorry, I don't want to act, and I don't want to show my face. She had many reasons for making this decision. Liu Shanhai, although I'm very grateful for your support back then, I'm sorry, I can't have anything to do with you anymore. What's more, I don't want to appear in public anymore, and I don't want to be noticed by Song Shun. Xiaojiu also stepped forward to persuade her. Yumengsi, give it a try. You're really beautiful. You'll definitely be dazzling. Seeing this, Director Wang immediately echoed, Yes, yes, yes. The final blow came from Choo. Mommy, I remember you have a photo wearing a Chong Sam. It's really, really beautiful. The little girl put on her cutest expression. Choo wants to see mommy in ancient costume. Okay. This little one understood everything, but she insisted on making a fuss like this. Mommy didn't want to show her face because she was afraid of being discovered by Shan, but she wanted Shan to find them. At the mention of that name, Choo got angry again. That useless dad, after so many days, he still hasn't realized that he and mommy live in the same city. His ability to find people is really poor. No wonder he searched for Yumengsi for 10 years in the original story. Director Wong was still pleading. Miss, if you don't want to show your face, we can just film your back. We're really short-handed right now. It would be a great help if you could lend us a hand. Behind him, Xiao and Choo both looked expectant, saying in unison, yes, yes, yes. Yumengsi gave in, sighing softly. All right, but I have one request. I don't want any payment, but I must sign a confidentiality agreement. Director Wong happily called out to the staff. All right, makeup artist. Hurry up and get this lady ready. The two supporting characters were so happy, they almost jumped up, shouting in unison, yay. Soon, Yumengsi finished her makeup and walked out of the dressing room, holding up her skirt. I'm changed. She was dressed in ancient costume, breathtakingly beautiful, her slender fingers tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. She smiled gently at everyone, like a fairy descending to earth. All three were stunned. Director Wong exclaimed, a fairy descending to earth. Xiao also praised, so beautiful. Choo cheered and ran towards her mother. Mommy, you're so beautiful. She hugged her daughter and asked, Choo, do you like it? The little girl's eyes crinkled with a smile. I love it. The director directed the crew from the side. Quick, all departments get ready. Seize the time and the light. A few days later, Xiao watched the finished product, tears streaming down his face. It's perfect. The young director Wong held up his tablet, excitedly saying, this commercial is perfect. He opened his laptop, tears of joy still clinging to his face. Wow, I have to tell Master the good news. Lu Shanhai was on a self-driving tour in the desert. The person on the other end of the phone spoke rapidly, Master. I finally finished an online game commercial these past few days. The full version has been sent to your email. He was driving, his voice carrying a hint of seriousness. I'm busy, Lu Shanhai responded coldly. Director Wong seemed to be used to being rejected by his master and quickly said, Master, this is no small matter. I finally found the naturally talented actor you mentioned. I've also sent the photos to your email. You must take a look. Mwah. Just then, the email icon on the screen lit up with a ding. Curiously, he clicked on the envelope icon and started watching the video. A young woman's figure appeared on the screen. Although her face wasn't clear, she possessed an incredibly captivating aura. Lu Xuanhe recognized her instantly. It's her. He lost his composure in an instant, slamming on the brakes and yelling, it's definitely her. His hands had left the steering wheel. Sweat beaded on his forehead. 5 years. I never thought she would reappear in my world like this. At the same time, Shan happened to see the game commercial on a large screen. That back figure, it was definitely Yumengsi. Like Lu Xuanhe, Shan believed that only she possessed such a slender and proud back. Only she could wear ancient costumes so picturesquely. He suddenly ordered his subordinate, find out who the female lead in the Dream Journey game commercial is. The sooner, the better. His assistant was taken aback, but immediately replied, yes, Mr. Song. He stared intently at the game commercial. This woman is in the capital, and I didn't even notice. I must find her immediately. Information spread quickly in this world. Someone in the parking lot near Zhao Yan's house overheard a conversation. I heard Mr. Song, that the female lead in the commercial, her last name is Xiao. She went to the shoot with a child. Seems like they know each other. The driver pointed to the house ahead. She lives here now. Shan adjusted his hair in the rearview mirror. Then his aura suddenly shifted. His perfect appearance, flawless expression, and simple, casual attire. He smiled narcissistically, praising himself silently. Excellent. I'm still the most perfect man. Just then, Yumengsi walked out of the villa. The security guard hurried after her and asked, Miss Xiao, are you going out? Under the soft sunlight, she smiled gently and replied, yes. Shan was somewhat surprised. He had actually found her. It really was her. He excitedly leaned out the car window, watching her figure. He had been searching for a full 5 years. Yumengsi was right in front of him. He had finally found her. She walked over and opened the door of a car parked at the villa's entrance. He immediately instructed his driver, "Follow her quickly." Song Shun stared intently at the girl he had been searching for so many years. Yumengsi. The two cars slowly started. He silently vowed in his heart, "I will never lose you again." It turned out Yumengsi was picking up her daughter from kindergarten. Choo practically threw herself at her, almost crying, "Mommy, you finally came to pick me up?" She bent down and took her daughter's small hand. Choo, were you good at school today?" The little girl's face was streaked with tears and snot. "Good." The little girl rubbed her face against her mother's hand, hiding her annoyed expression, cursing inwardly. "Today I obediently learned to count from 1 to 10. I want to skip school. I want to graduate. I want to grow up. I want to escape this miserable childhood." The siblings teased her from the side, their laughter continuous. Xiao helped Choo wipe her tears. "Ha! Look at our poor little Choo. What do you want to eat? Let's go get something delicious." The little girl was still sniffling. "Whoa." Song Shun sat frozen in the car, his hair practically standing on end. "Unbelievable. My Yumengsi actually has a daughter. Is Xiao Yin the father? Are they so happy as a family?" He simply couldn't believe that Yumengsi would be so heartless, truly wanting to distance herself from him so much. He felt empty and began to doubt himself. After so many coincidences and misunderstandings, he still wanted to apologize to her, to express his feelings. But now, all he could see was her, Xiao Yin, and their little daughter. But she had decisively cut ties, even falling into someone else's arms. Song Shun's voice was chillingly cold. "Let's go." His assistant looked at him worriedly. "Mr. Song, aren't we going to follow them anymore?" He decisively dropped a single sentence. "There's no need." The car then turned around and left. A few days later, Choo's kindergarten class was dismissed. Her classmates waved goodbye to the teacher, and she waved back. Choo, with her backpack on, suddenly thought of Song Shun. How had that clueless dad not found Yumengsi yet? Uncle Xiao Choo's advertisements were everywhere. Unless he was blind, he would definitely have seen them. She had to recall the main plot again. In the original story, Song Shun found Yumengsi and me through a photo. Choo rested her chin in her hand, frowning in frustration. Did she really have to follow the original plot and find a way to let him see a picture of her and her mother to speed things up? Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in front of her. "You're Choo, right?" The little girl looked up at the man. "Who are you? Who are you, mister?" Choo took a small step back, remembering her mother's instructions. Both her mother and Xiao Yin were busy today, and the nanny was supposed to pick her up, but she had never seen this man before. Before she could react, the man covered Choo's mouth. He picked Choo up and easily stuffed her into a waiting car. The car sped away, Choo's little green hat flying off in the wind and landing on the ground. The car drove into a secluded wooded area. Affy said doubtfully, "Boss, do you think this kid is scared silly? Why isn't she crying or yelling?" The boss was indifferent. "Who cares if she's mute or crazy? We get the money and run." Affy agreed. "Right, get the money and leave." The client said a useless kid like this shouldn't even exist. Choo was rather enjoying the experience. She sat obediently in the back seat. "Oh, so I've been kidnapped." Night fell, and the car stopped in front of a wooden cabin in the woods. "The goods are delivered. Did you make the call?" "I've already notified Choo's mother." The mastermind behind this kidnapping was by E. She crossed her legs. "I really don't understand. Kidnapping Lin Xiaochu alone is enough. Why grab a 5-year-old too?" Affy, anticipating the question, explained the client's request. "Lin Xiaochu is always with Xiao Yin. There's no way to get to her." The boss exaggerated Choo's value. "Don't underestimate this 5-year-old. She's surrounded by rich people. Her mother has a complicated relationship with Xiao Yin. Isn't she always spending his money?" It was Choo's turn to perform. She sobbed, tears welling up in her eyes. "Annie Bai, are you going to kill Choo?" Bai looked coldly at the little girl. "Since we've caught you, and you've seen me, naturally we have to silence you." "Actually, I'd rather Lin Xiaochu die." Tang Chongji said, "A stain like Choo must be eliminated." She took a step closer, threatening the little girl. "As long as you're obedient, we won't kill you." Choo whimpered softly, pretending to be afraid. Choo smiled innocently, as if she were in control. "Then I'll definitely be obedient." Meanwhile, at Shengshi Tower, Director Ji Chintzy Group is offering $20 million. A female employee informed Yumengsi that the meeting would start in half an hour, and the CEO of Chintzy Group would attend in person. Director Ji was carefully reviewing the documents, considering whether to increase the bid. Suddenly, the door slowly opened. Ding! Two men in suits walked in, elegant and refined. It was Song Shun. His features were sharp, his expression calm, his blue eyes both serious and gentle, captivating. But in Yumengsi's eyes, there wasn't a trace of infatuation, but rather subconscious tension. Her eyes widened, a drop of cold sweat trickled down her forehead, and she thought to herself, "It's him." The female employee introduced them. Director Ji, this is Mr. Song from Chintzy Group. Mr. Song, this is Director Ji, our project manager. Song Shun politely extended his hand to Yumengsi. Director Ji, hello. Yumengsi was still hesitant and flustered, thinking, I didn't expect to see him again after 5 years. I must stay calm. He dumped me like I was trash back then. I can't let him look down on me now. Happy memories of the past flashed through Yumengsi's mind. Most importantly, Song Shun must not discover Choo-Choo's existence, let alone take her away. Yumengsi composed herself and smiled as she shook his hand. Mr. Song, hello. I am Yumengsi. Song Shun was stunned for 5 seconds, puzzled. Yumengsi. Wasn't the woman in his memory Yuruashi? She seemed to have changed a lot. Just then, a call came in from an unknown number. Yumengsi hesitated for a moment, then answered the phone. Excuse me, Mr. Song, I need to take this call. Go ahead. A strange voice came from the other end of the phone. Director Xiao, your daughter is in my hands. 10 million. Don't call the police, or I'll make her disappear from this world. Yumengsi's heart trembled, and she instantly lost control, screaming in terror, my daughter. Who are you? Why do you have her? Yumengsi's face turned pale, and cold sweat poured down her face. No matter how much she yelled, hello, hello, no one answered. The caller hung up, leaving her in complete panic. Yumengsi suddenly collapsed into Song Shun's arms, consumed by fear, panic, and worry. Trembling with fear for her kidnapped daughter, Yumengsi gripped Song Shun's sleeve. Song Shun, Choo-Choo has been kidnapped. She's only 5 years old. Who would kidnap her? Tears streamed down her face. Her words stunned Song Shun. 5 years old. Could it be? A realization dawned on him. He tried to calm her. You should inform the child's father. Yumengsi recoiled, her face etched with terror. Pushing Song Shun away, Yumengsi, regaining some composure, fumbled for her phone. Xiao Yingij, I have to tell my brother. Her hand shook as she dialed. Choo-Choo, you must be all right. Choo-Choo is my life. The moment the call connected, Yumengsi screamed, Brother, Choo-Choo has been kidnapped. They want 10 million in ransom. Her eyes flashed with anger and helplessness, tears flowing unchecked. It must be the Xiao family. Yes, it must be Tang Chongji. She's never liked Choo-Choo. It's her. Before she could continue, Song Shun snatched the phone. Hello, this is Song Shun. The situation is... He stepped away. Yes, I just received the call. He then gestured to his secretary to comfort Yumengsi. Don't worry, President Yu. With Song Shun handling this, there will be no problem. Upon hearing the news, Zhao Yin frowned. Please take Yumengsi home first. I'll send you the address. I'll be there shortly. Song Shun replied, Understood, Mr. Zhao. Suddenly, Song Shun asked Zhao Yin, Did you choose her older brother? Yes, her older brother. Is there a problem? Song Shun smiled. No problem. See you later. Meanwhile, Zhao Yin hurriedly put on his coat, preparing to investigate his niece's kidnapping. Xiao, seeing this, asked Zhao Yin what happened. Choo-Choo has been kidnapped, Zhao Yin said, turning after putting on his coat. The kidnappers want 10 million in ransom. Song Shun has already called the police. Let's go back and cooperate with the investigation. Everyone was worried. Upon hearing the news, 2 people ran past Tang Chongji. Whoever dared to touch Choo-Choo will deal with them later. Hearing Choo-Choo's name, Cheng-Chi's heart tightened, his face shocked, as if he couldn't believe it. He hurriedly threw his book to the ground and chased after the 2. Wait, I'll go help too. A while later, everyone gathered at Yumengsi's house, trying to find clues about Choo-Choo. Zhao Yin comforted Yumengsi. Yumengsi, let's be patient. The kidnappers want money. They will call again. Cheng-Chi introduced his younger brother to everyone. This is my younger brother, Cheng-Meng Lu. He prefers to be called Bobo. He only eats white rice and knows a bit about computer technology. As long as the kidnappers call again, he can trace the IP signal. Bobo looked offended and paused. Brother, there are outsiders here. Save some face for me. Bobo then clarified, First, I'm not not Chongming Lu. I'm Bobo. Second, I don't only eat white rice, I also help grow vegetables in the backyard. A few minutes later, the house was still noisy. I also raised chickens. Chung Chi sneered. After a long wait, the phone finally rang. Ring, ring, ring. The kidnappers are calling. Everyone, stay calm, speak slowly. As soon as Yumengsi answered the phone, a cold voice said, tomorrow at noon, put the money on boat number 136 at the East Harbor in the capital. If I find out you've called the police, you know the consequences. Yumengsi panicked. Where's Choo Choo? I want to hear Choo Choo's voice. You want to hear your daughter's voice. Dream on. The call ended abruptly, leaving everyone in the house distraught. Hello, Choo Choo. Yumengsi sobbed, unsure of what would happen to her daughter. Xiao Yan comforted her. You did well. Choo Choo will be all right. Meanwhile, Song Shun suppressed his anger and self-blame for failing to protect them. All these years, I should have been protecting them. This time, no matter who did this, they will pay the price. He frowned and clenched his fist. Bobo quickly traced the kidnapper's location based on the call data. Found them. They're in the eastern suburbs, connected to Crescent Bay. There's a large forest there. The kidnappers are there. I've also sent people over. Ching Chi immediately went to call his people. I'll send people to search right away. Xiao Yan watched everyone busy searching for his niece, feeling helpless that he couldn't do anything. As Choo Choo's uncle, his heart was filled with powerlessness. Inside a wooden cabin in the forest, a thug fiddled with the amulet around his neck, thinking about the money he would get once this was over. Little Choo Choo called out to him in her childish voice, Uncle, there are mosquitoes here. I've been bitten a lot. He replied impatiently, but not unkindly, why did you come out? Go back inside and wait. This is the countryside. It's normal to have mosquitoes. Don't be so delicate. The little girl hopped onto the wooden stool next to him. I'm not delicate. The place I used to live was broken and hot, and there were so many mosquitoes in the summer. Mom would fan me all night. The thug asked curiously, aren't you a rich kid? Choo Choo lowered her head, her eyes welling up. My family doesn't have any money. Only my uncle has a little. My dad abandoned me and Mom a long time ago. Mom raised me all by herself. Then Grandma wanted to marry Mom off to a man, but she couldn't bear to let her go, so she sent her to Tokyo. The thug thought about his own life, cursing inwardly. This kid's life is so tragic. Just as poor as me, not even enough to eat. Mom always wanted me to be a good person, but in the end, I still went down this dead-end road. The little girl looked up at him with tearful eyes. Mister, are you going to kill Choo Choo? The thug hesitated. Seeing him not answer, the little girl comforted him instead. It's okay, but after Choo Choo dies, Mister, please don't let Mom find my body, okay? She'll definitely cry. Mister, if you get the ransom, remember to buy your mom new clothes. Mom says making money is hard. If Choo Choo's death can make your mom's life a little better, Choo Choo doesn't mind at all. The thug was so moved he almost cried. This child, she's too kind. I really don't want to kill her, but the 1 million ransom. The thug was clearly wavering. There are a lot of mosquitoes outside. Go inside. The little girl smiled brilliantly, as if she knew her plan had worked. Okay. As she turned to leave, Choo Choo added, Mister, you should get some rest too. Tears streamed down the thug's face, and he could only choke out a reply. The little girl was certain in her heart. This trick will definitely work. He looks fierce and vicious, but he's still wearing the safety amulet his mom gave him. His mom must be his weakness. After that sob story, he definitely softened. He won't kill me. Choo Choo suddenly looked straight ahead, thinking, I need to change targets next time. The boss is the key. I have to figure out how to deal with him. The little girl suddenly appeared in front of the boss, startling him so much he dropped his beer. Where do you think you're going in the middle of the night? The boss grabbed Choo Choo's hair and roared, do you think you can run away? Choo Choo screamed in pain. He mercilessly threw her into the pile of straw in the corner. Behave, or I'll beat you to death. Choo Choo climbed up Cheek D and explained, Choo Choo wasn't running around. It's because there was a sister outside with 2 braids, her face covered in blood. She was calling me. So, Choo Choo went to find her. The boss's face contorted, sweat pouring down his face. What nonsense are you talking about? Choo Choo continued, I'm not talking nonsense. There really is a sister outside. She's very pretty. She said she was lost and wanted to go home. The boss angrily interrupted the little girl. Shut up. Then he reassured himself. This kid is just talking nonsense. What 2 braids? Face covered in blood, girl. Pure fabrication. In reality, the reason the boss was panicking was because he had a history with that girl. Last year, to lay low, he ran to a remote town and encountered a cute schoolgirl with braids in the middle of the night. The boss admitted he had bad intentions towards that girl. He found her cute and couldn't resist dragging her into the bushes. Ever since then, he'd always dreamt of that schoolgirl screams. He still remembered her cursing him, "You animal. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off. You won't have a good ending." Back in reality, Choo added, "All right, she also said she'll never forgive you." The little girl's expression became even more menacing. Choo's words struck the boss like lightning. "She's right outside." The boss's face turned pale with fright. Suddenly, a bloody, grinning female ghost appeared outside the window. The boss screamed, "Impossible." Then he fainted on the spot, foaming at the mouth. Choo's back radiated a murderous aura as she looked at him coldly. Useless. In reality, the female ghost was just a scarecrow Choo had prepared beforehand. A single scarecrow scared him into unconsciousness. The thug heard the commotion and ran in. "What happened? Boss. What happened to him?" Choo put on an innocent look. Choo doesn't know. Choo doesn't dare say, or Annie-bai will kill me. The thug became suspicious. Annie-bai, the little girl casually pointed at a water bottle on the ground. She gave him the water to drink. The thug froze, and Choo smirked inwardly. The plan is 80% successful. Think about it yourself. The thug understood what the little girl meant. Annie-bai. Just then, Bai walked over complaining it's so noisy. "Can you guys be quiet? I need a rest." She yawned and handed a bottle of water to the thug. "Have some water. You must be tired after staying up all night." Bang! The thug smashed the water bottle in her face, pointing at the woman angrily. "Do you think I'm stupid? Trying to poison me and the boss? Then take all the ransom for yourself." Bai looked bewildered. "Huh?" Bai, regaining her composure, started to make a scene. "How dare you hit a woman? What kind of man are you?" The thug, still fuming, retorted, "She tried to poison me. Shouldn't I hit her? You think you can get away with such despicable tricks? Even a child can see through them." The two argued fiercely in the warehouse. "You've definitely been fooled by that kid. She's the real liar." At this moment, the rescue team sent by the president and the young master had arrived. "Captain, it seems like the kidnappers are fighting amongst themselves. Please advise." While they were distracted, Choo calmly walked out. The soldier was stunned. Choo untied the ropes herself as she walked. "I can handle this kind of low-level case with my eyes closed." Phew! The soldier quickly rushed over, scooped up Choo and hid her in a nearby bush. He comforted the little girl. "Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you." He then reported through his communicator. "Captain, I found the child." Choo breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, I thought I'd run into a bear." Soon his teammates arrived. They kicked the door open and stormed into the warehouse. Freeze. The soldiers drew their guns and apprehended the suspects. "Don't move. Hands up." Bai and the thug, still fighting, were taken aback. "It wasn't me. I'm innocent." But the soldiers ignored her pleas. "Save it. Take them all away." In no time, police cars and ambulances filled the area. Several soldiers brought Shan to Choo. "Mr. President, the child has been rescued." He excitedly called out his daughter's name. Choo. He rushed over, his face filled with anxiety, just like a father. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" The policewoman beside him comforted him. "Mr. Song, don't worry. The little girl is unharmed." Choo found it amusing. "Why so nervous? Looks like this deadbeat dad finally knows I'm his and Yumanxi's daughter." She wanted to tease him, so she deliberately called out, "Uncle Song, did you bring people to save Choo?" "Thank you, Uncle Song." His expression darkened, but he said nothing. Behind the tears lay a vast ocean of emotion. Uncle, my daughter called me uncle again." "All right, I'll temporarily use the uncle identity to prepare Choo psychologically. I'll acknowledge her as my daughter when the time is right." Song Shun sat beside her and asked about her father. "Choo, do you want to know where your father is?" The little girl looked up, feigning innocence. "Daddy." Unexpectedly, Choo said confidently, "Of course I know where my daddy is." Song Shun was both puzzled and curious. "You know where your father is?" The little girl's eyes crinkled with a smile, and under his expectant gaze, she said, "My daddy." She suddenly dropped a bombshell. "Is dead." Song Shun choked on his own saliva in shock. His eyes were vacant, his expression blank. Song Shun followed her words and asked, "Did your mother tell you that your father passed away?" Choo casually fabricated a believable story. "Mommy said my daddy was a diver. He went on a diving mission 5 years ago and never came back. So isn't that the same as being dead?" Choo deliberately toyed with the old man's emotions, having already seen through his thoughts, trying to get close to me. "Too late, you deadbeat dad. I gave you a chance before, but I won't acknowledge you so easily now." Hurt by his daughter's words, Song Shun sat alone in a corner, his face etched with pain. while the scene changed, and he was bringing the little girl back to Xiao Yan's house. Choo shouted happily, "Mommy, I'm back." Everyone was gathered together, waiting. Lin Xiaochu peeked out, relieved. It's good that the child is safe. Yumengsi hugged her daughter tightly. Choo, I'm sorry. It's all Mommy's fault for not taking good care of you. Choo hugged her mother back, comforting her. Mommy, don't cry. I'm Fine. Song Shun, putting on an act as a good family man, interjected. Yumengsi, Choo must be starving after just coming back. Let's go to the kitchen and get her something to eat. Choo cleverly changed the subject, not wanting her mother to feel sad. Yes. Choo is starving. Yumengsi readily agreed. Okay. Xiao Yan, hearing Song Shun's words, seethed with murderous intent. We've already. This Song Shun is too ambitious. He's even inside the house now. We need to be careful. Lin Xiaochu quickly led the little girl to the kitchen. There's cake. Choo. Let's go eat cake. The little girl hugged him happily. Okay. Meanwhile, Cheng-Chi was on the phone, dealing with the aftermath of the kidnapping. What about the kidnappers? His subordinate reported the chaotic scene. Young Master Cheng, one of the kidnappers, went crazy. The other two are fighting tooth and nail. It seems like they couldn't agree on how to split the loot, and they turned on each other. We can sit back and watch them destroy themselves. Cheng-Chi smiled mysteriously. You know what to do, right? Ending the call, he suddenly looked towards the kitchen. That's more like it, Queen of Hearts. Choo was happily eating cake with Yumengsi and Song Shun. Cheng-Chi pondered to himself. With her intelligence and wit, even as a 5-year-old, she can escape unscathed. Now I can be certain Choo is the hacker I've been looking for. She can overcome anything. Young Master Cheng-Chi zoomed in with his phone, taking pictures of Choo eating cake. This action didn't escape the little girl's notice. Thinking he was taking pictures of Yumengsi, she said, "Big brother, could you be a little quieter and restrain your thirst for my mom?" Cheng-Chi looked at the screen, feeling pleased, only to be rebuked by Choo. My real dad is standing right here, and you dare to stalk my mom in front of him. Yumengsi had given the little girl the day off. Let's go take a bath and change clothes, then go to bed. No kindergarten tomorrow. Mommy will stay home with you. Song Shun also took the opportunity to approach the mother and daughter. I'm free tomorrow too. I'll come play with her. She was wary of his actions. With Song Shun's attention towards Choo a sign that he had already figured out her identity. Unsure how to refuse, Choo interjected. Choo doesn't want Uncle Song to stay. He has OCD. He thinks Choo is dirty, and he doesn't want to play with Choo. Mommy, next time you see him, you must wash your hands thoroughly. Otherwise, he'll dislike you. Flustered, he didn't know how to explain. No. The little girl nestled into her mother's arms, a sly expression on her face. You were so cold to me before, and now you want to get close. Not so easy. You made my mom a single mother for 5 years, and treated her like a stand-in lover. I'll remember this for her. Song Shun stammered, this OCD. I can change. Xiao Yan immediately spoke up. Mr. Song. His expression was serious, his words a direct dismissal. It's getting late. Please leave. Xiao Yan had long been dissatisfied with this man. Yumengsi's own brother was here, and he still dared to flirt with his sister right in front of him, and even said his niece was dirty. Song Shun looked tenderly at Yumengsi and said, "It's late. I'll be going now." Behind him, Xiao Yan's face had darkened. Yumengsi politely replied, "I'll see you out." After they walked out of the luxurious villa, she asked Song Shun without hesitation, "You already know everything, don't you?" Song Shun's expression remained unchanged as he admitted, "Yes." This completely enraged her. Are you going to take Choo away? The Song family hasn't had a new child in years, and old Master Song has been hoping for a grandchild. Song Shun suddenly interrupted her, stunning her. No. Seeing this, she immediately labeled him. So you really don't like Choo? He was stunned. Huh. He quickly explained, afraid of being misunderstood. I don't dislike Choo. She pretended to wipe away tears, her face full of grievance. At this moment, he was silently complaining to himself. Why are women's minds so difficult to understand? If I take Choo away, you say I'm stealing her. If I don't take her, you say I dislike her. Yumengsi turned her head, her voice weak and tearful. Whether you like her or not, I won't let Choo leave me. Choo is my daughter. Song Shun was touched by her appearance, a shy blush creeping onto his face. She awkwardly watched as he tightly gripped her hand, refusing to let go. He spoke with a firmness that seemed to pour out his heart. Choo is also my daughter. You can't let Choo not have a father. and you can't let me not have a wife. He thought to himself, I've been looking for you for 5 years. I will never let you leave me again. Seeing this, she turned around, her expression pained and conflicted. Wife. Your wife was Chung Chin-yun, not me. You only love this face that looks 7 or 8 parts like hers. I've had enough of being a stand-in. He knew she misunderstood and quickly called out, Yumengsi, I don't love her. Behind them, Zhao Yin was already holding a knife, trying to attract attention. Ahem. The knife gleamed coldly in his hand, his face full of murderous intent. Yumengsi, let's go home. Choo wants cake, but I can't bake. I can only cut meat. Afraid of being stabbed, Song Shun quickly turned around. Zhao Yin proactively pulled her away. Yumengsi looked back and reminded him, Song Shun, please don't come again. He was left speechless, unable to respond. Watching their figures gradually disappear, his heart felt heavy. Am I so easily discarded in your heart? I was a jerk before, clearly loving you, but not knowing how to express it, only using hurtful reasons to keep you by my side. I know I was wrong. I missed 5 years, and I don't know how to make it up to you. In the distance, Choo forced a smile, holding binoculars in her hand. What a melodramatic scene. She put the binoculars on the table, her mind racing. In the original story, my silly mom was abused from beginning to end. If I hadn't accidentally transmigrated into this tragic novel, who knows how miserable her life would be now. A triumphant smile played on her lips. Yumengsi, if a tragic heroine wants a comeback, she has to rely on me. A few days later, in Zhao Yan's villa, he said, the police just sent news. The kidnappers have confessed. The thug angrily shouted the name of the mastermind. It's Tang Chuanxi. He calmly replied, there were 2 groups. By E, jealous of Choo, listened to someone's instigation and made a move on her. The other 2, kidnappers. He held up a tablet displaying Choo's information. It turned out these people accepted a fake order online. A mysterious person paid a large sum of money, specifically requesting Choo's kidnapping. The tablet showed the order details, including photos of Choo and Yumengsi, along with her name, school, and all other information. After investigation, the police discovered the post originated from the United States. So the trail went cold. The more Yumengsi thought about it, the more afraid she became, worried about her and her child's future. The United States. I'm just an ordinary mother with Choo. We have no power or influence. How could we offend someone from the United States? She suddenly froze, a flicker of fear in her eyes. Wait, there seems to be another person. The image of a red-haired woman wearing hexagram earrings flashed through her mind, but her face remained blurry. She felt this person could also be the mastermind. Yumengsi froze, her mind filled with the woman's image. It took a while for her to come back to her senses. Choo was eavesdropping on their conversation while eating a sausage. 3 kidnappers. 2 from the Xiao family were hired by Grandpa, and the other 2 were instructed by someone else. Choo felt this might be related to her biological father. She thought carefully, now there are 2 forces targeting me. One is the Xiao family, and the other is this mysterious American group. She frowned in analysis. Could it be that scumbag dad's romantic debt? Chung Chin-yun. The red-haired woman's sly smile surfaced in her mind. The main villain in the original story, ruthless but pretending to be pitiful, a typical green tea bitch. In the early stages, she was receiving treatment in the United States, and Song Shun found a woman who looked 7 or 8 points like her, Yumengsi, to take her place. Then she imagined the scene of the villain standing tall and mighty, while Yumengsi lay defeated on the ground. After learning of Yumengsi's existence, she miraculously recovered overnight, flew back to the country to reconcile with Song Shun, and secretly drove Yumengsi away, who was pregnant at the time. More memories flooded back, those 2 scumbags playing her like puppets. First, the villainous woman, then the director. Even after discovering that Yumengsi had married Mr. Lee, she didn't give up, claiming she needed a kidney transplant, and Yumengsi happened to be a match. To please the Chong family, Mr. Lee actually had one of Yumengsi's kidneys removed. Choo slammed her fist on the keyboard in anger. This vicious, supporting female character, I can't let her succeed. She searched online for a long time, frowning. Wait, the kidnapper's contact information, the IP address is actually Molia Manor in the United States. The owner is Molia, a young and promising guy who has nothing to do with Chung Chin-yun or me. Why would an American tycoon kidnap me? Suddenly, a message popped up on the screen. See you at the World Hacker Competition. Melia. She jumped back in fright. This is... She stared at the computer, her eyes sharp. He found me. In this dog-blood romance novel world, there's someone else who can hack into the system like me. Choo-Choo's eyes widened, and cold sweat dripped down her forehead. Wait, she remembered the mysterious blonde man. Anonymous, a chill running down her spine. Could it be the person who chased me in my past life? The one I slept with in the end? Did he also transmigrate into this novel? She looked at herself in the mirror, startled by her own thoughts. Choo-Choo frantically typed on the keyboard to vent her anger. Fine, I did do a lot of bad things in my past life, and you chased me across worlds to kill me. I admit it. The little girl angrily typed on the keyboard. But I'm just an innocent and cute 5-year-old now. Can you let me go? You even hired someone to kidnap me. Come on, let's see who falls first. After a series of operations, the screen displayed, target power system locked, confirm execution. Choo-Choo decisively clicked the confirm button, stood up, and slammed her small hand on the enter key. Choo-Choo knew very well that the mastermind was most likely that bastard Molia. It seemed she would have to go to the United States in 6 months to participate in the World Hacker Competition and settle the score with that guy. Meanwhile, in a mansion in the United States, the butler shouted, "It's not good. The manor's private power system is down. Where's Master Molia? Go check on him." Amidst the chaos, Molia smiled faintly, twirling the ace of clubs in his hand. It's really her. She dared to hack into my family's power system. How interesting. This must be the Choo-Choo he was talking about. That card was hinting at Choo-Choo's true identity. Still the same vengeful child, ace of clubs. The next day, little Choo-Choo was on vacation at home, happily eating snacks. Delicious. So delicious. Seeing her daughter still cheerful, Yumengsi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, last night's incident didn't leave Choo-Choo traumatized, but the secret could no longer be hidden. One day, Choo-Choo would know that Shan was her father. She tentatively asked, "Choo-Choo, do you want to see Daddy? If you do, Mommy can take you to see him." Choo-Choo thought further. In the original story, Yumengsi's life was so tragic. She was so kind and deserved the best things in life. If Shan can protect her, I can reluctantly call him Dad. If Shan can't, I don't mind changing dads. She hoped her mom could make her own decision. If Mom still loves Dad, Choo-Choo is willing to meet him. I hope the best mom in the world can be happy and have someone to protect her when she's in danger. When I grow up, I will protect Mom with Dad. Yumengsi was moved to tears by her daughter's understanding. She gently hugged Choo-Choo. "Thank you, baby." A familiar supercar stopped in front of the villa. It was Shan's car. He nervously adjusted his tie, thinking, the internet says 5-year-old girls like Barbie dolls. Choo-Choo will definitely like this gift. He fantasized about the scene when he handed the gift box to the little girl. Wow, it's a Barbie doll. Daddy bought me a Barbie doll. Daddy, you're my daddy. Choo-Choo loves Daddy the most. Then he would look up at the sky smugly, as if it were a matter of course. Who made me your dad? Haha. He took a deep breath, still nervous. While he was daydreaming, Chang-Chi called out from behind him, "Mr. Song." Song-Shun was startled. After recognizing the voice, he asked suspiciously, "Young Master Chung, who are you looking for?" He told a lie because he couldn't say he was here to see Choo-Choo. "I'm here to see Miss Yumengsi. I have something to ask her." The two men glared at each other. Song-Shun said warily, in broad daylight, "What are you, a minor, doing looking for my wife?" But Chang-Chi's real reason, of course, was to find an excuse to see the adorable 5-year-old girl. The nanny saw young Master Chung and hurried forward. "Oh, young Master Chung is here. Please come in, please come in." He froze and stammered a question that no one paid attention to. "What about me?" In the distance, Liu Shanhai, who finally found the address, blurted out, "Song-Shun." The two met. Shanhai started to taunt him. "You're really persistent." The rivals glared at each other, sparks flying. He retorted coldly, "You're no better." Shanhai smiled provocatively. "Of course I won't let you off." He brought up the past between them and Yumengsi 5 years ago. If it weren't for you. A wave of memories flooded his mind. When I first met Yumengsi that year, I was amazed by her and immediately invited her to be the female lead in my movie, Fallen Flowers Youth. In his heart, Yumengsi was a dazzling light. He felt that if she continued acting in his movies, she would quickly become a best actress. However, Song-Shun appeared out of nowhere, took her away, and made her quit the entertainment industry. This made him extremely regretful. Such a talented actress was buried like this. Liu Shanhai scolded him and brushed past him. "She ran so far away to avoid you, and you have the nerve to come looking for her." Inside the house, Chang-Chi had been playing with Choo-Choo for a while. Is QQ fun? The little girl was eating the cake he brought. Delicious. But Mom said QQ can't eat too many sweets or her teeth will go bad. Chang-Chi said innocently, then you can save it for later. Choo forced a smile, cursing inwardly. Look at him, bringing sweets and high-calorie things. Why not bring some crayfish, barbecue, or a spicy hot pot, something greasy and fragrant for a change? If you want to chase my mom, please figure out what she likes first. The nanny came to report, Miss, there's a Mr. Liu here to see you. Yumangxi was puzzled by the unfamiliar name, Liu. I'll go take a look. She opened the door and saw Liu Shanhai waiting. She immediately recognized him, Teacher Liu. The two embraced warmly. He called her name, Ruashi. Yumangxi responded cautiously, Teacher Liu, long time no see. Liu Shanhai excitedly hugged his beloved girl tightly. It's really you. 5 years. I finally found you again. Yumangxi warmly invited him into the house. Teacher, please come in and sit down. Song Shun instantly turned into a statue. A cold wind blew past him, as indifferent as a human heart. What about me? I want to go in too. After a while, young Master Chung changed to another game to play with the little girl. Choo, do you want to play on the computer? Use mine. It happened to be something she liked, and she immediately nodded in agreement. Okay, he turned on the computer. Shang-Chi recommended a few games. There's Snake, dress-up dolls. But Choo, of course, refused them all. I don't want to play those. I want to play Path of Immortals. He became even more certain that this child was the reincarnation of a Hong Tao ace. Oh, you like to play hardcore games? Okay, I'll find it for you. Choo stared at him intently, thinking, this Ching-Chi, something's not right. Is he trying so hard to please me so he can get close to Yumangxi? He's really going all out. Recalling him from the original story, if she remembered correctly, the most noteworthy thing was his final departure. In the original story, Chang-Chi died a terrible death. Choo immediately decided to be a superhero and save his life. After all, he seriously pursued my mom and saved me a few times. If he's ever in trouble in the future, I'll definitely help him. Yumangxi led Liu Shanhai into the house. Liu Shanhai, please come in. She briefly explained the current situation. Actually, this is my brother's apartment. My daughter and I are temporarily staying here. Choo toddled over to her mother and sweetly called out, Mommy. Yumangxi introduced, this is my daughter, Choo. She's 5 years old. Choo, say hello to Uncle Liu. The little girl obediently greeted the adult. Hello, Uncle Liu. My name is Choo. In her mind, she was already weighing the two competitors. Isn't this Liu Shanhai, the most popular second male lead? He's really handsome. No wonder he's even more popular than that useless dad. Liu Shanhai's expression changed slightly, particularly focusing on the words 5 years old. 5 years old. Could it be Song Shun's? Yumangxi bent down and gently wiped her daughter's mouth. The child never wiped her mouth after eating. He truly was a good person, always thinking of her. Yumangxi had been raising the child alone for 5 years. Thinking of this, a flash of anger crossed his eyes. How much hardship had she endured? The thought made Liu Shanhai's blood boil. He glared fiercely at Song Shun, his eyes filled with hatred. That bastard Song Shun. He gently sat down and spoke to the little girl. Good girl, Choo. I came in a hurry today. Next time, Uncle will buy you a present, okay? Would you like a doll? Yumangxi quickly and politely declined. No need to trouble yourself. Liu Shanhai. Choo grinned. I don't want that. Choo wants the latest game. The little girl lowered her voice slightly, but deliberately shouted the second half of the sentence so that the person outside could hear. I hate dolls the most. Song Shun, his sore spot hit, tossed the Barbie doll in his hand to the side and closed his eyes, trying to calm himself down. A doll? What doll? There was no doll. That evening, Chang-Chi finally decided to go home. Miss G, there's no need to see me out. Please go back. She nodded and bid farewell to Chang-Chi. All right, Chang-Chi, be careful on your way. Liu Shanhai also left soon after, saying as he departed, Yumangxi, I hope you'll consider my request today. He truly hoped she would return to the big screen. Now that she had fewer burdens, she could make plans for herself. Yumangxi understood that this was a good opportunity. Liu Shanhai, I'll consider it. He was pleased to hear her relent. Then I'll be going. As the car started, Yumangxi stood there watching him leave. Be careful on your way. A sudden noise came from behind her. Song Shun was still waiting. She asked in confusion, Mr. Song, why haven't you left yet? He looked dejected. Yumengsi, I want to talk to you. His gaze was earnest, wanting to resolve the issues between them. I've never considered you as someone else. Before he could finish, Yumengsi impatiently interrupted him. Enough, Song-shun. I have something to tell you. She directly reminded Song-shun that there were two forces behind Choo-Choo's kidnapping. One was the Xiao family, and the other was someone from the United States. She suspected that the second force was related to his pursuer. If you truly care about Choo-Choo, stay away from us. Yumengsi had long harbored this suspicion. When she was with Song-shun, on the surface, things seemed glamorous, but in reality, Chung Qingyun had secretly harmed her countless times. This kidnapping was almost certainly related to her. Chung Qingyun loved Song-shun madly. If she knew about Choo-Choo's existence, she was capable of anything. She didn't let him speak further and directly closed the door, sternly saying, "Don't look for me or my daughter again. You'll only bring danger to Choo-Choo." Song-shun was still stunned by Yumengsi's words. Pursuer. Who else? What does that even mean? Half a month later, as usual, Choo-Choo peeked towards the balcony. Mommy, Uncle Song is playing with the dog in the garden again. He's been there for half an hour. And then he left. The little girl rested her chin on her hand, sighing for him. I won't let Uncle Song in, so he can only play with the dog. Every time, he secretly glances at our house and then leaves. However, Choo-Choo still acknowledged him to some extent. Daddy was really trying hard and hadn't given up just because he was rejected. Yumengsi held the script and said coldly, "Ignore him. He'll leave naturally after being rejected enough times. It's fine." This was precisely the reaction Choo-Choo wanted to see. Mommy was in a good state now, focusing on work and reading Liu Shanhai's script. She wasn't as weak as in the original plot, and her intelligence had also improved. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Choo-Choo happily volunteered. I'll go open the door. Yumengsi guessed, maybe it's your uncle back. The little girl thought the same, saying as she ran, "You're back." Before she could finish, she realized the person at the door wasn't someone familiar. A beautiful woman waved at her. Choo-Choo, long time no see. Choo-Choo, Filda. It was Jarman. She called her Aunt Jarman. She poked the little girl's nose affectionately. Do you miss your aunt? Choo-Choo inwardly resented Jarman's presence and her perfume, thinking, what is this supporting actress doing here? Does she think my life is too easy and she's here to cause trouble? Gosh, her perfume is so strong. Jarman strutted in like she owned the place. Hey, is my brother not home? Yumengsi was confused. Jarman, what are you doing here? She scowled at Yumengsi. Do I need your permission to visit my brother? Honestly, he is such a big villa, but he insists on staying in this dump. Yumengsi's words were barbed. She's always bringing all sorts of people to our home. Her gaze was fixed on a script on the table. Of course, I heard that the famous director Liu Shanhai has been close to your brother recently. The little miss wants to climb the social ladder, doesn't she? If your brother could introduce me to him and give me a role in his movie. Jarman was already fantasizing. Once my value skyrockets, I'll be closer to Song-shun. I have to seize this opportunity. As for you, little girl, your dreams are too big. Wanting to be a star, conquer Song-shun, marry into the Song family. Those are things I've always dreamed of. My ultimate goal is to control the wealth and become the mistress of the Song family. Back to reality, Yumengsi grabbed the script from the table. My brother is busy and will be back later. Remembering what Jarman had said earlier, Choo-Choo retorted, Annie, you're wrong. My uncle wouldn't even dare bring home unrecyclable trash like you. Jarman slammed her hand on the table in anger. She forced a fake smile, cupping her face. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Remember today's mission. Protect my makeup. I can't let this brat provoke me. Jarman turned to Yumengsi. Are you reading the script? Don't tell me you also know director Liu Shanhai. Are you planning to use your brother's connections to snag a role in the new movie? She boasted incessantly. Sister, let me give you some advice. You're really not cut out to be an actress. Director Liu wouldn't even give you a second glance. She simultaneously belittled Yumengsi and praised herself. The only one who could catch the director's eye is me. Last year at a party, Director Liu even specifically asked for my business card. Jarman's words buzzed in Yumengsi's ears like a flock of sparrows. Sister, not everyone can be an actress. I even studied acting in college. At least I'm not afraid of the camera. You should just take care of your child and stop thinking about things you shouldn't. She continued to add fuel to the fire. Yumengsi's patience had reached its limit. She slammed the script down on the table, her face etched with impatience. Choo-Choo frowned and spoke up for her mother. please be quiet. Jarman went silent, as if a mute button had been pressed. Hearing Yumengsi's angry tone, she thought, beep, 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 are you done yet? Are you trying to be an alarm clock? Constantly chattering. The doorbell rang, saving her. She muttered, ugh, these two always look down on me, thinking they have my brother's support. Choo skipped to the door. I'll get it. The door slowly opened. Who could it be? It was director Lu Shanhai coming to visit. Yumengsi, what do you think of the script? Choo was overjoyed to see him. Uncle Lu is here. Welcome, Uncle Lu. He handed her a gift. I promised to buy you a model last time. Here you go. Choo accepted the gift with both hands, excitedly saying, Uncle Lu is the best. Jarman, seeing the famous director for the first time, nervously hid behind the wall. It really was Lu Shanhai. He was known for being picky and aloof. How could he be so close to this mother and daughter? Calm down, calm down. I'm much better than that cheap Yumengsi. I will definitely win. She mustered her courage and walked out to greet him. Director Lu, I've heard so much about you. I'm Jarman, Zhao Yan's younger sister. He walked past her indifferently, casually replying, oh, hello. Jarman's face paled with anger. He actually ignored me. How dare he ignore me? In the living room, Lu Shanhai was only concerned with Yumengsi. Yumengsi, you've been reading this script for 3 days. What are your thoughts? She frankly handed him the script. I've marked the parts that need revising in blue pen. She raised an eyebrow, triumphantly at Jarman. She actually dared to revise director Lu's script. Haha, Yumengsi, you're dead. I heard from my mom that Yumengsi dropped out of school at 18 to have a child and later worked odd jobs in a small town. How dare such an uneducated woman revise the script? Lu Shanhai frowned slightly, reviewing the revised script. Some of the changes didn't make sense. Director, your screenwriting skills are the best in the industry. My sister hasn't even learned the basics. How could she understand these things? How could she just change the script? He patiently explained a few scenes to Yumengsi. In the 45th scene, I want to express the heroine's confusion, so I added a lot of symbolic imagery. Director Lu, if you'd like, I can help you look at the script. Director, my sister is uneducated. Please don't blame her. Then he said to Yumengsi, however, I will consider adding the new scene you suggested. She was completely shocked, her mouth agape. Director Lu was actually taking script revision suggestions from someone else. Wasn't he notoriously stubborn and never let anyone else touch his scripts? Director Lu, I also studied screenwriting. I can help you revise the script. Lu Shanhai said with displeasure, can you be quiet, Jarman? She explained in a panic, Director Lu, I didn't mean to offend you. I just thought I could also help my sister revise the script. He roared in frustration, each word like fire. Shut up. It's too noisy. You're giving me a headache. Jarman immediately quieted down, looking as if she was about to cry. He picked up the script and turned to leave, reminding her, Yumengsi, lend me your study. I need to revise the script. Call me when it's time for dinner. Yumengsi reacted quickly. Okay, please go ahead. Jarman was so aggrieved, she almost cried, feeling boo-foo in her heart. How could this be? Why was Director Lu so gentle to Yumengsi? She always thought Yumengsi was the worst. That's right, Yumengsi was unmarried but had a child who knew how many men she had been with. She must be very good at seducing men. Jarman said sarcastically, Yumengsi, I really underestimated you. She approached, feigning a smile. Your methods are truly impressive. Yumengsi explained calmly, Director Lu is my teacher. The woman stepped closer, lowering her voice. Sister, couldn't you have prepared a better lie? Director Lu is a Beijing circle idol. How could he possibly be your teacher? She whispered obscene words in Yumengsi's ear. You really are a woman who's given birth. You understand everything. You must have served Director Lu very well in bed, haven't you? Yumengsi shouted angrily, driving her out of the house. Get out, Jarman. Jarman laughed contemptuously. Oh, are you feeling embarrassed and angry? I'm just telling the truth. If you have nothing to hide, why are you so angry? Choo hid behind her mother's skirt, wrinkling her nose in disgust as she looked at her. Seeing this, Choo couldn't help but bare her little canine teeth and bit down hard on Jarman's fair hand. Jarman's eyes widened in pain. Ah, you little beast, let go. It hurts. The little girl wiped her mouth, her eyes fierce, no longer showing her usual innocence. Choo-Choo's baby teeth haven't fallen out yet. It doesn't hurt at all. Big Yellow bites much harder outside. Auntie, if you don't leave, I'll call Big Yellow in to play with you. Jarman cursed angrily and fled the villa. Just you wait. I'll definitely have my brother deal with you. Behind her, Choo stood calmly at the door, waving goodbye. Annie, have a safe trip. Suddenly, a gentle hand rested on her shoulder, calling, Choo. The little girl turned around, and Yumengsi took her into her arms, softly comforting her. You can't talk to your elders like that. The little girl was about to retort, but Yumengsi interrupted her. I'm sorry. This isn't something you should be involved in. At this moment, she was thoroughly disappointed in her own weakness. She couldn't stand it anymore. She couldn't let those who protected her be insulted. She had to use her own strength to shut up those who looked down on her. Seeing the change in her mother, the little girl's eyes lit up, secretly happy. Mom, you're finally awake. That's great. Go focus on your career, dear Mom. You can't rely on men. Only by becoming stronger can you protect the people you love. A few days later, the atmosphere in the car was warm. Shan was driving, and Choo was happily eating candy in the back seat. The two were chatting pleasantly. The little girl asked, Uncle Song, are we really going to the set? He replied, yes, your Uncle Lou has been very busy lately. I'll take you to see him. The little girl responded excitedly, okay. But her expression changed, and she narrowed her eyes with a mischievous smile. Stupid old man, you think I don't know you're deliberately looking for Lu Shanhai, wanting to pretend to be a father in front of him. These past few days, Mom has been locked in her room all day studying the script, practicing her role, and focusing on her career, which gave you, stupid old man, the chance to take me out to play. Suddenly, Shan blurted out, Choo, do you like Uncle Lou more or Daddy more? The little girl smiled sweetly. Choo likes Uncle Lou, and also likes Uncle Song, and also likes Brother Chung-Chi and Brother Sha-Chu. But in her heart, she secretly mocked. Humph, stupid old man, Mom's Huggadoo hasn't even risen in just a few days, and you're already getting jealous. The childish and slow-witted Shan was almost moved to tears. Choo really liked him. The black car sped down the road, a secret thought hidden in his heart. But the day to reveal his true identity as her father was still far away. Inside the studio, a document was slammed heavily on the table. Lu Shanhai's face was gloomy, and he roared angrily, driving the auditioning actor out. Get out. What kind of performance was that? Any beggar off the street could act better than you. The next actor, terrified, stammered an apology. I'm sorry. The assistant gently advised, Director, you've been busy all morning. Why don't you take a break and have something to eat? We can continue the auditions this afternoon. It will also give the actor some time to adjust their state. Lu Shanhai covered his forehead, his face full of helplessness. No need for a break. Call the next one in. Just then, Choo and Shan walked in. The little girl bounced in, exclaiming, wow, so many beautiful aunties and handsome uncles. Seeing the two of them, Lu Shanhai immediately removed his hand from his forehead. He greeted them warmly, calling out to Choo. Behind him, the assistant was sweating profusely, forcing a smile, thinking, seeing Choo, the director's face changes faster than flipping a book. The little girl excitedly ran to Lu Shanhai's side. Hey, Uncle Lou. He responded with a gentle smile. Choo, what brings you to see Uncle Lou today? The assistant beside him couldn't help but tease. Choo must have known that Uncle Lou was busy and hadn't eaten lunch yet, so she came here specifically to have lunch with him, right? Tang Chuanxi glared at him and gestured to the little girl. The little girl patted her small belly and said obediently, Choo's hungry. I want to eat lunch. His heart blossoming with the little girl's sweet words, he generously announced, everyone, take an hour break for lunch. Order plenty of premium lunch boxes, and remember to include a kid's meal. Have them delivered right away. The two assistants behind him happily high-fived each other. Mission accomplished. They finally got the director to agree to eat, all thanks to little Choo. Suddenly, he turned his head and asked, where did you come from? Before he could react, Choo was picked up. Shan said without hesitation, Choo and I came together. It's the weekend, and Choo just finished her homework, so I brought her out to play. He appeared friendly on the surface, but was actually showing off. See how good my relationship with my daughter is. Are you jealous? These words made Tang Chuanxi freeze, thinking, how childish. Just then, the assistant's voice rang out. Director Tang, lunch is here. The staff couldn't help but be charmed by Choo's cuteness. Little Choo, Uncle Lou usually eats very little. He's as thin as a rail. You have to persuade him to eat more meat. As a result, she unintentionally added another jab. Okay, chubby Uncle Lou, you need to eat more. Choo understood and turned to say, Uncle Lou, you need to eat more. My mom says even if you're busy, you can't skip meals or you'll get sick. Tang Chunxi could only respond, thank you, my lovely Choo. Song Shun took the opportunity to act cute. Choo, I'm also very busy with work and my stomach hurts. He put on a pitiful act, finally attracting Choo's attention. Uncle Song, you need to eat too. He grinned from ear to ear. Hee, finally chosen by his daughter. The little girl smiled sweetly on the surface, but inside she thought, all right, you dog of a dad, don't go too far. Getting this jealous, competing with a kindergartner like me. Before Choo could finish her thought, her dog dad's phone rang. He quickly reminded her, Choo, you eat first. I'll go take this call. The little girl obediently agreed. Okay. At this moment, a staff member ran over. Director Tang, we finally found you. We have a question about the script. Seeing that there was work to be done, Tang Chunxi immediately left his seat, leaving the little girl alone at the table. Her dog dad had gone to work. After eating for a while, the little girl felt a little thirsty and looked around for a drink. Seeing the refrigerator in the corner, Choo immediately jumped off her chair and walked over, thinking there must be water in the bottles. Her small hand pulled open the refrigerator door. Click! Choo suddenly felt something was wrong and widened her eyes. Why was there the sound of a mechanical spring above her head? The wooden board suddenly broke, unable to support the weight of the light, and fell directly towards her head. She froze in fear. By the time she reacted, the light had already fallen. Bang! The spotlight and wooden beam crashed down towards Choo. Fortunately, Chung Qingyun was nearby and noticed her. Chung Qingyun rushed towards Choo without hesitation, completely disregarding the danger, shouting, watch out. As soon as he finished speaking, he scooped up Choo and rolled to the side with her. The spotlight crashed to the ground with a bang, sending wood chips and glass flying. Everyone heard the commotion. Lu Shanhai abruptly turned around and realized something had happened. Choo, Song Shun was also startled. Even though he had been scratched, Chung Qingyun immediately checked on her. Little one, are you all right? Are you hurt? Choo looked up at him. I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. Just then, everyone else rushed over, asking with concern, Choo, are you all right? Choo, Chung Qingyun, are you both okay? Song Shun comforted her. Don't be scared. I'll take you to the hospital. Lu Shanhai chimed in, call an ambulance. A while later, everyone was at the hospital. Don't worry, Choo, we'll take care of you quickly, the doctor said gently. Song Shun was very worried about Choo. Doctor, how is Choo? The doctor reassured him, don't worry, it's just a few scrapes on her arm and ankle. I've applied ointment, and she'll be fine soon. He anxiously listened to the doctor's instructions. Keep her here for observation. If everything is normal, she can go home. Okay, I understand. The doctor turned to Lu Shanhai. As for Chung Qingyun, his situation is a bit more serious. He has a mild concussion and some glass shards in his foot. I've already sent him to the operating room to have them removed. Thank you for your help. Let him rest well. I'll cover the medical expenses. Song Shun shot Lu Shanhai a sharp look and questioned, Director Lu, I remember investing $100 million in your studio last year. That should have been enough to replace the old equipment, right? Lu Shanhai crossed his arms, his expression serious. Are you saying my studio equipment is outdated? Fuji, show Song Shun our regular inspection reports. Fuji immediately reported to Song Shun. Mr. Song, all the equipment in our studio is thoroughly inspected every 3 days. There can't be any outdated or faulty equipment. The spotlight falling today must have been an accident. Song Shun angrily shouted. An accident? You. Choo innocently interjected. If it really was an accident, that would be good. If Uncle Lou had gone to get me water, it might have been him who got hit. Uncle Lou, you're really lucky today. Although she knew in her heart that things weren't that simple. I remember hearing a spring sound when I opened the refrigerator. Someone must have set a trap. Anyone who heard it would hesitate for a moment. Fuji covered his mouth, a puzzled look on his face. Could it be? Song Shin tentatively asked, Lu Shanhai, weren't you the one who was going to open that refrigerator? Lu Shanhai raised his hand and hesitantly said, That's my personal refrigerator. It has my drinks, snacks, and face masks. Usually only I open it. If it wasn't Choo who opened it today. His face suddenly darkened and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Then the one who would have been hit today would likely have been me. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately turned and instructed Fuji, call the police, pull the surveillance footage, and don't let anyone touch the scene. All auditions today are canceled. I want to find out who dare to try and harm me. Yes. Hearing Liu Shanhai's words, Song Shun quickly covered Choo-Choo's ears. Liu Shanhai, what nonsense are you talking about in front of my daughter? Choo-Choo looked at them indifferently. Dog Dad, do you think I'm afraid to hear these things? All right, Song Shun, shush, Shanhai, don't argue in front of the child, and stop talking about life and death. After sorting out his thoughts, Song Shun continued to ask, so your enemy wants to kick you off the Earth server. Do you have any suspects? Despite his vast experience, Liu Shanhai couldn't think of anyone at the moment. I've offended too many people. I really can't think of anyone to suspect right now. Song Shun immediately rolled his eyes and scoffed. TSK, useless. Liu Shanhai retorted, Bu Fuqi Di, I have plenty of enemies. Don't think you're so special. Amidst the chaos, only Choo-Choo calmed down, feeling embarrassed for these two big children. Are you two comparing who has more enemies? Compared to my nemesis, you're both small fry. In my past life, the enemies who wanted to chop me into mincemeat could circle the earth 3 times. Just then, Yumengsi suddenly rushed through the door, shouting, Choo-Choo. She ran to her daughter's side and asked with concern, Choo-Choo, let mommy see. Are you hurt? Choo-Choo smiled and said, Mommy, Choo-Choo is fine. That uncle saved me. The two men were still arguing, but Song Shun was serious. This attempted murder, Yumengsi absolutely cannot know about it. She must not get involved. It's too dangerous. And you watch your mouth, or I'll rip it off for you, got it? Liu Shanhai glared at Song Shun with displeasure. Do you even need to remind me? Song Shun walked awkwardly to Choo-Choo's mother. Yumengsi, don't worry, Choo-Choo is fine. There was just a sudden incident at the studio. It's my responsibility. I didn't have the staff check the equipment carefully. Liu Shanhai echoed his sentiments. Yumengsi turned and reproached Song Shun, her tone full of exasperation. Song Shun, I haven't had time to spend with Choo-Choo lately. I only let you take her out to play because I trusted you to take care of her. And this is the result. Song Shun, who had always wanted to reunite this family, admitted with guilt, I was wrong, Yumengsi. I've never taken care of a child before. I'm inexperienced. I'll be more careful in the future and won't let you worry. He was full of remorse. Yumengsi looked at Song Shun's change in surprise. You, Song Shun, are actually admitting fault. You're the CEO of the Song Group. I've never seen you lower your head before. What's going on today? Song Shun suddenly appears, holding an apple. You rushed over here. You probably haven't had lunch yet, right? I'll have someone bring some food over. Let me peel this apple for you. Song Shun skillfully peeled the apple, the peel coming off in one long strip. Seeing Song Shun peel the apple so carefully, she asked, I don't remember you knowing how to peel an apple before. Did you learn later? He peeled as he thought about the months he'd spent practicing, replying with a sense of pride. To win back my wife and daughter, I practiced peeling apples day and night until I finally learned. He imagined Yumengsi's surprise when she saw him peel an apple. She would be so touched. Song Shun gently placed the apple in her hand. Here you go. The cleanly peeled apple rested quietly in Yumengsi's palm. Holding the apple, Yumengsi looked lost in thought. That meticulous, germophobic workaholic, President Song, usually stayed far away from the kitchen, extremely picky about his food, his life consumed by work. She thought, let alone peeling an apple, he wouldn't even touch a peel. Her expression became increasingly sad and lonely. Yumengsi seemed to disbelieve Song Shun's change, or that it was for her. She said, Chung Qingyun isn't in good health. You learned to peel apples to take care of him, right? I understand. Song Shun froze, his face blank with confusion. Hearing Yumengsi's sad words, he waved his hands in a flustered explanation. No, I only started learning to peel apples half a month ago. I'm also learning to sculpt clay, play games, and cook. This has nothing to do with Chung Qingyun. Liu Shanhai and Choo-Choo sat in the corner of the room, snacking and watching Song Shun desperately explain to Yumengsi. Choo-Choo thought to herself, isn't this doggy daddy supposed to be a cold and shrewd CEO? How is he getting dumber by the day? Liu Shanhai, enjoying his snacks, chuckled, hee, this is so entertaining. In the hospital ward, the doctor had just finished examining Zheng Qi. Mr. Zheng, the glass shards have been removed from your leg. The two listened attentively to the doctor's instructions. The wound isn't deep. You're in good physical condition, so you'll recover in a week or 2. Liu Shanhai nodded politely. Thank you, Dr. Gu. Yumengsi walked in, holding a large bouquet of flowers, and said with a smile, is this the gentleman who saved Choo-Choo? Choo-Choo put on her cutest expression. kind uncle. She handed the flowers to Zheng Qi. I'm Choo-Choo's mother. Thank you. Zheng Qi looked closely and recognized the celebrity, stammering, you. His voice was full of excitement, recognizing her fame. You're Yumengxi, aren't you? Yumengxi had retired from the entertainment industry 5 years ago, but she had once been a darling of the film world. Yumengxi was a little surprised and smiled gently. You know me. Yes, my stage name used to be Yumengxi. My real name is Yumengxi. Zheng Qi was flustered upon meeting his idol. Of course I know you. You became an instant hit with Falling Flowers. Your acting was amazing, but you suddenly retired. I've always followed you. You're my idol. Choo, watching his delighted expression, thought to herself, this Zheng Qi was just a minor character in the original story, with only a few lines. He only became famous because of Liu Shanhai's film. Unfortunately, his fame was short-lived. He was later involved in a cheating scandal, and his wife divorced him in anger. Overnight, Zheng Qi lost everything, his popularity plummeting. He struggled at the bottom for a few years and eventually died. Choo couldn't understand how someone as upright as Zheng Qi could cheat. Was he framed? She secretly resolved that she had to repay his life-saving grace and would investigate his background in the future. Seeing that he was Yumengxi's idol, Liu Shanhai suggested, Zheng Qi, you should focus on recovering and then come to the set. He also introduced, Yumengxi is the female lead this time. We'll make an official announcement in a few days, but keep it a secret for now. Yumengxi nodded in agreement. It's a pleasure to work with you. Zheng Qi was nearly in tears with joy. Really? Can I really act with my idol? Choo turned to chat with her mother. Mommy, were you an actress before? Yumengxi admitted with a smile. Mommy used to act. Uncle Liu is a director. The little girl knew this perfectly well, but she still asked on purpose. Mommy is the most beautiful person in the world. You'll definitely become a big star. Mommy, why did you stop acting? Yumengxi was momentarily speechless. Just then, Liu Shanhai said resentfully, with a hidden meaning, your mother is such a good actress, but unfortunately, she had bad luck and ran into some bad people. Choo looked up and asked with confusion, what are bad people? He gritted his teeth and said, they're just not good things. They're bad guys. The first person that came to his mind was Shan, and he cursed him countless times in his heart, scumbag bastard. Yumengxi couldn't stand the atmosphere any longer and made an excuse. Ahem, Mr. Liu, I'll take Choo home now. She still has kindergarten homework to do. The little girl grumbled reluctantly, kindergarten. No need. Just as they reached the entrance, they bumped into Zheng Qi. He exclaimed in surprise. Miss Gu, Director Liu, what a coincidence. Yumengxi recognized him immediately. Young Master Zheng. Zheng Qi asked, what's going on? Why are you in my hospital? Liu Shanhai replied, there was a little incident on set. Since you're here, could you please look after my friend Zheng Qi for the next couple of days? His face remained as cold as ice, his gaze sweeping briefly over Choo before he relaxed. Seeing the little one safe and sound, not seriously injured, he finally felt relieved. Zheng Qi, who had originally just come to check on the child, said, excuse me, I have something to attend to. You guys take your time. Choo watched him leave silently, thinking to herself, strange, isn't this guy pursuing Mom? Why didn't he even look at her today? He even noticed I was hurt, but didn't ask a single question or try to butter Mom up. The little girl rolled her eyes and shrugged. Forget it. I can't understand what's going on in the mind of a 15-year-old boy. Assistant Chung reported to him, young master, according to our surveillance of the ward, the incident on Director Liu's set was deliberate. The target should have been Director Liu. Yumengxi was just collateral damage. Zheng Qi frowned and instructed, have someone keep a close eye on Liu Shanhai. Assistant Chung nodded. Yes, sir. The young master was actually very worried about Choo. Although Choo could protect herself, she was, after all, only a 5-year-old child, not the murderous demon from her past life. Zheng Qi, like Choo, had also transmigrated here, but he wasn't familiar with the original plot of this melodramatic romance novel, and there were still many unknowns. I have to find a way to get out of this situation quickly, he thought to himself. At that moment, back at the house, Shan called out excitedly, Yumengxi, I'm back. He stood in front of a table of fresh ingredients, arms crossed. This time I bought fresh fish and vegetables. Choo had a fright yesterday. She needs to recuperate. The housekeeper was the most delighted. Oh, Shan, you're so thoughtful. Suddenly, his phone rang incessantly. It was Liu Shanhai, his tone serious. Hello. I checked the surveillance and found that the person who tampered with the refrigerator was Zhang Rui, a nobody actor who didn't even pass the audition. He briefly explained the situation and asked directly, I've tricked him into coming for an audition today. do you want to come? Song Shun certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity. I'll be right there. He immediately left Jarman's house. Yumengsi, I have something to take care of. I'll be going now. She didn't ask much. Go ahead. He reached the door and turned back to say, I'll make you something delicious when I get back. The housekeeper chimed in. Yumengsi, I initially thought Mr. Song would only last a few days at most, but it's been more than half a month, and he's becoming more and more attentive. Yesterday, he even secretly asked me what dishes you like. It seems he really wants to learn how to cook to win your favor. Yumengsi deliberately ignored her. Xiao, please wash the vegetables first. I'll go see if Choo has finished her homework. They went about their own business, the housekeeper replying, All right, Miss Gu. Upstairs in the bedroom, she called out for her daughter. Choo. After searching around and not finding her, she felt a little panicked. Where's Choo? Did that little rascal run off to play again? Meanwhile, on the bustling streets, a car was carrying Choo. The little girl lay comfortably in the trunk, secretly amused. That smelly daddy is probably catching the person who messed with the refrigerator. I'll see who's so bold. Song Shun also arrived. As he got out of the car, he suddenly heard a small voice coming from the trunk. Uncle Song. He opened the trunk and was surprised to see Choo. Choo, why are you in my trunk? He blurted out. As he picked her up, he said helplessly, Did you sneak out again? That's very dangerous, you. But facing him, Choo just giggled. She looked up at him, opened her arms, and said sweetly, Choo wants to play with Uncle Song. Needless to say, Song Shun's heart melted instantly, and he was overjoyed. Song Shun held Choo lovingly in his arms. How could he have such a cute daughter? He gently reminded her, Don't sneak out again next time, okay? A while later, he carried Choo into the office. She excitedly said to Lu Shanhai, Uncle Lu, Choo and Uncle Song are here again. Lu Shanhai exclaimed in surprise, Choo. He glared at Song Shun, clearly displeased, and demanded, Why did you bring Choo here? Song Shun said casually, She hid in the car herself. He said this, but secretly gloated. There's nothing I can do. My daughter just can't bear to leave me. Ignoring him, he turned to Choo and said, Choo, I heard you like playing computer games. Want to go play next door? Upon hearing about her favorite games, Choo couldn't resist and immediately agreed. The assistant took Choo out of the room. Before leaving, Lu Shanhai waved cheerfully and reminded her, Don't run around. After Choo left, his expression immediately turned serious. Zhang Rue tampered with a light bulb yesterday. I lured him out with an audition half an hour ago and caught him red-handed. He confessed in front of the camera. He said he was dissatisfied with me and wanted revenge. Song Shun sat down and continued, There's no way it's just him. There must be someone behind this. Lu Shanhai looked impatient. Nonsense. Of course I know there's someone behind Zhang Rue. He's just a nobody actor with no connections. How dare he mess with my dressing room in broad daylight? He wouldn't dare without someone backing him up. Lu Shanhai looked at Song Shun. I suspect it's Wong Entertainment. After all, your company takes the biggest piece of the entertainment industry pie. What's left of it? I recently invested in a new film that's expected to be a big hit. Wong Entertainment is afraid of losing market share, so it's not impossible for them to resort to dirty tricks. Song Shun simply said, I'll investigate. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he added, If it really is Wong Entertainment. Winter is coming. There's no need to beat around the bush. Each word was forceful. Wong Entertainment should have gone bankrupt long ago. Although Choo was wearing headphones and had a milk carton in her mouth, she still overheard their conversation and secretly complained, What a domineering daddy. The assistant brought Zhang Rue in. Boss, the police have taken Zhang Rue's statement. They said they'll investigate and told us not to worry. Zhang Rue was still cursing below. Lu Shanhai, you're not human. Are you blind? Cheng-Chi is clearly the same as me. Why did you choose him? What am I lacking? Lu Shanhai rushed over and grabbed him by the collar. Why? Cheng-Chi knows how to maintain his figure. You drink all day and your teeth are yellow. Cheng-Chi keeps practicing. You can't even memorize your lines. Why would I choose you? You don't have the skills to be an actor, and you still want to kill me. Go to jail. At this time, Song Shun walked over. Listen up. Zhang Rue stammered in fear. Mr. S. Song. Song Shun exuded an oppressive aura and said in a low voice, If you're a dog for the Wong family, you'll end up miserably. Zhang Rue stubbornly denied it. I don't know what Mr. Song is talking about. But his heart was already panicked. Why is Mr. Song here? And with Lu Shanhai? This killing intent is too strong. Song Shun said coldly, You'll find out soon enough. He recalled Zhang Rue's crimes in his mind. Almost killed my precious precious daughter almost ruined my love and family. You're finished. On Choo-Choo's side, the little girl was happily playing computer games while eavesdropping. Mr. Song, let me explain. Take him away. Hand him over to the police. Hearing this, Choo-Choo giggled. This guy is definitely going to jail, but he's definitely just a scapegoat. Let's see who's really behind this. After a little investigation, Choo-Choo quickly discovered a problem with Zhang Rui's contact information, and his account had just received 1 million. The transfer account clearly stated, Wong Entertainment Media Group. Choo-Choo understood everything. Somewhat annoyed, she threw her headphones aside and leaned back in her chair, coughing. This company is really bold. Aren't they afraid Daddy will get upset and bankrupt them directly? Freeze Wong Entertainment's assets. At this point, she suddenly realized that although Lu Shanhai was fine this time, they definitely wouldn't give up. Next, they might target the director, the actors, and even involve her mother. I have to find a way to tell Daddy, Uncle Lu, and Uncle Chung about Wong Entertainment's plot. An idea flashed in her mind, and Choo-Choo jumped up happily. I just need a hand in the knife, and they'll do the rest themselves. Just then, the door suddenly opened. Choo-Choo shouted happily, Uncle Lu, you're back. But it was Zhang Chung standing at the door, looking at Choo-Choo in surprise. Who are you? Little Choo-Choo was immediately captivated by his good looks, staring blankly. So handsome. Wait, isn't this Zhang Chung, the male supporting character who had a crush on Yumengsi in the novel? The novel wrote a lot about him. The hope of the television industry, the most popular actor, Wong Entertainment's cash cow. Choo-Choo was a little worried, tilting her head as she looked at him. Zhang Chung doesn't like children, especially hates it when people touch his computer. Zhang Chung also frowned in confusion. Who is this child? Choo-Choo seized the opportunity, her heart a jumble of worry and fear. Why is Zhang Chung looking at me so strangely, even with a bit of hostility? But I'm just a 5-year-old. What grudge could I possibly have against him? Just like that, the two of them, one big and one small, squeezed onto the sofa. Choo-Choo felt the atmosphere was so awkward, it was practically social death. She decided to break the ice herself, taking the initiative to speak. Are you Uncle Zhang Chung? I often see you on TV. My mom and I are both huge fans of yours. Oh, right. My name is Choo-Choo. Gu Choo is my full name, and I'm almost 6 years old. Zhang Chung clearly wasn't interested in children's topics. Choo-Choo, do you know where Director Lu is? Speak of the devil. Lu Shanhai, like a superhero, pushed the door open and entered right at that moment. Zhang Chung stood up to greet them. Director Lu, Song Shun. Lu Shanhai was happy to see his old friends. When did you guys get here? Why didn't you let me know beforehand? He handed Lu Shanhai a small gift bag. Just arrived. The brand gave me a whole case of special honey yesterday, and I thought I'd bring some for you guys. He scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Thanks. He looked at the child and said, Choo-Choo, your mom has been working very hard lately. Remember to have her drink some honey water when you get home every day so her skin will stay nice. Got it. Gu Choo agreed with a bright smile. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Seeing how close Lu Shanhai was with Choo-Choo and her mother, Zhang Chung just stood by and watched silently. The little girl instantly transformed into a little detective. If I'm not mistaken, the big star seems to like Uncle Lu quite a bit, huh? Song Shun, a bit jealous, squeezed himself between the two. Don't bother. Yumengsi has everything. Keep the honey for yourself. Lu Shanhai had been putting up with Song Shun for a long time. Song Shun, Yumengsi doesn't like you at all. Stop acting like the main character. I'll give her whatever I want. She hasn't married you yet. She's still single. Song Shun wasn't convinced. It's only a matter of time before Yumengsi accepts me. Our relationship isn't something you can imagine. Suddenly, someone's phone rang. It's Yumengsi. Song Shun held up his phone, deliberately showing off to Lu Shanhai. It's a video call from Yumengsi. He happily answered, Yumengsi. She asked anxiously, is Choo-Choo with you? I can't find her at home. He pointed the camera at the two of them, and Choo-Choo rushed to say, Mommy, I'm here. I snuck out in Uncle Song's car to play. She didn't forget to praise Song Shun. Choo-Choo loves playing with Uncle Song the most. I wish I could see Uncle Song every week. Song Shun was overjoyed. Did I hear that right? My darling daughter likes playing with me. A big step forward in our father-daughter relationship. Relieved to see her daughter safe, Yumengsi immediately switched into mommy mode. Song Shun, bring Choo-Choo back home right now. Song Shun quickly soothed her. All right, don't be angry. Lu Shanhai was more worried about the mother and daughter than jealous. Although Gu Choo was Song Shun's biological daughter, he really didn't like Yumengsi being with him. After all, Song Shun still had a fiancée, Chung Jingyun, and that woman was not simple. Zhang Chung felt a little lost. Who was Ji Youchu's mother? Why did director Liu care so much about them, even arguing with Song Shun for that woman? It seemed he really cared about Yumengsi. After receiving instructions from Yumengsi, the two left. Yumengsi asked me to take Choo home. We'll be going now. By Uncle Liu, Uncle Zhang. Only Liu Shanhai and Zhang Chung remained. Zhang Chung tentatively asked, Director Liu, that little girl was so cute just now. You have a good relationship with her mother, right? You only mentioned Ji Yuchu, not her mother. I'm thinking of adding a child's role next to the female lead in my new movie, and I want to talk to her mother about having Choo play the part. Liu Shanhai leaned back in his chair, deliberately concealing Yumengsi's identity. You've met her mother, but I can't tell you who she is yet. It's my secret. Zhang Chung frowned slightly, a little dissatisfied. A secret. He didn't say much more, just smiled. You'll be surprised when you see Choo-Choo's mother, haha. Zhang Chung didn't press further, but became even more curious. Director Liu hadn't been this happy since Ji Ruoxia left the entertainment industry. That child's mother must be very special to make director Liu so relaxed. He suddenly felt curious, a trace of melancholy in his eyes, and a little jealous. A few days later, at Song Media, Chao Yueji was surprised to see a familiar face. Jingyun, what are you doing here? She poured Qing Jingyun a cup of tea and asked with concern, You should be resting at home if you're not feeling well. How have you been lately? Chao Yueji had a good relationship with Cheng Jingyun and knew a lot about her. So she asked, Why didn't your fiancé, Song Shun, come with you? Cheng Jingyun stirred her tea and sighed dejectedly. Don't mention him. Cheng Jingyun explained to her best friend, I was actually here to see him, but the staff said he was on a business trip. I just thought I'd stop by and see you. The mere mention of Song Shun made her heart ache. After that woman left 5 years ago, he had become a different person, more and more unpredictable, but she still had to cling tightly to her status as his fiancé. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's change the subject. Cheng Jingyun skillfully shifted the conversation. Yueji, I heard you got a role in Liu Shanhai's new movie. Congratulations. His films are always great. Your career will definitely reach new heights. Chao Yueji didn't think it was anything to be proud of. It's just the second female lead, nothing to brag about. Cheng Jingyun couldn't believe her ears. Second female lead. You could totally get the lead role. So she asked, who's the female lead? The information about the female lead was supposed to be confidential. Chao Yueji just shrugged. I don't know. Just then, a female assistant rushed in, holding a laptop. Sister Yueji, Director Liu just released the poster for the female lead of Spring Breeze Returns. The assistant turned the laptop towards Yueji, showing her the poster. She's a newcomer, called Yumengsi. There's no information about her online, but she's quite beautiful. On the screen was a photo of Yumengsi wearing a gorgeous black cheongsam, holding a round fan, half covering her face, her eyes seductive. Chao Yueji screamed. How could it be her? Her face instantly paled as she stared at the poster. Hasn't she already retired from the entertainment industry? Cheng Jingyun peeked curiously at the female lead. Yueji, what's wrong? Who is this lead actress? She also froze. It's actually her. Cheng Jingyun looked at the female lead with apprehension. After all the trouble I went through to get rid of Yumengsi, how is she back? Chao Yueji slammed the laptop shut in anger, gnashing her teeth. Damn Yumengsi, how dare she come back? When she left the entertainment industry, I spent a fortune deleting all her photos and news, even got Falling Flowers year taken down. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She's back. Isn't she just here to steal my spotlight, to steal Liu Shanhai's attention again? Cheng Jingyun quickly took her hand to comfort her. Calm down. In her heart, she thought sinisterly. Yumengsi, unlike you, Yueji. I managed to get rid of you once. I can get rid of you a second time. Scene change. Yumengsi was getting ready to go to the set. Choo, Mommy is going to the set. Choo waved happily at her mother. Bye, Mommy. Before getting into Liu Shanhai's car, Yumengsi reminded her daughter, be good at home, don't run around. Mommy will check your crafts when I get back. The little girl smiled sweetly. My word is good. Hee. Choo won't run around. However, faced with a pile of colored paper, she looked completely lost. Choo was on the verge of tears slumped over the table. Ah, someone save me. Why do I, someone with such clumsy hands, have to cut out little ducks? Speak of the devil. Zhang Qi casually walked into the room and called out, "Miss you." The little girl's eyes lit up like headlights. "Ah, my savior has arrived." She immediately put on a super cute expression, holding a pile of colored paper and looking at him. "Brother Xingqi, come and help me with my homework." Xingqi was stunned by the little girl's expression. Okay, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. So cute. So he started to help the little girl with her paper crafts. My son is really handsome when he concentrates. Choo secretly glanced at Xingqi, silently praising him in her heart. So handsome. If this kid were a few years older, even that dumb daddy would have to step aside. Suddenly, he turned to the little girl and asked, Choo, when will your mom be back? Choo answered honestly, Mommy won't be back until 10 o'clock tonight. She's having dinner with Uncle Lou. The little girl deliberately emphasized the second half of the sentence, a sly smile on her face. Brother Xingqi must also like my beautiful mommy, but unfortunately, there's still dumb daddy and Uncle Lou in the way. But this was exactly the answer he wanted to hear. Then I'll chat with Choo. Does Choo like any boys at school? Choo jumped, quickly denying it. No, she added. Mommy said I can't date until I'm 18. In her heart, she muttered, young Master Xingqi, that's a pretty tricky question. He seemed to be thinking about something, muttering under his breath, 18. He was recalling something about Choo's past life. When I took over the Queen of Hearts case and was ordered to arrest her, she was just 18. Such a stunning age. Back in the present, he continued to ask, then what kind of boyfriend does Choo like? Choo was taken aback by his question. Me. The little girl rested her chin in her hand, thinking seriously. What kind of boyfriend do I like? Then, as she thought, she listed the conditions. He has to be tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, thin lips, a particularly handsome side profile, preferably wearing a black uniform, good at fighting, good at video games, can cook, can race cars, and can also fly a plane. The little girl suddenly froze, realizing she was only 5 years old. Oh, that's too much. Why am I thinking about this? He responded vaguely, not revealing anything. Oh, Choo is good taste. In fact, he was overjoyed. Queen of Hearts, what you just described, isn't that what I was like in my past life? So you still remember me? The little girl also asked, then what kind of girl does Brother Xingqi like? He pretended to hesitate for a moment. The girl I like. Red, it was always the type of girl I liked. She could fight. She was arrogant and unrestrained, a complete little con artist. She appeared tough, but inside she was very kind. But she would also secretly feed stray cats. He knew all of Red A's flaws. She was bad, she was arrogant, she was shameless, and she would sleep with someone and then run. Chung-Chi recalled those scenes of pursuit. She was cunning, quick-witted, and every time she managed to escape right under his nose, it made him so angry he wanted to jump. He quietly placed an ace card on the table. He hated her because she never let him catch her. A smile already played on his lips, and he deliberately placed the A and T together. But he also loved her, precisely because she never let him catch her. Despite the myriad thoughts running through his mind, Chung-Chi still didn't answer the question. Choo, not understanding, thought he was thinking about Yumangsi. Gosh, he's so smitten just thinking about my mom. Hey, don't be too obsessed with my mom. It was completely dark now, and young Master Chung should leave. Bye-bye, Ching Kijiji. Come play again next time. Goodbye. Inside the luxurious private car, the driver initiated conversation. Young Master, you played with Miss Choo for a long time today. He was too lazy to explain. Yeah, let's go. A sly smile played on his lips as he instructed. Tell Choo-Choo's kindergarten art teacher to give her more craft projects. The harder the better. The naive driver asked, does young Master like crafts? Ching-Chi smiled meaningfully and simply admitted, yeah, I like them very much. A few days later, in a magnificent building, a voice rang out. Everyone, meet Zhang Chung, the male lead of the new movie Spring Breeze Returns. He turned and introduced the two. Zhang Chung, this is your partner Yumangsi. You should know her. She's Ji Ruashi for back then. Zhang Chung was stunned by these words. He didn't expect that the secret Shanghai spoke of was Ji Ruashi and that she was already the mother of a 5-year-old child. Yumangsi just smiled and offered her hand in greeting. Hello, long time no see. He responded enthusiastically. Long time no see. Welcome back. Suddenly, Shanghai burst out laughing. Both the male and female leads are here. He gave a few instructions and then left. Filming starts in a month. You can go over the script now. They both replied in unison. Okay. Yumangsi didn't stand on ceremony and said, then let's go to the study to go over the script. Please come upstairs. Zhang Chung simply replied, okay. Meanwhile, Shanghai looked at Choo and saw her playing a game, steadily driving a car. Coming right away. He still miraculously added a compliment. Choo is so smart. She plays games so well. But his expression gradually darkened, revealing impatience, and then a voice said, "Of course." Shun appeared out of nowhere, like a god. Choo has good genes. He thought to himself, not even considering who Choo's father was. Like father, like daughter. Shanghai was annoyed to see him and retorted directly, "Why are you here again? Don't you have a home?" Always running to Yumexi's house. But he only received a rhetorical question. "Every time you come, I'm here, aren't you the same?" He was choked by these words, enraged and embarrassed. Shanghai resorted to get out, but Shun still regretfully called out, "Don't pull me, Choo, the snacks are in the box, get them yourself." She felt like her CPU was overloaded. What are these two doing? At the same time, her phone rang. "Where are you?" "We're fighting." She suddenly snapped back to attention. "Oh, fighting is important." She suddenly snapped back to attention. "Oh, fighting is important." Shun, being dragged away like a dog, said irritably, "Let go. If you have something to say, say it. Don't pull my clothes." Shanghai was not to be outdone. Shun, are you pretending to be blind? He took out his phone and shoved it in front of Shun's face. "If you really care about Yumexi, don't pretend to be blind. People are bashing her online. You should at least try to shut them up. Don't just watch her get cyberbullied." The screen was full of vicious comments. "Who is Yumexi, the female lead of Spring Breeze Returns? Never heard of her. Isn't Goddess UG a better match? Why Yumexi? This Yumexi must have connections. Even the famous director Liu Shanghai has to give in. Turns out Miss G is good in bed. All the directors are impressed. Change the female lead. Change the female lead." Movies are a mess these days, giving up talented actors like UAE-G for connections. But Shun just said, "Don't worry, it's being handled." Shanghai was even angrier. "You're handling it. What ability do you have to handle it?" Hearing this, Shun couldn't help but laugh, pointing at himself smugly and saying, "I have money." This sentence made Shanghai spray hairspray directly. Shun shoved his phone in Choo's face. "Go see for yourself." The news made Choo's head buzz. The banned movie from 5 years ago was actually unbanned. You could practically see the gears turning in his head. He really got Fallen Flowers unbanned. The phone screen exploded with comments. "Oh my god, so Yumexi, the female lead in Ji Mengxi's new movie, is the same female lead from Fallen Flowers. Fallen Flowers is amazing. I watched it 3 times when I was 15 and cried my eyes out every time. The acting is impeccable. Anyone who says Goddess Mengxi can act needs a brain scan in the ER. Director Liu's aesthetic is top-notch. The female lead looks stunning in a Chong Sam. How could this movie be banned? My grandma, mom, dad, and uncle, my whole family saw it 5 years ago. I was only 12 then. I remember them rushing to the cinema every day. NC Cow's sister fans. Take a break. Your actress's skills are nothing compared to Goddess Mengxi." Shun smiled like a Cheshire cat. Now that these uninformed netizens have seen Fallen Flowers, they'll know how good Mengxi's acting is. Now they should shut up. Just then, a voice came from the room. "Oh, feeling pretty smug now, are we?" A few days later, at Song Media Entertainment, someone greeted, "Hi, Mr. Song." Several female employees saw him holding Choo in his arms and wondered, who is this little girl? They whispered, the CEO is actually holding her. Could she be his illegitimate daughter? Choo nestled in his arms and began to perform. "Uncle Song, does your company have any cute robots?" He played along. "Yes, we just got a new batch in. They deliver coffee and snacks every day. Do you want Uncle to get you one?" Choo. Her eyes lit up, yes. He was overjoyed. Maintaining his cool CEO exterior, Shun was ecstatic inside. "So my daughter likes adventurous things, not dolls. My daughter can have anything she wants." Shun carried her to his office and pushed open the door. Hearing someone call her, Chung Jingyan turned around. "I brought you some chicken soup today." Facing a beautiful woman, Shun remained cold as ice. "No need to bother. Someone is taking care of my meals." But she pretended not to hear. "I heard you've been working very hard lately. I'm afraid you'll get exhausted." She put on a pitiful look. "The doctor said, I don't have much time left. Can't you just fulfill this wish of mine? I just want to take care of you." Choo, nestled in her father's arms, glanced at her sideways. No wonder she's the ultimate White Lotus in the original story, a master of green tea. Even her words have a green tea flavor. Ignoring her, Shun placed Choo on a chair. "The best doctors in the country are treating you. You won't die." Chung Jingyan was stunned. As the atmosphere grew awkward, Choo spoke up. "Wow, Uncle Song, the chicken soup Annie made looks so delicious." She immediately turned and probed, "Who is this Annie?" Before she could finish, Choo sweetly interjected, "Choo already knows. An Annie who can make such delicious chicken soup must be Uncle Song's chef." Chung Jingyun's face immediately darkened, and she said angrily, "CC chef." Choo pretended to be very interested. "Uncle Song, Choo wants to drink the chef's chicken soup." Song Shun immediately complied. "Okay, Uncle will get you a bowl." The little girl took the bowl and drank it with relish. Seeing his precious daughter so well behaved, Song Shun couldn't help but smile brightly. "Drink slowly. Be careful, it's hot." After finishing, Choo didn't forget to add another jab. "Thank you, sous chef." The chicken soup was delicious. Choo drank it all. Chung Jingyun was furious, but had to pretend to be magnanimous. "As long as you like it." Inside, she was seething. "Unbelievable. This little brat stole all the chicken soup I painstakingly made with just a few words." She deliberately feigned curiosity. "Ah-chun, who is this child? I haven't seen her before." Hearing this, Song Shun replied, "This is Choo. She's..." He suddenly remembered Yumangxi's words. Two forces are looking for Choo. One is the Xiao family, and the other is hiding in America. This made Song Shun ponder. "I can't say. There are too many variables. Mengxi and I haven't finalized things yet. I can't reveal Choo's identity now. It's the best way to protect her." Thinking of this, Song Shun could only prevaricate. She's the child of a business partner. Chung Jingyun almost choked. A business partner's child. She could only watch as Choo acted coquettishly. "Uncle Song, when are we going to see the robots?" He replied gently, "In a while, sweetie, they're getting ready." But she knew very well that with Song Shun's personality, it was impossible for him to get along with children. He clearly didn't want to reveal the child's identity and was playing games. "Then I'll play along with you to the end." Chung Jingyun sat next to her and asked with feigned concern, "Hello, Choo. My name is Chung Jingyun. You can call me Sister Chung." She also took the opportunity to introduce herself. "I'm Uncle Song's fiancée, not just his personal chef." Choo was stunned. "Fiancé?" Chung Jingyun immediately flashed a beauty pageant winning smile. A fiancé is someone who is going to marry him. She casually took Song Shun's hand. "Uncle Song and I." Chung Jingyun held on to him, pretending to be blissful. "We'll be together forever." Song Shun was so startled by this statement that he almost retracted his words. No, Miss Chung was just joking. Uncle Song won't marry her." Choo simply replied with a soft okay, but inwardly, she was laughing. Ha, how embarrassing. Seeing this scene, Chung Jingyun's face stiffened. Having publicly been Song Shun's fiancé for 5 years, this was the first time he had denied their relationship to her face. As if one blow wasn't enough, another followed. Song Shun took the opportunity to try and shake her off. "Jingyun, I have something to do later. You're not feeling well, so you shouldn't be running around. I'll have the driver take you home." She could only reluctantly agree. "All right, I'll go back first." Unwilling to give up, she still put on an innocent facade. "You must take care of yourself. Don't work too hard, and don't tire yourself out like I have." But she only received a cold reply. I know." Clinging to the belief that if at first you don't succeed, try again, Chung Jingyun quickly came up with another foolish idea. She flailed like a fish out of water, crying out, "Ah, my chest hurts." Song Shun couldn't tell if she was faking or not, but he still came over with concern. "Are you all right? I'll have my assistant take you to the hospital." This made Choo roll her eyes. What an idiot. Thinking she had the upper hand, Chung Jingyun acted coquettishly again. "Ah, Shun, I'm afraid of needles. Can you accompany me?" Just then, Choo cried out from behind. Wah. Seeing the little one cry, Song Shun immediately rushed over. "Choo, what's wrong?" Her acting was so convincing. She deserved an Oscar. Choo-Choo's tummy hurts so much. Wah. Choo-Choo's going to die. These words made him even more panicked. Choo-Choo, don't be afraid. Uncle will take you to the doctor right away. Someone rushed in from outside. It was the bodyguard opening the door. "Chairman, what's wrong?" Then he yelled, "Get all the doctors from the company's medical department here in 3 minutes." Song Shun looked at Choo-Choo and, like a genius, analyzed. Choo-Choo's stomach hurts. It could be appendicitis, diarrhea, or... He glanced at Chung Jingyun. Food poisoning. The bodyguard asked somewhat anxiously, "Then what about Miss Chung?" Song Shun didn't hesitate. Send her to the Chung family's private hospital. Hearing this, Chung Jingyun's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. How could this be? Tears streamed down her beautiful face. This was supposed to be my chance to win Song Shin over, and it was ruined by this little brat. In his eyes, this little thing is more important than me, but I'm the one with a terminal illness who could die at any moment. Choo also started to sob. Choo hurt so much. But amidst her cries, she opened her eyes and secretly smiled. Hee. Seeing this, Chung Jingyun's eyes widened. This little brat was faking it. She was so angry she could only curse inwardly. Such a young child, already faking illness for attention, a natural-born little green tea. I have to find out this child's true identity. If she threatens my position, I won't show mercy, even if she's a child. Chung Jingyun gritted her teeth, secretly vowing, just you wait. She couldn't believe she had been played by Choo. Wasn't this the same tactic she had used on Choo's mother all those years ago? Little Choo hid behind Song Shan, a triumphant smile she couldn't hide on her face. I'm just using the same tricks you used on my mother against you. Now you're angry, aren't you? In the original story, Chung Jingyun relied on her top-notch, poor-me act to create misunderstandings between my mother and that jerk time and time again. Just look at the way she faked being sick. Anyone could see through it. Song Shen's assistant walked in. Mr. Song, the medical team has arrived. Song Shen's face was full of anxiety. Quick, samin Choo. He looked at Choo and suddenly froze. Choo squinted her eyes, smiling sweetly, putting on a pitiful look. While it hurt so much, Song Shun frowned, thinking in surprise. Is Choo faking it? He looked perplexed, holding his forehead and sighing. He said to his assistant, have the medical team leave for now. The assistant immediately complied. Song Shun thought with a headache, what do I do if a child lies and fakes illness? How should I teach her? He tried hard to recall the books he had read. How to be a good dad. A father's love is like a mountain. A mother's love is like water. 300 things every dad should know. Then Song Shun gently nudged Choo and called her softly. Choo, are you faking being sick? Choo immediately replied in an innocent voice, yes. In fact, she had planned this all along. The point of her acting was to make them think she was faking, but with the deliberate intention of letting them discover her performance. Song Shun was completely unaware of her little scheme and continued to gently educate her. Choo, faking illness is something naughty children do. Faking illness will make Mommy and Uncle Song worry. Why did you pretend to be sick? Choo looked at him with bright, intelligent eyes. I don't like Aunt Chung. Her eyes are scary, even scarier than Snow White's stepmother. She scared me. Song Shun was completely shocked. How could that be? Your Aunt Chung is so gentle, and this is your first time meeting. She has no reason to be mean to you. Choo said firmly, it's true. And Aunt Chung is also pretending to be sick. She was fine when we went out just now, and she even glared at me. Song Shun was stunned. In his heart, Chung Jingyun had always been well-behaved and gentle, but Choo didn't sound like she was lying. He sat down beside her and patted her head gently. Uncle Song understands. Uncle will look into it. But Choo, you can't pretend to be sick anymore. Even if you meet someone you don't like, you can't use these little tricks, okay? Little Choo said innocently, but I really don't like Aunt Chung. She added cleverly, I don't want her to be Uncle Song's fiancé. I want Mommy to be Uncle Song's fiancé. Song Shun was both surprised and delighted, practically jumping for joy inwardly. My precious daughter said she wants Umangsi to be my wife. Overjoyed, he asked, really? Really? Choo nodded. Uncle Song is very good to me. I like Uncle Song. I want Mommy to marry Uncle Song. Song Shun was practically bursting with happiness, his heart overflowing with emotion. More than a month of dedicated care, and finally my precious daughter feels my fatherly love. It was worth it. Choo doesn't want me to marry anyone else. That's why she pretended to be sick. She's protecting her father's marriage. He hugged Choo tightly. In his arms, Choo felt a sense of security. Uncle will protect you and your mom for the rest of his life. Choo ziplit innocenti mamuma. I want Uncle Song and Uncle Lu to protect Mommy together. When Choo mentioned Uncle Lu, Song Shun froze, his mind short-circuiting for a moment. He looked at the little girl and asked, does this involve Lu Shanhai too? Choo grinned. Uncle Song and Uncle Lu are both very good at Mommy. I want Mommy to marry both of you. Choo held up her little fingers and counted, Uncle Song is my big daddy, Uncle Lu is my little daddy, and Uncle Zhang Chung is my third daddy. She thought to herself, as for Chung Zena, He's only 15. He doesn't even make the list. Song Shin frowned. Choo, your mom can only marry one person, and that person can only be Uncle Song. He felt a little panicked, completely unprepared for Choo's line of thinking. 3 daddies. Choo, how could you have such a scary thought? Song Shun wanted to stomp on Lu Shanhai's head. Lu Shanhai wants to be the little daddy. Dream on. He gritted his teeth. Absolutely not. Choo but gets vito hosao. 3 dogs. You hurt mommy so deeply, and you think you could be forgiven in just a month. No way. You have to slowly repay the love you owe mommy. At least until Uncle Song sees Chung Jingyun's true colors. Only then will I give mommy to you. Choo blinked, putting on a pitiful expression. Uncle Song, you don't know. My family is very poor. Mommy works very hard every day to make money. She's so tired, she can barely stand. Choo lowered her head, tears welling up in her eyes as she reminisced. When I was little, I often had fevers and got sick. One night, it was raining heavily and we couldn't get taxi. Mommy carried me for 5 kilometers. Her feet were blistered and bleeding. Even when mommy was sick, she wouldn't go to the doctor, always saying she was fine. Mommy works so hard. Mommy loves me very much, but I'm still too young to do anything. Choo's tears dripped on his Song Shun's hand. She choked back a sob. There are always so many bad people who want to bully mommy. I want the best mommy in the world to have many people to protect her. Choo looked at him pleadingly. This child's understanding was heartbreaking. Every word was filled with helplessness and pain. Song Shun was speechless for a moment. He gently stroked the child's head, silently vowing in his heart, Yumangsi, you've suffered all these years. I will slowly prove my sincerity and never let you suffer again. At the Chung family's private hospital, the atmosphere in Dr. Lee's office was tense. Chung Jingyun said to the doctor, Dr. Lee, please check Ji Yuchu's information for me. This hospital must have her medical records. Dr. Lee didn't understand what Chung Jingyun meant. Miss Chung, she's just an ordinary child. Chung Jingyun's hand trembled slightly as she recalled the ordinary child. She said coldly, I don't think so. Song Shun cares too much about that child, so much that it makes me wonder if she's his biological daughter. In the dimly lit ward, Chung Jingyun said ambitiously, I must marry into the Song family. There can be no mistakes. Chung Jingyun began to reminisce. Before I was 10, I lived in the slums, surrounded by filth and stench. Thankfully, fate wasn't entirely unkind to me. I was born into a complicated family. My biological father is actually Chung Jingsource, the head of the Chung family in the capital. I thought my life would change, that I would become the princess of the Chung family. But who knew? I was just one of the Chung family's illegitimate children. As illegitimate children, we had no right to inherit the Chung family shares or assets. So everyone started targeting the Chung family heir. Chung Chi, the legitimate heir. Ambitious and ruthless, Chung Chi seized almost all of the Chung family's assets by the age of 15. Torn between the past and the present, Chung Jingyun clenched her trembling hands, leaned against the door, and slid Wu Li Dove to the floor. I don't want to go back to those hard times. Once you've tasted wealth and luxury, you can never escape that vanity. Her eyes were full of calculation as she thought, I can't beat Ching Chi, but as long as I can marry into the Song family, I can rise to the top. A few days later, Lin Xiao came to Choo and said, Choo, Director Liu wants you to play a small role in his movie. He peeled a tangerine for Choo as he spoke. But there are 3 other child actors competing for this role. Just do your best, Choo. I'm sure you'll be better than them. Amidst the citrus fragrance, Choo smiled gently and said, I'll do my best. But in her heart, she thought, it's been half a month since Yumangsi joined the crew, and I haven't seen her. I miss her a little, she thought, lost in her thoughts. Also, the villainous supporting actress from the original story, Chao Yueshi, is also in the crew. I have to remind mommy to be careful. Elsewhere, in Tang Qianxi and Zhao Manchi's car, Zhao Manchi raised her voice and said, Mom, I'm here to visit dear sister. Do you have anything you want me to tell her? I'll pass it on. Tang Chunji sneered at Meng Shi. Now that she's climbed so high and become a big star, her mother can't reach her anymore. Her daughter replied while touching up her makeup, She really is amazing. quietly climbing up to Director Lu's side. I'm her younger sister, and she knows I want to be an actress too, but she just won't give me a chance. Tang Chunji laughed sarcastically as she drove. Why would you compare yourself to that kind of actress? We're aristocrats. She's just a street singer, not on the same level. I heard that President Song, Shan, often comes to the set to inspect the progress. You must seize the opportunity to get close to him. Beneath a thick layer of powder, Xiao Manchi's eyes held a calculating glint. She smiled at her mother and said, "Mom, don't worry, I'll do it. When I see my sister, I'll do as you say and humiliate her." On the set, a scene from the European aristocratic era seemed to be replayed. The castle stood tall, the atmosphere solemn and nostalgic. Xiao Manchi stood by the road, looking around for Choo. This is Choo's filming area. Where is she? Suddenly, a handcart slid towards her, and the person pulling it shouted in panic. The cart slipped. Get out of the way. Just as the cart was about to hit Xiao Manchi, someone rushed over and pulled her to the side, an arm around her waist. In the sunlight, he had slicked back golden hair and deep green eyes that held a chill. The slender man steadied Xiao Manchi and asked, "What are you doing here?" Leaning against him, she stammered, I'm looking for someone." Xiao Manchi's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. Her mind was filled with the question, who is this person? The man's green eyes narrowed slightly. He glanced down at Xiao Manchi's slightly grazed leg, then turned thoughtfully to a crew member. "She's twisted her ankle. Could you get an ice pack?" The crew member quickly agreed. "Of course. Miss, this way, please," the man said, then turned and left. Consumed by curiosity, Xiao Manchi wanted to know who her rescuer was, so she turned and asked the crew member, "What's his name? Where does he live? Is he an actor? Does he have a girlfriend?" The crew member broke out in a cold sweat. Director Lu said, "We can't reveal too much before the movie is released. I can only say he's an actor in the production, and Director Lu thinks highly of him." Xiao Manchi's heart pounded. Song Shan already forgotten. So he's a star. The blonde man entered the makeup room. Lu Shanhai, seeing him, smiled and said, "You're finally back." He pulled off the wig, revealing soft, short pink hair. It was Choo. Lu Shanhai urged, "Hurry up, there's another scene to shoot this afternoon." Meng Shi, change into this outfit. Your male role scenes are over. Choo replied in a low voice, "Understood, I'll change right away." She entered the changing room. A nearby crew member, eyes shining, said to Lu Shanhai, "Meng Shi is really convincing dressed as a man. If I were a girl, I'd definitely like her." Another crew member suddenly walked in with Xiao Manchi. "Director, this Miss Xiao says she wants to see her sister, Choo." Xiao Manchi smiled sweetly. "Director Lu, it's Xiao Manchi. We meet again." Lu Shanhai turned and said, "Miss Xiao, Choo is still changing." Lu Shanhai glanced at her sideways. "This is a work area. You have 5 minutes at most." Xiao Manchi, taken aback by the cold reception, nodded awkwardly and quickly changed the subject, chattering to Lu Shanhai about the person who saved her. "Director Lu, there's an actor on set today, wearing a long gown, hair neatly combed, not very tall, rather thin. He saved me just now. Could you tell me his name? I want to thank him personally." Xiao Manchi was already envisioning the perfect scenario in her mind, closing her eyes with a hopeful smile. "First, I'll learn his name, then his story, then we'll gradually get to know each other. Feelings will develop, and someone as perfect as me, he's bound to fall for me." Hearing Xiao Manchi's question, a crew member scratched their head, trying hard to recall, but couldn't remember any male actor who was both short and thin. Was there such an actor? "I don't have any impression at all." Xiao Manchi grew anxious, grabbing the crew member's hand excitedly. There really was. Think again. He looked very gentle, with thick eyebrows and very expressive features. The crew member gave an awkward laugh, their eyes darting nervously. "I really can't remember anyone like that. Could have been an extra. The extras are all in Area 2. You could go look for him there." Xiao Manchi's excitement deflated, her eyes dimming. "An extra?" She lowered her head, dejectedly thinking, could the person I like be poor? A pang of sadness hit her. "I don't mind, but my family situation is complicated. My parents would probably strongly object. This is the first time I've liked someone, not for profit, not for family business, but simply wanting to spend the rest of my life with him." A familiar voice interrupted her thoughts. "Sister Wong, this Chong Sam is torn. It needs to be sewn. Xiao Manchi jolted, turning her head, her heart skipping a beat. It was that voice. She lifted the curtain and walked straight into the makeup room. It's you. I was just looking for you. But when she saw the person standing inside, clearly, she froze. The man she was willing to give her first love to was actually a woman. Choo, dressed as a man. Xiao Manchi was completely stunned. You. The excited crew member chimed in. I remember now. Choo was filming a scene in men's clothing today. Miss Xiao, the person you're looking for is Choo. Haha, what a coincidence. Xiao Manchi was mortified, her cheeks burning, her teeth gritted. She suddenly yelled, startling the crew members. How could it be you, Choo? You're so mean. Do you know how badly you tricked me? Xiao Manchi shrieked in humiliation and ran out. I never want to see you again. Lu Shanhai, seeing her outburst, looked puzzled. What's wrong with her? Choo was equally confused. I don't know. She suddenly went crazy. Xiao Manchi stomped her feet as she walked away, her heart full of grievance. Choo, why is it always Choo? Xiao Manchi walked and cried, a mixture of disappointment, bitterness, and embarrassment washing over her. Her exquisite makeup was ruined by tears, her heart filled with the lament of unrequited love. Damn it, why did she look so handsome dressed as a man? I actually fell in love at first sight. The image of the handsome blonde man flashed in her mind again. Some people find love, but I found my sister. Waving her arms and crying, Xiao Manchi shouted in frustration, I can't live anymore. If she tells anyone about this, how will I ever face anyone again? Everyone will laugh at me. The thought of becoming the laughingstock of the world made her feel even worse, and she could only crouch down, burying her face in her hands and sobbing. This is so embarrassing, she thought as tears streamed down her face. Why do I hate Choo so much? She hasn't actually done anything wrong. Am I jealous that she's prettier than me? Or am I jealous that she had a child out of wedlock? A complex expression flickered across Xiao Manchi's face. Have I always been jealous of her? At that moment, two actresses sitting on a nearby bench started gossiping. One said, is director Lu out of his mind? He didn't let the award-winning actress Xiao Yueji play the female lead, but instead chose a nobody who left the industry 5 years ago. The other sneered, what do you know? That female lead looks like a fairy, and director Lu is a man. Hearing them belittle Choo, Xiao Manchi's face darkened. Who do these two women think they are, daring to gossip about Choo? They continued, another female star sleeping her way to the top. The entertainment industry is so dirty. Xiao Manchi walked over and confronted them directly. Is your brain full of shit? Your mouths are so foul. Look in the mirror and see what you look like before gossiping about others. Choo is beautiful and a good actress. She deserves to play the female lead. Who are you to criticize her? You should be grateful to even be extras. People like you only deserve to play dog shit. The two actresses were furious, and one immediately retorted, what's it to you? I can say whatever I want. You, on the other hand, with all that makeup, aren't you just trying to seduce the director? Xiao Manchi retorted arrogantly, looking down at them with haughty eyes. This lady is beautiful, so what's wrong with dressing up? Besides, I'm not an extra like you lot. Her cold reprimand made them shrink back. Moreover, a big shot in the film industry is a friend of mine, and I've taken photos of you. With a menacing look, she threatened, if you dare spout any more nonsense, I'll send your photos to him. If you still want to work in this industry, shut your mouths, got it. Terrified, the two didn't dare say another word. They abandoned their half-eaten lunchboxes and fled. Xiao Manchi muttered disdainfully, TCH, trash. Only brave enough to badmouth people behind their backs. Just then, applause suddenly erupted nearby. Oh my god, I'm mesmerized by Goddess Manchi. Her male disguise was so handsome, and she's just as irresistible in women's clothing. On set, the director yelled, cut. That's a wrap for this scene. Everyone, take a 10-minute break. The person continued their praise. Choo is so amazing. To actually land a role in director Jiang Cheng's film, her acting is even better than a best actress. Xiao Manchi stared at Choo, stunned. Choo stood tall and elegant, her white dress accentuating her porcelain-like skin and flawless features. Praises continued to echo around them. Sister Manchi, your performance was fantastic. Choo is so talented. Choo responded with a smile. You're too kind, everyone. Thank you for your cooperation. Looking at the girl before her, Xiao Manchi thought, she really is dazzling. Choo isn't actually as annoying as I thought. Mom was wrong after all. The weather was clear and fresh, with a faint scent of grass and trees in the air. In the car, Choo said brightly to Chung Jingyun, "Brother Chung Jingyun, thank you for bringing me to see Mom. I hope brother Xiao's tummy gets better soon." Chung Jingyun replied, "You're welcome. It's what I should do." He then said to the little girl, "Don't worry about Xiao. I've already arranged for a doctor." Choo nodded happily. "That's great." Choo thought to herself. Chung Jingyun is surprisingly reliable. He rushed over as soon as he heard Xiao wasn't feeling well. Although I'm a little suspicious about this visit to Mom, he's certainly efficient. Don't forget, he's only 15. Not only can he manage the Chung family business, but he can also handle a pack of wolf-like illegitimate siblings. He wouldn't survive without some skill. I remember in the original story, Chung Jingyun died young because of their schemes. Choo turned to look at Chung Jingyun, her eyes sparkling. "Brother Chung Jingyun, you must be careful. I heard your father has a lot of illegitimate children, and they always like to cause trouble for you. If anything happens, tell me. I'm very capable. I can protect you." Hearing the little girl's worried words, Chung Jingyun was taken aback for a moment, then gave a gentle smile and patted her head. Choo, don't worry, they can't hurt me. You should save your skills to protect yourself." Choo nodded with a smile, her eyes curving into crescents. "Okay, we'll defeat the bad guys together." Chung Jingyun looked at the little girl, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "It's a deal." He chuckled silently to himself. "You know my ending in the original story was tragic, so you want to save me. But since I'm here now, I won't let our ending be tragic again." Upon entering the room, the little girl playfully ran over and covered her mother's eyes with her small hands, her voice full of mischief. "Guess who?" Choo sat in the chair, playing along with a smile. "I can't guess." "Who are you?" Choo giggled. "I'm Choo. Mommy's Choo. The little girl released her hands and tilted her head, revealing an innocent smile. Choo looked at her daughter, her eyes filled with tenderness. "Ah." Choo finally came to see Mommy. Choo giggled, a warmth suddenly surging in her heart. She felt even more grateful to have a mother. In her past life, she had no parents. In this life, Choo gave her all her maternal love. At this moment, Lu Shanhai walked over to Choo and said, "Choo, we're going to audition later. There are 3 other girls about your age also competing for this role." Lu Shanhai smiled gently. Although Uncle Lu likes Choo very much, acting still depends on the young actor's own performance. Choo said confidently, "I know, Uncle Lu, don't worry. I'm a very good actress." Lu Shanhai laughed heartily. "Ha, that's good." Choo reminded Choo, "Don't be arrogant." Choo thought to herself, "I wasn't originally interested in this small role, but I heard that Xiao Yueji's 7-year-old granddaughter is also auditioning. I want to stay a couple more days and see what Xiao Yueji is up to." Chung Jingyun stood quietly beside her, gazing tenderly at Choo, thinking, "I believe her acting skills are truly unmatched." Outside, Xiao Yueji looked down at her granddaughter, her stern tone laced with expectation. "Meng, you must secure this role. I heard Choo also has a child auditioning. You can't lose to that child." The little girl lifted her face, her bright eyes filled with determination. "Don't worry, Grandma. I won't disappoint you." The child smiled. "I want to be a beautiful actress just like you, Grandma. I definitely won't let you down." Hearing this, Xiao Yueji was deeply gratified. "That's my good granddaughter." Inwardly, she schemed. "As long as Meng gets into the production, I'll have my ways of dealing with that Choo. I used to be the center of attention on set, the director's favorite, but now everyone only cares about her. That little vixen. Choo, your reign of glory is over." Just then, a staff member came out to announce, "Everyone's here. We'll begin the auditions shortly. Children, please pay attention." The young actors gathered together neatly. The staff member continued to explain to the children, "Our scene is set on a battlefield. A little girl witnesses her parents being killed by the enemy and then finds their bodies on the battlefield. You can improvise the scene and lines. We're mainly assessing the emotion in your performance to see if it can move the audience." The 4 girls listened attentively. The staff member continued, "The judges are Mr. Lu Shanhai, Mr. Jiang Chung, and Ms. Xiao Yueji. Don't be nervous. We will treat everyone fairly." The staff member called out, "All right, who wants to audition first?" As soon as the words left their mouth, the 3 girls, excluding Choo, immediately raised their hands, vying to be the first on stage. "I want to go first." "Me first." "Let me go first." "Meng will go first then." "Everyone else, please get ready." Choo found it incredibly annoying, thinking to herself, "So noisy. It feels like I'm back in a nightmare of kindergarten." Suddenly, Chung Jingyun walked over and gently handed Choo a glass of water, his smile as warm as sunshine. "Don't be nervous. Chung Jing-yoon's handsome features, coupled with his gentle gaze, exuded confidence. Have some water to moisten your throat. Choo took the glass and gulped down several mouthfuls. In the corner, Xiao Yueji noticed this scene and felt a pang of jealousy. Why is the Chung family's young master with a little girl Choo brought? Choo is really capable, surrounded by rich and powerful men. She doesn't even let a 15-year-old off the hook. As she was thinking, the little girl on stage had already begun her performance, screaming, "Mommy, don't leave me. I don't want you to go." The entire room fell silent. The three judges shook their heads, forcing awkward smiles. After the performance, the staff member announced, "All right, there's only one person left now. Little Choo, if you're ready, please come on stage and begin." Choo slowly walked onto the stage and greeted politely, "Hello, judges. My name is Choo, and I'm 5 years old." Lu Shanhai gestured for her to begin. The little girl sobbed, tears flowing continuously, calling out for her mom and dad. Her voice choked with emotion, filled with all the pain in the world. "Mommy, Daddy." Images of a desolate battlefield flashed through Choo's mind, surrounded by broken debris and scattered corpses. Her hand trembled as she clutched her mother's cold arm, her eyes brimming with tears. "I'm hungry, Mommy. Take me home." Choo slumped down, curling up and weeping silently. Xiao Yueji furrowed her brow, muttering under her breath, "Is this child really only 5 years old?" She thought wearily, Choo's performance is terrifying. This isn't something a child can do. I can't believe she can evoke such intense empathy from the audience with such a simple scene. The other two contestants were already crying their eyes out. "Wow, she's so pitiful. Wow, I want to give her all my snacks." Mengming's face was filled with worry and unease. After a while, Lu Shanhai finally stood up and said, "Everyone has seen Choo's performance. Do we all agree to choose Choo? Any objections?" The audience responded in unison, "No objections." Jiang Chung, sitting beside him, also praised. Choo's performance was amazing. Only Xiao Yueji remained silent, her head lowered, her hands clenched tightly in anger. Lu Shanhai declared, "All right, the audition is concluded." At this point, the staff member was still sobbing with emotion. He sobbed as he spoke to Lu Shanhai, "Director, I'm going to cry to death. How can you be so calm? Choo is a natural-born actress, a genius." Suddenly, Lu Shanhai rushed over and spun him around until he was dizzy, scattering papers everywhere. The staff member fell to the ground, still disoriented from what had just happened. Lu Shanhai had already run to the door. He hurried to find Choo, bursting through the door and shouting, Choo, do you know how amazing you were?" Choo, who was reading the script, was startled by his sudden entrance. Lu Shanhai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. "Have you considered letting Choo become an actress? I will definitely devote myself to training her. She can definitely become a world-class actress. I've never seen a child act better than her in my entire life, and she's only 5. 5-year-old Choo said anxiously, "Mr. Lu, please calm down." Choo, as Meng Shi, poured a glass of water and handed it to Lu Shanhai, saying, "Teacher, don't get too excited. Have some water and calm down." Jiang Chung, standing beside them, said with admiration in his eyes, "No wonder Director Lu is so excited." Little Choo not only displayed a child's innocence, but also portrayed the changing times. This is really difficult to achieve, but Choo did it. Choo, as Meng Shi, smiled and said, "Really? Maybe this child is just naturally gifted." Suddenly, Lu Shanhai put down his glass and said, "You guys chat. I have to go and get to work." Lu Shanhai bounced out of the room happily, leaving the other two surprised. "Choose the costumes for tomorrow's shoot yourselves. I have to go prepare." Meng Shi, think about what I said. Choo, as Meng Shi, said helplessly, "Mr. Lu is really efficient." She turned to Jiang Chung and said, "Mr. Lu is so dedicated. He doesn't care about his own health at all, and he does everything himself." Jiang Chung couldn't help but sigh. That's just how he is. He lives for film. On set, Chung Jingyan walked up to Choo and praised her. "Choo, you acted so well." Choo raised her chin confidently and said, "Of course, I'm a natural-born actress." Chung Jingyan looked at her small, proud appearance, and memories of the past surfaced in his mind. "You truly are a natural-born actress. In our past life, your acting skills completely fooled me." Just as he finally tore off her disguise and was ready to have a serious talk, the sudden turn of events pulled him into the bittersweet world of the novel. A gentle voice sounded as Choo, as Meng Shi, walked over to Choo and hugged her tightly. She said softly, Mommy's work is done. I thought I'd take you for a walk around here. Choo responded to her mother with a happy laugh. Choo, as Meng Shi, turned to Chung Jingyun and said gratefully, Chung Jingyun, thank you so much for today. Chung Jingyun smiled politely. It's nothing, Miss Xiao. I'm very relieved to leave Choo with you. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Contact me if you need anything. After saying that, he turned and left. Choo, as Meng Shi, watched his departing figure and sighed. Young Master Chung is such a good person, completely different from the cold person he's rumored to be. Choo let out an oh upon hearing her mother's words. Choo thought to herself, this guy clearly wants to chase after my mom. Why can't mom see something so obvious? Meanwhile, Xiao Yueji and her niece Meng were secretly observing them. Meng turned her head and said, Aunt, Choo just called that beautiful woman mommy. No wonder they're both so beautiful. Xiao Yueji frowned slightly, pondering, could it be that Meng Shi's mysterious retirement from the entertainment industry all those years ago was because she was pregnant? Chung Jingyun even specifically sent me a picture of Choo and asked me to investigate her background. Why would Chung Jingyun investigate Choo? Forget it, I won't worry about that for now. Jiao Yuanxi, I've finally found your weakness. Thinking of this, Xiao Yueji raised her phone and took a picture of the mother and daughter embracing, a calculating glint in her eyes. She then sent a text message to Chung Jingyun. The child you asked me to investigate before is called Choo. Her mother is Jiao Yuanxi, whose real name is Jiao Ruashi. She's back in the acting business now. The child's father is unknown. I'll continue investigating. Chung Jingyun panicked. The child Song's son protected that day was actually that bitch Jiao Ruashi's daughter. She thought frantically, could this child be Song Sen's? Chung Jingyun sat on the bed, panting, and shouted, impossible. I clearly gave Jiao Ruashi abortion pills back then. In order to eliminate the possibility, Chung Jingyun kept muttering, impossible. Her hands trembled as she typed. Yueji, find a way to get me some of Choo's hair. I need to do a paternity test. She threw her phone heavily onto the bed. She thought to herself, if that child really is Song Sen's, then I have to take action. Only I am worthy of being the mistress of the Song family. Does Jiao Yuanxi think giving birth to a child can change her fate? Dream on. The next day on set, someone exclaimed, Choo's makeup is so beautiful. Everyone come and see. All eyes immediately turned to Choo. The little girl was wearing ragged clothes, with big, bright eyes and a dirty little face. She looked both pitiful and adorable. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, ah, so cute. A group of girls surrounded her, praising her one after another. Let me take a picture, little cutie. So adorable, like a little stray kitten. Do you want to come home with me after work? Choo was a little scared, secretly sighing to herself. So scary. Suddenly they're surrounding me like I'm meeting fans. Choo, as Meng Shi, frantically took pictures, her eyes full of smiles. My Choo is so cute. I want to send it to him, and Xiao, and send one to Aunt Xiao too. She thought, should I send it to Song's senator? After hesitating for a moment, she couldn't resist and sent it. Song Sen's phone notified him of a new message. He glanced at the screen, and when he saw the sender's name, his eyes immediately lit up with a smile. He quickly opened the message, and a picture of Choo popped up, accompanied by the words, Choo's makeup. Isn't she adorable? Song's son chuckled, clutching his phone. My daughter is just too cute. Her little face is all dirty, like a little eggshell. He was still basking in this happiness when a voice interrupted him. Mr. Song. Song's son snapped back to reality. He looked up to find the entire conference room staring at him in bewilderment, a blissful expression still plastered on his face. His employees coughed, barely suppressing their laughter. Mr. Song, regarding the date we were just discussing, is that feasible? Song's son cleared his throat, slightly embarrassed, and quickly composed himself. I was lost in thought. Please go over the project plan again. But he didn't forget to reply to his beloved's message. She's so cute, just like you. By the way, I had someone send a fabric over yesterday. Remember not to eat too much. Be careful of stomach aches. Jiao Yuanxi blushed and smiled upon receiving his message, replying, okay, focus on your work. Just then, a childish voice piped up beside her. Mommy, why is your face so red? She froze, stammering, oh no, it's a bit hot today. Jiao Yuanxi quickly took Choo's hand. Come on, let's go to the set. Choo happily followed her mother. She had seen through it all, secretly delighted. Great. Mom and Dad's relationship is slowly getting better. But before I deal with that obstacle, Chung Jingyun, Mom can't think about marrying Dad. More importantly, Mom needs to focus on her career and earn money. Suddenly, Jiu Yuanchi called out, Choo Choo. Choo Choo looked up and saw a man greeting her cheerfully. Uncle Jiang Chung, you're here. Jiang Chung bent down and smiled. Yes, I've recovered, so I came to film. Thanks to Choo Choo visiting me in the hospital before. At that moment, Xiao Yueji appeared like a ghost from behind. Isn't this Mr. Jiang Chung? Long time no see. Choo Choo immediately became alert, grumbling inwardly. This villainous supporting actress is here again. The woman reached out amicably to touch Choo Choo's hair. Oh, Choo Choo is here too. You have to perform well later. Don't disappoint Director Liu, okay? Choo Choo sureli.get logging akwadi. Annie Chow, don't mess up Choo Choo's hair or Uncle Liu will be angry. But in her heart, she muttered, why does this woman keep staring at my hair? Does she want to take my hair for a paternity test? With whom? Liu Shanhai, or Song Senator Annie Chow reached out her hand again, smiling. Choo Choo yes, Shaku. Can Annie touch you? Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Choo Choo, come here quickly. Her movement immediately stopped. Uncle Liu is calling me. The little girl immediately ran towards Liu Shanhai's voice. Goodbye, Onikao. Xiao Yueji could only watch her leave, speechless, her face darkening. I didn't expect to fail, but it doesn't matter. As long as Choo Choo is still in the crew, I still have a chance. As for Choo Choo, she glanced triumphantly at Xiao Yueji. No matter what you're planning, don't even think about getting my hair for now. A moment later, Jiu Yuanchi instructed Choo Choo, Mommy has a scene to film this afternoon. Stay with Uncle Jiang Chung for a while, okay? Choo Choo not that obedi ni. Okay, Mommy. Jiang Chung said happily. Brother Song's son sent ice cream to the crew. What flavor does Choo Choo want? I'll get it for you. Choo Choo, sitting there, immediately replied, I want vanilla. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Jiang Chung waved his hand. You're welcome. Don't run around. I'll be right back. The little girl obediently agreed. Okay. Suddenly, a figure walked over, attracting the little girl's attention. Choo Choo, what a coincidence. I see you again. It was Xiao Yueji again, still persistent in her goal. Your hat is so pretty. Can Annie take a look? Choo Choo narrowed her eyes, judging inwardly. This woman is like a leech, clinging to me. She reached for the hat, but grasped at air. Choo Choo dodged in time and quickly said, Annie Chow, this hat is attached with hairpins. It can't be taken off. Xiao Yueji suppressed her anger. Really? Annie wants to wear this kind of hat too. Can Choo Choo show Annie how it's done? The little girl innocently shifted to the side. No, she was getting annoyed. It's just a few strands of hair. Does this child have to hide it so tightly? Could it be that she guessed something, so she keeps avoiding me? Impossible. She's only 5 or 6 years old. What could she understand? Xiao Yueji tried to suppress her impatience. It was annoying enough playing a supporting role in this strange production, and now she had to coax a child. She dropped the gentle facade and said directly, the hat. Give it to me. The little girl insisted no. Choo Choo's hand quickly reached for the iron railing behind her. Was Xiao Yueji going to use force? The little girl pouted. Good. This woman hasn't been taught a lesson in a while. Just then, a girl walked over. Well, isn't this our great actress? Bullying a child again. The newcomer was Yi Tian, a popular star, who said smugly, You're always bullying the weak. You haven't changed a bit. Xiao Yueji felt a little uncomfortable. Why is this woman here too? She forced a smile and waved her hand in response. I saw a bug on the child's hat and was afraid it would scare her. Yi Tian, la fête lude. Stop pretending. Your acting is as bad as your character. The words were embarrassing, but she had no retort. Even Choo Choo couldn't help but chuckle. This girl really knew how to roast someone. Xiao Yueji was such a nuisance. Who did Yi Tian think she was? Just an impersonator. She almost got cut by the director during the audition and had to beg for the role. Yi Tian didn't seem to care and instead looked happy. Don't worry, I won't compete with you for the director's attention. Director Liu personally invited me to sing the theme song, and not just for one movie. This infuriated Xiao Yueji. Xiao Yueji snorted and turned to leave. I can't be bothered with you. Yi Tian waved at her. Our best actress can't get angry. You have to be magnanimous. Your diehard fans all praise you as a gentle and kind big sister. Choo Choo looked at her, thinking that Yi Tian was now a top idol. It was rare to see such a passionate and upright person in the entertainment industry. But she felt a little gloomy, remembering Yi Tian's straightforward personality. yet her ending was tragic. That year, when a famous martial arts star Zhang Qi was wrongly accused of infidelity and banned from the internet, Yi Tian bravely spoke up for him. As a result, she attracted a wave of negative comments and was dragged down with him, her career plummeting. Later, she was targeted by the newly popular Xiao Yueji. Her voice was ruined, and she faded out of the entertainment industry. Fortunately, there was still time to prevent it all. Yi Tian looked at Choo and asked kindly, "Are you the cute little girl Choo who beat the niece of the Gao family actress?" "Choo ziblit happy. I'm Choo. Hello, Sita." After sitting down, she kept praising her. "Little cutie, remember to stay away from that woman in the future. She has bad intentions." The little girl nodded obediently. Okay. Who are you looking for?" Yi Tian scratched her head. "I'm just wandering around. I heard Zhang Qi is here. Have you seen him?" Choo said with a smile. "Uncle Jiang Cheng went to buy me ice cream. He'll be right back." So, she was looking for Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng, a man in his 30s, wasn't that handsome. What was Yi Tian looking for him for? Just then, Jiang Cheng returned. "Oh, Miss Yi, long time no see." As soon as they met, Yi Tian became excited. "Mr. Jiang." He handed the ice cream to the child and said, Choo, I have to film a scene later and go to the set to prepare. Do you want to go find your mom with me?" "Choo, not that, obedi ni." "Okay." Yi Tian said somewhat coquettishly, "Mr. Jiang, can I go to the set and watch you film? I love watching your action scenes the most." Jiang Cheng smiled gently. "Of course. No problem." However, Choo observed the situation on set with her keen eyes. "Mr. Jiang, you're going to be seriously injured in this scene, saving the female lead." The director said that wire work would be used, and later he would have to jump from the 10-meter-high platform A to point B, then roll down, stand up, and chase the villain. Choo thought to herself that in the original story, this was the scene where Zhang Qi had his accident, followed by the infidelity scandal. According to the timeline, Zhang Qi's accident would happen now. Choo turned to Jiao Yuanqi and said, "Mom, I'm going to watch Uncle Jiang Cheng do the wire work. I'll find you later." Jiao Yuanqi reminded her, "Be careful." The little girl nodded. "Okay." Then she ran over quickly. With so many people on set, someone must have tampered with something. Choo widened her eyes and asked crisply, "Uncle Jiang Cheng, why are they tying these wires to you?" Jiang Cheng chuckled, a playful glint in his eyes. The props team was carefully fastening the wires to him, securing every safety buckle. He turned his head and gently explained, "These are called wire rigs. Once they're attached, you can fly around in the air." Yi Tian, with her long hair draped over her shoulders, stood beside him, bending down and smiling gently. "Sweetie, with this, you won't get hurt even if you fall from a high place. And your Uncle Jiang Cheng never uses a stunt double for action scenes. How amazing is that?" Choo blinked, her small hand gently touching the sturdy black wires, carefully observing the structure. She didn't find anything unusual for the moment, but still frowned and said worriedly, "But what if this thin wire breaks and you fall?" The props master heard her and said with a smile, "Don't worry, little one. I've been doing wire work for decades. I check the wires every day, and the equipment is replaced regularly. Nothing has ever gone wrong in all these years." Choo looked up and asked, "Really?" The little girl closed her eyes, thinking to herself, "This little guy is too naive. I have the script, so I have to secretly tamper with something." Choo Godin. The wires did look very strong, and she finally felt relieved. Just then, the director raised a megaphone and shouted, "First rehearsal. Actors in position. Prepare for takeoff." The crew pulled Zhang Qi onto the 20-meter-high platform. The system operator started the machine, the pulley clicked, the steel cable slowly tightened, and Zhang Qi was gradually lifted. Yi Tian stood below, staring at him intently. Suddenly, something went wrong. Zhang Qi's face instantly paled, then flushed crimson. He yelled in a panic, "Stop! Stop! My pants are falling down. My belt seems loose. Let me down." Yi Tian covered her mouth, giggling, her eyes crinkling into crescents. The crew member operating the cable laughed too. All right, we'll let you down right away, haha." Just then, there was a snap. The cable broke. Zhang Qi's body plummeted, his pupils shrinking, his heart nearly stopping. Luckily, he landed on the safety air cushion. Everyone held their breath in shock. Yi Tian cried out in concern. Zhangqi, she rushed towards him, her face ashen. Are you all right? Choo asked, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Just as I expected, she thought to herself. Yi Tian, and a crew member quickly helped Zhangqi up. Yi Tian's face was pale with worry, while the crew member anxiously urged, quick, help him to get checked. At that moment, Director Lu Shanhai hurried over. What happened? He demanded, then ordered without hesitation. Wang Fugue, call the medical team over immediately. Also, clear the set. Get all unnecessary personnel out. Finally, recheck all the equipment. Keep the scene as it is. Wang Fugue, sweating profusely, quickly replied, understood. He immediately turned to carry out the orders. The atmosphere was tense. A prop crew member rushed over to report to Lu Shanhai. Director, we checked everything carefully beforehand. There was absolutely no problem with the cable. But as soon as Mr. Zhang was hoisted up, it suddenly snapped. Lu Shanhai narrowed his eyes, repeating suspiciously, suddenly. At this point, Wang Fugue rushed back, holding the broken cable, his face pale. Director, something's wrong. The breaks on these two cables are incredibly clean. He held up the cable, his voice trembling. Someone deliberately cut a small nick in them. It slowly frayed and then broke under the strain. Fortunately, Mr. Zhang's belt was loose, and the cable broke at a height of 5 meters before he reached the designated height. If he had fallen from a height of more than 10 meters, even with the safety cushion, he would definitely have broken bones. Lu Shanhai gripped the broken cable tightly, his face grim, his eyes cold as the abyss. In a low, powerful voice, he commanded, investigate this immediately. Have all the equipment rechecked. Contain the news for now. Just say the equipment needs temporary adjustments. The scene shifted to the Song family villa. Song's son asked, has the shipment been delivered to the set? His assistant lowered his head and reported, Mr. Song, rest assured, the truck is already on its way. It's estimated to arrive around 7 o'clock this evening. Song's son casually adjusted his tie and nodded slightly. At 10 o'clock tonight, put the documents for the group's new project in my office. I need to review them. The assistant respectfully replied, yes, sir. I'll take care of it right away. As the assistant left, a steady voice called out from behind. Where are you going? Song's son turned and saw his grandfather sitting there. Although the old man was advanced in years, his aura was still powerful, his sharp gaze sweeping over his grandson. He snorted coldly. What's going on between you and that Lu boy? You have your assistant sending things to the set every other day, and you're always running over there yourself. Song Sen's expression remained calm. The group has invested heavily in Lu Shanhai's film project. I'm just keeping an eye on its progress. His grandfather frowned, his gaze sharp. Don't try to fool me. Be honest. I won't blame you. Do you think I haven't seen my share of storms? The old man sneered. Over the years, I've arranged for you to meet so many eligible young ladies from prominent families, and you haven't shown interest in a single one. You just go through the motions at social events. I'm not oblivious, you know. Song's son knelt beside his grandfather, saying respectfully, grandfather is indeed wise. Inwardly, however, he thought, my engagement to Chung Jingyun is just a delaying tactic. I initially agreed to marry her partly to repay a debt of gratitude, and partly because I was being pressured by my family to go on blind dates. Time and time again. The grandfather stared at his grandson for a long time, finally closing his eyes and sighing. That Lu Shanhai boy is young and promising, and his films are quite good. The old man pondered for a moment. If you truly like Lu Shanhai, I can accept it. Song Sen's face instantly froze. He jumped up as if he'd been electrocuted, his eyes wide. Grandfather, heaven and earth can bear witness. The sun and moon can testify. I have absolutely no interest in that Lu boy. His shout echoed through the room. His grandfather coughed, looking at his grandson meaningfully, his tone slow. I'm not blind. It's my fault there's no one to carry on the Song family line. I should have had your father have more children back then. Now, I don't even have a great-grandchild to hold. Song's son frowned and quickly said, Grandfather, I really don't have those kinds of feelings for Lu Shanhai. His grandfather casually made a decision. All right, stop hiding it. Just go. My 80th birthday is in half a month, and I'll send Lu Shanhai an invitation. As for that Miss Chung, don't drag it out any longer. Break off the engagement if it needs to be broken off. No matter what Song's son said, his grandfather wouldn't listen. Song Sen's face darkened. He clenched his fists, exhaled heavily, and thought to himself, it seems I can't explain it clearly now. It looks like I can only bring Choo, the sweet and well-behaved granddaughter my grandfather adores, to the hotel for his 80th birthday celebration. At the film set hotel, Choo sat on the bed, her small face towards the laptop screen. The news of the broken cable had spread throughout the crew. After the staff checked all the rigging, filming resumed. Unfortunately, they still hadn't figured out who was responsible for the sabotage. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, and a clear female voice came from outside. Brother-in-law, open the door. You're not answering my calls or my messages. Choo was startled. She blinked and looked towards the door. Who is it? She asked as she opened the door. The woman outside was Xiao, Jiang Cheng's sister-in-law. She had curly hair, heavy makeup, and a cunning look on her face. She didn't seem like a good person. She sized up Choo, a hint of suspicion flashing in her eyes. Hey, who are you? I'm looking for the big star, Jiang Cheng. He's my brother-in-law. Little girl, why are you in my brother-in-law's room? Her eyes were full of smugness, and the corners of her mouth curled into a smile. She thought to herself, could it be that Jiang Cheng is hiding my sister while keeping a mistress and an illegitimate child outside? This thought made Xiao Shuai extremely excited. She secretly chuckled. Haha, big news delivered right to my doorstep. Choo looked at her, a little worried, thinking she's Jiang Cheng's sister-in-law. The plot has developed to this point. Jiang Cheng is going to be in trouble. But on the surface, she just smiled innocently, her voice clear. Uncle Jiang Cheng is in the room over there, 1212. This is 1212. You've got the wrong room. But he's filming, so he probably won't be back until late. Hearing this, Xiao Shuai's enthusiasm immediately cooled. She waved her hand and turned to leave, her attitude arrogant and conceited. She thought to herself, TSK, so there's no illegitimate child. What a waste of my excitement. Choo smiled and said goodbye. Take care. Watching her back, Choo's eyes gradually darkened. Choo thought, this woman is trouble. In the novel, she shows up in Jiang Cheng's bed like this and gets photographed by the paparazzi. Because of this incident, Jiang Cheng's reputation is ruined, and he falls from a top star to rock bottom, eventually dying from exhaustion on set. I had to find a way to warn Jiang Cheng. During dinner time, in the hotel restaurant within a luxurious space, Xiao Shuai spoke at the dining table in a flattering tone. Brother-in-law, I'm going to join the crew tomorrow. Just a small role. You have a scene to film tomorrow too, right? Can you come see me before filming? Jiang Cheng lowered his head and picked up some food with his chopsticks, not even looking at her. He said indifferently, sure, I'll come see you tomorrow if I have time. If you're not familiar with the place, just tell me. I promised my sister I'd take care of you. Xiao Shuai covered her face, exaggerating an expression of admiration. Brother-in-law, you're so amazing. You even have a role in Director Liu's film. My sister really married a good husband. Jiang Cheng smiled a little embarrassedly, scratched his head, and said sincerely, it's a man's duty to earn money and support his family. I'm often not at home, and my sister raises the child alone. She works harder than me. Xiao Shuai immediately leaned closer, her fingertips intentionally or unintentionally brushing against Jiang Cheng's shoulder, her voice as sweet as honey. Brother-in-law, you're so considerate. She lowered her voice coquettishly. Oh, brother-in-law, you have some sauce on your lips. Let me wipe it for you. As she spoke, she leaned closer, her body almost touching Jiang Cheng. Before she could make a move, Jiang Cheng had already gently wiped his mouth. It's fine. Eat quickly. It's getting late, and you have filming tomorrow morning. Xiao Shuai froze, stunned for a few seconds, feeling extremely uncomfortable. This man really doesn't understand romance. But soon her expression turned gloomy, and she thought to herself, it doesn't matter. I've already installed a camera and recorded everything between us. I've even thought of the headline. Shocking. Famous action movie star. Secretly meets with a beautiful woman late at night in a hotel. Choo used her laptop to check for hidden cameras. Sure enough, she found one, pointed directly at Xiao Shuai and Jiang Cheng having an intimate dinner. Choo thought, it seems she really has ulterior motives. The little girl sat on the bed, drinking milk, thinking, it looks like I have to take action. A chat window popped up on her laptop screen. She messaged one of her subordinates in the organization. Come here. The other party immediately replied, Boss, you finally contacted me. Are there any missions recently? Choo then typed, Xiao Shuai, Xiao Nan, and the paparazzi Zhang Xiaochang. Monitor the call records of these 3 people for the next few days. He responded, King Song Ly. Piece of cake. By the way, boss, the hacking competition in the US sent us an invitation. Also, the head of another organization contacted me privately, wanting to invite us to join their organization. Coincidentally, their organization is also called Poker. Choo was stunned for a moment. In this cliché novel world, there was actually another organization called Poker. She continued to message her subordinate. Complete the mission first. Don't contact that organization for now. He immediately replied, Roger that, boss. See you at the World Hacking Competition. I can't wait to see your true face. You must be a great beauty, hee. Choo continued to ponder. I've been in this world for almost 2 years. How come I've never discovered this Poker organization? The hacker organization I joined in my past life was also called Poker. It was founded by Lao, Mo, and me, and later gradually developed into a world-class organization. Later, Lao Montag suddenly dis Arbeit mysteriösly. In order to find him, I had to show up in person. Before his disappearance, Lao Mo had been searching for a special stone. It was because of that stone that I was inexplicably dragged into this cliché novel world. She sneered. Maybe I should go to the US to investigate. I must uncover the true face of this Poker organization. Who knows? There might be unexpected surprises. Ji Mengsha returned home and saw that her daughter was still awake. So she asked, Choo, why aren't you asleep so late? Choo was very happy to see her mother come back and reached out her little hands for a hug. Choo was waiting for Mommy to come home. Ji Mengsha smiled and sat down, hugging her daughter. Mommy has been too busy lately and hasn't had time to take care of you. Choo said happily, It's okay. Mommy is a big star now. Choo is very happy, huh? Ji Mengsha also laughed. Mommy is not a big star. Suddenly remembering something, Ji Mengsha said, By the way, Uncle Song is coming tomorrow. Mommy asked him to help you with your summer homework. You have to be good, okay? Summer homework? Choo's nightmare. Choo was instantly dumbfounded. The little girl froze, crying inwardly. I forgot about that boring kindergarten homework. The next morning, Song's son arrived with a smug expression. He thought to himself, Mengsha specifically asked me to tutor you today. Little Choo, you're not going anywhere today. Just ly do your homework. Choo immediately wanted to cry and shout for help. Uncle Song. Song's son crossed his arms, unyielding. No way. Your mother said you can't rest until you finish your math and Chinese homework. Choo clasped her hands together, looking at him pitifully, her eyes sparkling like a kitten, her voice soft and sweet. Uncle Song. Choo is thirsty and wants juice. Can we go downstairs and buy a cup of juice? Song Sen's heart trembled. This action was like a sweet arrow shot into his heart, completely irresistible. Her cuteness was enough to melt the whole world. Song's son stood up, holding Choo's hand with one hand and raising the other high in the air, full of momentum. Let's go. Just buy a cup of juice. Perfectly reasonable. Choo also excitedly shouted along. Reasonable. Choo secretly chuckled, her beautiful eyes looking at Song's son. Hey, this uncle is becoming more and more humane. She had already planned her next step in her mind. This was a good opportunity to monitor Xiao Shuai and that troublesome sister-in-law, Zhang Qi. She seemed to be stirring up trouble again recently. Choo pulled Song Sen's hand and went to the restaurant, frowning slightly, her eyes unconsciously sweeping over the exquisite table setting, muttering to herself. That sister-in-law, Tang Chuani, didn't film in the afternoon and didn't go to the set to find Chang Jingyun. She must be up to something again. Before she could think further, her clear eyes suddenly lit up, seeing Xiao Shui's familiar figure. Choo almost jumped for joy, found her. She ran over excitedly, her clear voice ringing like a silver bell. Uncle Song, let's sit here. The waiter recognized Song Sen's identity and immediately bowed respectfully, a professional smile with a hint of caution. Mr. Song, welcome. Please forgive us for not welcoming you personally. What can I get for you? Song's son handed the menu to Choo, his voice low and gentle. Choo, order whatever you want. Choo, like a little sparrow, scanned the menu with her bright eyes and excitedly ordered randomly. I want this, and this. The waiter chuckled softly and lowered her head. Mr. Song, I'll prepare it for you. Please let me know if you need anything else. Song Sen nodded slightly and raised his glass of water in response. He opened his phone and sent a message to his wife. Choo finished her math homework. I took her out to eat. Soon a message came back. Thank you for your hard work. Song Sen's heart immediately raced, and he felt warm inside. Mengsha cares about me. She has me in her heart. He quickly replied, It's not hard work. It's what I should do. Watching Song's son smile foolishly, his eyes crinkling into slits, Choo simply rolled her eyes, rested her chin on her hand, and sighed. Honestly, she thought, men in love all turn into idiots. She lazily reached out, lightly touched her earpiece, and skillfully slid her fingertip across the button. Like a professional hacker, with a soft click, the listening device connected. She heard Xiao Shuai behind her making a phone call. Jejia is already 6 years old, getting older and older, and everyone will soon find out he's not Zhangqi's. This is all for the good of us sisters. Zhangqi is so rich, don't you want it? Besides, with Lao Wang's help, we definitely won't fail. Her tone suddenly lowered, a dangerous smile playing on her lips. Tonight, Zhangqi gets off work at 8. I'll put the stuff in the chicken soup. Don't worry, no one will find out. Choo took a sip of water, thinking, too bad I already know you're going to ruin Zhangqi's reputation tonight. How despicable. Just then, Song's son slammed his hand on the table with a loud bang, his thick eyebrows furrowed in a frown. Choo, why did you order so much ice cream? He complained. Choo looked up innocently. It's only 5 cups. He frowned, his voice low and carrying a CEO's authority, but not at all frightening. Mengsher said, you can only have 1 cup a day. I'll have them take these away. You can't eat them. Before Choo could react, Song's son had already taken away 4 cups of ice cream. Watching her beloved 4 cups of ice cream being snatched away, Choo clenched her fists under the table, gritting her teeth. Mengsher. Look in the mirror, you love-struck fool. Look at the person in the mirror and see how controlled you are. What's a CEO? I can't even enjoy my ice cream. Song's son smiled. Choo, let's make a deal. My grandfather is turning 80 in August. Do you want to meet Grandpa Song? The little girl, who was scooping a spoonful of ice cream, paused at his words. Grandpa Song's name immediately surfaced in her mind. Grandpa Song was one of the few elders who were kind to Choo and Mengsher. He wasn't blind. An unpleasant memory flashed through her mind. On his 80th birthday, Cheng Qingyun had secretly sabotaged Grandpa Song's wheelchair, causing it to lose control and crash into a pillar, ultimately leading to tragedy. Her brow furrowed, her eyes darkening instantly. That Cheng Qingyun, she muttered, I need to keep a close eye on her. This thought only lingered for a few seconds before Choo quickly regained her usual playful demeanor, nodding happily. Okay, Choo wants to see Uncle's grandpa. Song's son looked at her, the corners of his mouth lifting in satisfaction. She continued, then, Uncle, before she could finish, a sharp, piercingly fake and overly enthusiastic voice interrupted. Mr. Song. Before Choo could react, Xiao Shuai, in a tight black dress and with a tall, slender figure, squeezed her way to the table, the strong scent of perfume overwhelming. Ignoring Song Sen's resistance, she leaned in flirtatiously. Mr. Song, I'm Xiao Shuai, sister-in-law of Zhangqi, a star in your company. I'm so happy to meet you here. You're even more handsome than in the magazines. Choo rolled her eyes, her face full of disgust. The little girl quietly put down her spoon, jumped up, and ran off like a small whirlwind. Song's son immediately stood up. Choo, where are you going? She replied in an innocent voice, to call Mom. Uncle already has company. Choo will ask Mom to pick me up. I don't want to disturb you. Song's son froze, watching the small figure hurriedly run away, and panicked. It's not like that, he shouted, quickly chasing after her. Choo, come back. But he had only taken 2 steps when Xiao Shuai grabbed his arm. Mr. Song. He turned around and glared at her coldly. Xiao Shuai's voice was sweet and cloying, full of calculation. Mr. Song, please wait. Actually, I'm also an actress. Could I take this opportunity to ask you for some advice? He shook off her hand, his voice cold. Get lost. Her face paled, and she stammered, sorry. He didn't even look at her, immediately quickening his pace to chase after Choo. Choo, wait. Xiao Shuai froze, trembling with fear. It's over. I forgot Song's son has OCD and hates being touched. But how can that child be so close to him? Could it be? Just then, Zhangqi called. She quickly answered the phone, suppressing her panic, her voice turning soft and charming again, laced with a smile. Brother-in-law, you're finally done filming. I'm starving. Let's have Western food tonight. There's a place that's particularly delicious. Song's son gently picked up some food and put it in Mengsher's bowl, his voice low and full of affection. Mengsher, eat more. Filming is hard work. She took the bowl and said softly, thank you. Choo sat beside them, eating and tilting her head curiously. Mom, what does catching someone cheating mean? Song Sen's face changed as he was chewing, and the food he was about to put in Mengsher's bowl fell. Ji Mengsher couldn't help but frown, her eyes darkening slightly. Meng Yan. He narrowed his eyes and glared at Song Sen coldly. Song Sen flinched and quickly swallowed his food. Oh no, it wasn't me. I didn't teach Choo that word. I've been framed. Mengsher, she turned to Choo, her voice calm. Choo, that's not a nice word. Where did you hear it? The little girl replied innocently. Choo was downstairs waiting for mommy to come back. Choo drank lots of water and went to the bathroom. Choo heard an auntie on the phone in the bathroom talking about praying for a son and going to Uncle Zhang-Chi's room tonight to catch someone cheating. She said she would get a lot of money after it was done. She also said that even if Uncle Zhang-Chi jumped into the Yellow River, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. Hearing this, the adults frowned. Choo, feigning ignorance, blinked and asked her mother, Mommy, did Uncle Zhang-Chi really jump into the Yellow River? Song's son grabbed Mengsher's hand, but she shook him off. I have to go find Zhang-Chi. Can you watch Choo for me? He tried to reason with her. You have no proof. It's just something a child said. Going there won't help. But she was worried. Then what should I do? Just watch Zhang-Chi get framed. Song's son turned to Choo. Choo, Mommy and Uncle have to go out for a while. A nanny will come and take care of you later. Don't be scared and don't run around. Wait for Mommy and Uncle to come back, okay? Choo readily agreed. Okay, she thought to herself, this daddy is quite reliable at crucial moments. He held Mengsher's hand tightly again. Song Sen decided, let's go to the surveillance room first. If they're really up to something, they'll definitely leave evidence. His gentle actions made her a little uncomfortable. Meanwhile, at Zhang-Chi's place, Xiao Shuai was putting her plan into action. She walked in carrying a pot of soup. Brother-in-law, my sister said you need to nourish your body every day. This is the chicken soup I brought. Drink it while it's hot. Zhang-Chi said casually, just put it there. I'll drink it after I finish reading the script. Xiao Shuai kept urging him. No, it's best to drink it while it's hot. Just then, the phone rang. Zhang-Chi wondered, why would Choo call me so late? He took his phone and walked outside. I'm going to take a call. Xiao Shuai said sweetly, come back soon. She vowed to herself, no matter what, I must make Zhang-Chi drink this soup today. Once he drinks this drugged chicken soup, he'll be unconscious in less than half an hour. Then I just need to slip into Zhang-Chi's bed and let my sister catch us in the act. Then Zhang-Chi's assets will all be ours. Zhang-Chi returned to the room. Seeing him return, Xiao Shuai asked curiously, brother-in-law, who just called you? You talked for so long. He replied, it was a colleague from the production team telling me which small scenes to shoot tomorrow. Xiao Shuai, it's getting late. You should go back to your room and rest. She handed him the chicken soup. I know you work hard all day, brother-in-law. Have some chicken soup to nourish your body. You don't know how worried my sister is about you. He gave her one last chance. Can I not drink it? Brother-in-law, if you refuse my sister's kindness, I'll tell her and see how she deals with you. You're the breadwinner of this family. How can you not take good care of yourself? Zhang-Chi had to compromise. All right, I'll drink it, okay. He tilted his head back and drank the entire pot of chicken soup in one gulp, then handed the empty pot to Xiao Shuai. Tell my sister I finished it. She said with feigned concern, we're all doing this for your own good. Then I'll go first. Brother-in-law, you should rest early too. Her face was full of triumph, as her plan had succeeded. The fish has taken a bait. Zhang-Chi watched her leave with a grim expression, then rushed into the bathroom and threw up everything he had just drunk. He had just received a call from Mengsher. Zhang-Chi, we just got information that your sister-in-law, Xiao Shuai, is going to drug you. Don't drink anything she gives you, no matter what. At that moment, he couldn't believe it. Mengsher, that's impossible. Xiao Shuai has always been very good to me. She earnestly advised him, you must believe me. We found evidence. She's working with the paparazzi to frame you. These kinds of tactics are common in the entertainment industry. Mengsher thought to herself, years ago, I also mistakenly drank drugged wine, which led me to accidentally barge into Song Sen's room. He mistook me for one of those women kept by the rich and powerful. Song Sen grabbed the phone and said, Zhang-Chi, it's Song Senator. I've already got their recording, and what they're doing to you is more than just this. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up. You'll know the truth in half an hour. If it's really a misunderstanding, I'll compensate you properly. Zhang-Chi decided to trust them this time. Okay, just then, the door opened. Xiao Shuai walked into the room and slowly took off her clothes. Brother-in-law, don't blame me. Blame yourself for being both stupid and rich. Someone like you shouldn't have so many luxuries. Early the next morning, his wife barged in aggressively with a group of reporters. "Zhang-Chi, you scumbag, get out here. I'm slaving away at home, taking care of the child, while you're out fooling around with other women. Open the door, you bastard." "Zhang-Chi, open the door, or I'll break it down." Xiao Shuai opened the door innocently and asked, "Sister, cousins, what are you all doing here?" Xiaonan feigned heartbreak for the cameras. "You're my sister. Aren't you ashamed of yourself for doing this?" Xiao Shuai immediately played along. "Sister, listen to me. It was all brother-in-law who forced me. If I didn't agree, he wouldn't let me have an easy time in the entertainment industry. Sister, I know I was wrong." The group stormed in. "Zhang-Chi is such a bully. He married my cousin, and now he wants to humiliate my other cousin. We must expose his evil deeds." They woke the man in the bed. "Stop pretending to be dead. Get up." The man asked groggily, "What happened?" Everyone was shocked. "Who are you? Who are you?" Xiaonan asked coldly. Where's Zhang-Chi? Xiao Shuai also looked bewildered. "I clearly slept with him last night." They both looked towards a doorway at the same time. Zhang-Chi walked in and gestured to his assistant. "The child is tired. Please take him to Mr. Song's place." The assistant immediately replied, "Okay." Xiao Shuai hesitantly called out, Brother-in-law." Xiaonan pretended to ask with concern, "Honey, why are you here?" Zhang-Chi gave her a cold look. "Where else would I be?" She said awkwardly, "You rascal, I couldn't find you. I was so worried, I almost caused a misunderstanding." She thought to herself, did Zhang-Chi discover something? He's usually so easy to fool. This time shouldn't be any different, right? But Zhang-Chi rejected her. "Don't call me honey as soon as you see me. It's disgusting." Now, it was his turn to settle the score with his sister-in-law. "Xiao Shuai, I've always treated you like my own sister, giving you money, giving you resources." She could only call out fearfully, "Brother-in-law." His face darkened completely. "But you did this to me." Xiao Shuai quickly made excuses. "Brother-in-law, it's all a misunderstanding." She knew very well that Zhang-Chi was the most important cash cow for their family. And this cash cow absolutely could not be lost. What to do? She stammered, It's all my fault, it's me. It was jealousy, I was just jealous. Seeing you and my sister so loving, I felt unbalanced and wanted to destroy your relationship. Brother-in-law, I think you're too good. I also want you to treat me as well as you treat my sister. Xiaonan signaled her sister with her eyes while coaxing. "I'm sorry, honey. I love you too much. I acted impulsively without thinking. Don't be angry." Xiao Shuai quickly added, "Brother-in-law, it's all my fault. It has nothing to do with my sister." The other cousins also chimed in. Xiao Jiang, Xiaonan is so tired from taking care of the child every day. That's why she's overthinking things. She's usually such a nice person. Let's just forget about this, okay? Yes, your children are still young. Don't let your arguments affect them. Besides, if this blows up, it won't be good for your career. He simply repeated coldly, forgiven so easily. Should good people be taken advantage of by you? Eldest cousin, you asked me for tens of thousands of yuan when you got married. Second cousin, my cars have been driven back to your homes one after another. They're all yours now, right? Xiao Shuai, do you want me to bring out the cosmetic surgery bills I paid for you? Are these all trivial matters? Your son is actually someone else's. I helped you raise him for 5 years, and you didn't even say thank you. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said to the culprit, Xiaonan, as for you, your son is someone else's. I helped you raise him for 5 years, and you didn't even say thank you. Everyone was struck dumb. Xiao Shuai thought in a panic. How did Zhang-Chi find out? I'm finished. Xiaonan still wanted to argue. Zhang-Chi, what nonsense are you talking about? I worked so hard to give birth to your child. How can you doubt that the child isn't yours? Zhang-Chi played a recording. Then listen to this. The recording said, Sister, Chi-Chi is 6 years old now, and the older she gets, the less she looks like Zhang-Chi outsiders can tell at a glance. This is also for the good of us sisters. After it's done, I'll split the property with you. Lao Wang, after I divorce that idiot Zhang-Chi, I'll marry you. He's been like a dog, helping us raise our son for 5 or 6 years. He announced, Xiaonan, let's get a divorce. I'll have my lawyer calculate your debts. You won't get a single cent. But she refused to give up. Divorce. You wish. I married you when you were a penniless nobody, and now you want to dump me. No way. She was stopped by the bodyguards and couldn't get close to Zhang-Chi, so she could only yell, come back here and make yourself clear, you bastard. Serves you right for being cheated on. Zhang-Chi said to the person next to him, can you ask the manager to kick them all out? The person replied, no problem. He couldn't help but feel a pang pang of sadness. How could anyone be so vicious? If Ji Mengshi hadn't warned me tonight, and if Song-san hadn't helped so much, I really would have fallen into their trap. The consequences would have been unimaginable. The next day, the internet exploded. Famous star Zhang Qi announced his divorce from his wife, suspected fraud under investigation. Choo immediately sent a message. Boss, did I do well? The boss replied, not bad, good job. Keep an eye on Xiao Nan and Xiao Shuai. Don't let them do anything rash out of desperation. She guaranteed, don't worry boss, they're finished. Meanwhile, the entertainment industry was shaken by this explosive news. The modern-day Pan Jinlian and her little scheme, the medicine, were all hyped up. It's true, they're divorced. Damn, Xiao Shuai really went all out this time. I heard her lover ran off with a large sum of money. Xiao Shuai never had any real talent. She relied entirely on Zhang Qi for resources. Who would dare use her now? Choo looked at these comments, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Great, now they can't turn things around. Thankfully, I backed up all the files and had Bobo give them to the reporters. There has to be enough evidence to completely crush them. Otherwise, Zhang Qi would really struggle to get out of this. In the novel, Zhang Qi was ruined by them. Not only did he shoulder tens of millions in debt, but his career also plummeted. In the end, he could only return to Hongdian as a stunt double, working himself to death. Thankfully, that hasn't happened yet. Although I wasn't a good person before, I would never stand by and watch a good person be bullied to the point of dying on set. The director's angry voice echoed on set. Chow Yueji, do you even know how to act? The character you're playing is a high and mighty young lady, not a shrew. You're making so many people stand in the rain because of you. Can you do it or not? If not, we'll replace you. Chow Yueji quickly apologized. I'm sorry. The director turned and left angrily, exasperated. Just leave it. Let our film Empress Chow rest and think things over. Ji Mengshi quickly handed her a towel. Here, dry yourself. Don't catch a cold. Director, Liu has a short temper. Don't take it to heart. She replied, thank you. Ji Mengshi said sincerely, you're probably just tired. Get a good rest tonight, and we'll continue filming tomorrow. Chow Yueji nodded. Thank you, Mengshi. I'll do my best. Whispers arose around them. Film Empress Chow has been filming this scene for 5 hours. Everyone's exhausted. Mengshi is so nice. She's not even angry after being so tired. Don't even mention it. Mengshi and Film Empress Chow standing together. Their figures and looks are on completely different levels. She cursed inwardly. That bitch, Ji Mengshi, deliberately using her acting skills to suppress me, making me look bad. I won't let you get away with this. Chow Yueji's phone rang. It was a message from Wong Entertainment. Regarding the previous matter, have you made up your mind?